river when it's in flood is not a safe place to be. Might have to consider pulling the ripcord.
Food barrel's probably like 70, 80 pounds.
This is what I'm dealing with.
That's the musk on me.
Looks like it just picked up.
Ice Canyon! Polar bear. She sees us.
Okay, well here we are at Old Woman Bay on Lake Superior, and Ted and I are heading to Northern Manitoba. Well, Ted is here.
What's up? Yo, this thing is sick.
This is the zombie apocalypse vehicle that we are going to be driving to Northern Manitoba.
We are just loading up the Mitsubishi Delica, 2 canoes on the roof. We're going to be paddling, each a solo Novacraft Prospector 15 for this adventure. Anyway, we are getting close to being ready, but we have too much gear. But we are out there for a month, so...
We have a month-long canoe expedition on 3 rivers. We're going up a river called the Barrington, portaging over a height of land into the South Seal. Then we're paddling all of the South Seal to the confluence with the Seal River, which we're taking all the way to Hudson Bay. Amazing country. And we're starting the trip off with a float plane flight, which is going to leave us in a remote lake, completely off the road system. And this is going to be me and Ted's biggest adventure since we were on alone in 2017.
How far I can really push it.
So we're really excited, got a few jitters going a little bit because it's a big undertaking, some serious whitewater rapids and some massive, massive remote wilderness lakes that we're gonna have to cross. One of them is over 100 kilometers long, so should be pretty interesting for sure. But before we get onto that, we're gonna have a lot of driving to do still. This has already taken me probably about 6 or 7 hours to get here from my house, heading quite a ways further north. Where we're starting our trip from is further north than the entire province of Ontario. We're gonna be up near the 60th parallel, so we are gonna be in the northern Canadian wilderness, true wilderness expedition. So feeling pretty excited, big trip coming up.
In some ways, it's, you know, it's safer to bring 2 canoes, because if we lose one boat, we'll have another one and we could get out of there. But it is more weight, and it is harder in a lot of ways. It's slower, etc. So it's a bit of a trade-off. Bears coming out of the woodworks around here.
I got him a bit, but not really good. I picked up the wrong camera.
He's like right in there.
Is there a trail back there? That's a good shot. Okay, just keep going in the same circles.
Just saw a black bear, really cool, misty, rainy time. It's a little sketchy with visibility.
We just passed through Dryden. We're heading into Kenora, and beautiful drive across the North Shore of Lake Superior as usual. Amazing wildlife, 3 moose, couple bears. Ted even saw a bunny. A little cute little bunny, you know? You know? And a fox. Did you just see a fox?
No.
And you're just going straight, and then you're gonna go around a roundabout.
Center of Canada. Pretty cool. 96 degrees, 48 minutes, 35 seconds.
Imagine dark brown specks covering the land as far as the eye can see. In only a few years, this landscape was transformed. The multitude of bison that roamed the plains disappeared. This was the fate of plains bison in Manitoba. Now all that can be seen in Manitoba are farm bison like these ones, and a small, reintroduced herd that lives in an enclosure in Riding Mountain National Park.
Should be interesting. Seats all fold down into a bed. And the benefit of going on a canoe trip means pretty much all our gear is already waterproof, so we can just kind of pull it over the car.
Almost ever brought before. Literally 2 of these bags full of camera gear, including a 25-pound solar generator and panel to boot. How's that, Ted? Sweet. Ready to turn in. Check my old Garmin Instinct solar watch here. 10:20. Still bright. Beautiful things about the north at this time of year. Oh, it's easier than setting up the tent for sure.
All right, well, this is gonna be home for the night.
Had a good sleep actually in the van. It was pretty hot yesterday, so at first when we tucked in it was pretty muggy in there, and Ted decided to not use a sleeping bag, but then the temperature dropped quite a bit and he woke up freezing his buns off, and I was none the wiser. But yeah, worked out pretty good. So we are ready to hit the road. All right. So, bit of a logistical update. Looks like both of us are going to drive to Leaf Rapids now, and I just got off the phone with Gogol Air Services, so he'll be able to fly with a full tank, bring extra fuel with him if we don't even go to Snow Lake. He just flies from Snow Lake, meets us in Leaf Rapids, and then does 2 trips out of Leaf. So we just saved ourselves about an hour and a half each way driving, and we are no longer headed to Snow Lake. We're headed to Thompson. So awesome, good little logistical plan there. We had to wrap our heads around it a bit, but it turns out to be a good one. So yeah, off to Thompson. Tomorrow morning, Ted and I pick up our shuttle driver, drive to Leaf Rapids, and that way Ted and I'll be together on the drive, which will be great for all kinds of reasons. So getting there, we're getting there. Lake Winnipeg, massive lake. Man, it's been a journey, eh, Ted?
It has. A lot of driving, but very beautiful.
Tomorrow we're gonna have to drive 3.5 hours just all on gravel too, so we still have a ways to go before we get to Leaf Rapids. Our jumping off point is basically almost at the end of the road. Well, that way to Snow Lake, this way to Thompson. So we're skipping Snow Lake. We'll be in Thompson, hour and 31 minutes. Just basically pulled off at the side of the highway on our way to Thompson. That's a lot of dead horseflies. And there's supposed to be a good waterfall. I can hear it, I can see it, and it looks like it's pretty good. It also looks like we're gonna have some pretty high water because this river looks swollen. Lovely ice.
Look at this incredible waterfall.
Looks quite high.
It is.
That's beautiful.
The lynx is part legend, part water, and part animal. Crouched where he is beneath the water or among the trees, Pisew sees with man's eyes. In one glimpse, the scene is green, black, gold, blue, and frozen in a white rainbow. The spruce, the rock, the stillness witness Mishapishew's white anger. The winds dare not touch, ripple, or stir the fallen water. Without stops, the roar grows into a silence. No sound is heard until left behind, and then is heard forever.
Well, we just checked out a really cool falls, Pisew Falls. Pisew means link in Cree. Beautiful falls. Checked out a suspension bridge just right off the highway. But we are now concerned because we're almost out of diesel fuel and we have about 50 minutes to the next gas station and we're like almost on empty. Maybe we pull in here and fill up, Ted. Anyways, this is why we travel with jerry cans. We filled up at the very last gas station we passed and there's been nothing since, so literally there's nothing else we could do.
These baskets come in handy, eh?
Yeah. Diesel in the basket.
Right.
in Thompson, Manitoba.
This reflection space is dedicated to the Indigenous children who were put on bush planes to attend residential schools. As you stand in this place, we ask you to reflect on the imagery of bush planes. We ask you to remember that although they are a symbol of economic prosperity, they are also a painful reminder of the residential school's legacy. Take a moment to consider the question, what if it was my child or grandchild who was taken away by this bush plane? Let us remember our shared history in the hopes that we will never again allow government policies to allow any children in Canada to be torn away from the loving arms of their parents, grandparents, and communities.
We are just driving into the float plane base in Thompson. This is actually not going to be where we get a float plane from. We're actually picking up a shuttle driver here, and we're going to be driving to Leaf Rapids where we're going to meet the float plane. So some interesting logistics, but yeah, they just didn't have the kind of float plane we needed here at this time of year. Although that really looks like one there.
Sure does. Okay, well, Jim and I have arrived at the float plane base here in Thompson, Manitoba. We are not actually flying out from here. We are getting a shuttle up to Leaf Rapids, where the shuttle driver is going to leave us and then drive our vehicle back here, where it will remain for the duration of our trip. And a different company is going to pick us up in Leaf Rapids in a beaver, and he's gonna fly us out in 2 separate flights into where we start our trip at Melvin Lake. From Melvin, we're gonna go up the Barrington River and portage over a height of land into the South Seal River, which will follow through many large lakes into the Seal River. Then we'll continue all the way to Hudson Bay, some 700 kilometers. Me and Jim are going to finish Hudson's Bay, get a boat shuttle back to Churchill, and then take the train back here to Thompson, where our vehicle will be. But yeah, these guys just didn't have right struts on the plane here to accommodate the canoe, so we got to go with a different company. But yeah, we're just going to camp out here in the Delica tonight, and you know, looking forward to hitting the water and the air tomorrow. So pretty exciting stuff coming up.
All right, so we just loaded up the Delica, and we're about to head off on about a 3-hour drive to Leaf Rapids, whole ways on gravel. There's a place to get fuel in Nelson House, which is less than an hour away, and after that there's nothing. So we should be able to make it there on 1 tank and then refill in Leaf Rapids for our shuttle driver to drive back. Hey, how's it going? You giving us a drive to Leaf?
Yep.
Yeah, right on. That's
driving
us.
you or you're driving me?
We're driving you, yeah. And then you're driving back, hopefully.
Ready to go?
Yeah, we're ready. Not too many off-roading side, you know, side adventures, eh? So what's your biggest concern, Ted?
My biggest concern is just staying safe, not getting injured once we're out there, really. And then I guess as we get close to the coast, avoiding a polar bear encounter of the likes that we don't want.
Put it in 4x, bud. Well, we have left anything paved behind a while ago. looking a little better now, but we hit some muddy sections, soft road, deep ruts and stuff like that. Just kind of powered through it a little bit there, but overall the road looks pretty good into Leaf Rapids, so you know, that's a good thing. We're not going to be able to make the time that we would have obviously if we were on you know, a good paved road, but it is what it is. So seems to be on schedule, but some interesting road conditions every once in a while so far. Big rivers up this way, eh? Well, we just gassed up at the co-op in Leaf Rapids, and we're on the final stretch here of our journey to where we're meeting the float plane pilot. And we got a little bit of intel. I mean, we looked into this beforehand, but there's a chance that we might be running into some ice on the lake still. You know, we're obviously hoping that that's not going to affect when the float plane can land, but you know, it might make a difference on some of the larger lakes that we have to pass through. If we hit ice, hopefully though we can go around it or through it and there'll be an opening. It's not going to be strong enough to walk on, but that's another concern. I think we'll be okay, but you know, you never really know till you're there. So because it is still June. So anyways, and we're just far enough north that there's still ice on the lakes. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna look to see where our float plane guy is. I think just straight. This is like a boat launch. Oh, maybe that's him. Yeah, that's him. I think that's Brad. There's our plane.
What a drive it has been, all the way across Ontario, through to Winnipeg, up north to Thompson, and then the final 3-hour stretch to Leaf Rapids, and 2,852 kilometers. And now our trip is just getting started.
Northeast side? Yeah, like the river comes in. Two canoes then?
I think 2 canoes are into 2 guys.
Right.
Come back for one guy and left here.
Right.
So after careful calculation by our pilot, it looks like he's going to be able to take us out in one shot. This is a de Havilland Beaver and has a really good payload. So yeah, turns out we had less weight than we thought. We were going on about how much weight we had. Well, it turns out we were doing quite a bit better than we thought, so that's good news. Anyways, if we can in fact get out in one shot, it's going to mean that we're out there way faster. We're both together. We don't have to worry about being separated on the lake, and you know, getting dropped off potentially in different spots, and we might even get a few kilometers behind us today. So good news. How long did it take us? Like 3 or 4 almost. right.
We still have these things though. Hey, okay, well, I am in the plane. We're doing it in one trip. We had less gear than they thought, and so he says it's no problem. Much lighter sometimes than, much lighter than what the plane can handle, so we are set. We'll be taking off here shortly. What a tourist.
Take care, Joe. Thanks a lot. See you later.
It doesn't look too bad, eh?
Yeah, it's all flooded over some pine. I think right in there is pretty good.
That looks fine to me.
You're gonna hit hard ground right away.
And we're there. Well, we are landed. We're basically gonna load our canoes right off of the plane, I think, and get going. So far so good.
Not much tow room on the other side of that.
No, not really. Look at that. See, I could be a bush pilot.
Ballerina.
I mean, I'm not pretty, but I get the job done, you know?
A ballerina, Jim, is the furthest thing.
That would be one hell of a funny ballet.
Jim, look. drop this Yeti bag in the bow?
Yeah, very bow.
At least you'll be trimmed pretty good. Like these are tandem canoes, and we just leave the seat in the front and paddle backwards.
Okay.
Then we got a spray deck that goes over. Maybe you could put that one right in the very bow, potentially. Yeah. Yeah, just let it sit like that. Like some people would bump this up far further, but then you have to have a removable carrying yoke, right, and it's wider. So when you're trying to like cross around, do whitewater strokes, the canoe's wider and it can be trickier. So. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
No problem. No problem at all. Best of luck here.
Yeah.
This is great. I've never done this before. Just loaded right on the pontoon. This is actually way easier.
Good. Like it gets along. Like there's nothing. Okay, that's everything you need, guys.
That is everything we need.
Oh man, just beauty. Yeah, a pretty standard amount.
Okay, well, here we are on the banks of Melvin Lake in the northern Manitoba wilderness. Our float plane pilot just took off and left us all by ourselves out here. And wow, it turned out to be an awesome day. Beautiful, beautiful flight. And yeah. Dad, what the f?
Oh, karma's a bitch.
Yeah, beautiful flight out, and the first thing we have to do is go upriver. We got a bit of a look at it from the air. Looks like there's a lot of water. It's not going to be too dry, and it looks like a long way. Lots of bends, some strong current in areas, but it looked manageable, which was promising, but we know that is going to be a slog. So first things first, we're starving. We're going to grab a quick bite to eat and basically start paddling, and of course take a few casts in this lake before we start heading up the creek. So maybe we'll have fish for dinner tonight.
Yeah, so we are extremely remote, extremely isolated out here, and where we're going, we're just getting further and further. It's not like we're paddling back to where we got flown in from. So yeah, we got to be careful out there.
Okay, well, pemmican, dried bison meat, dried raspberries mixed with tallow. A lot of energy. I actually made this at home before the trip. It's a traditional food of the fur trade. I've always used to eat at least 1.5 pounds of that every day. And I made it with a bison that I harvested in the Yukon. Here, hammer this. Let me know what you think.
Trying out some pemmican Jim made.
Not bad, eh?
It's gross.
It's pretty good.
It tastes like it has a lot of calories.
It doesn't have much flavor, really. You know?
It tastes like you're eating Crisco or something.
Yeah, that's what tallow is. Yum!
Well,
Ready to tackle the wilderness.
Vacuum sealed.
Ted's busting out the tortillas. Tortillas. That's the same thing. PB and jam. In Canada, we call it peanut butter and jam, not peanut butter and jelly. So, if any of you Americans are trying to disguise as a Canadian, saying, you know, in some sort of, I don't know, maple syrup heist situation,
Spice.
Something like that.
yeah, make sure that you don't say, give me a peanut butter and jelly, or you'll be busted. It'd be like that scene from Inglourious Basterds when he's like, try glasses, and they're like, the German tree is this, and then they shoot him. Little Mexican flair here.
But I couldn't admit them and they're just not really important.
So, my mouth's full. So, lunch is, sometimes when I want to take the exhausting task of making a peanut butter and jam tortilla, other than that, it's pemmican and other energy bars and trail mix. Breakfast is oatmeal or no meal. Fun. Isn't it supposed to like clip in?
I think so.
Huh. The double blade's not working. That's an issue. Might have to do a field repair here.
Turn it.
Break on the drive or something?
Yeah, they took us out in one flight. I know. Alright, we're gonna go catch a fish in your honor.
Yes. Here we go. That's pretty good, huh? Always bring a little duct tape. Lesson of the day. Wow, what a mission to get on the water. So first few strokes of the trip, already started to head upriver. Unfortunately a wind's picked up though. And we're coming into a headwind, wind blowing out of the northeast. That's why having this double blade paddle is nice for paddling into wind. We have to make it about 35 kilometers a day. So having a something that'll get you there a little quicker, I'll take it. It's already 5:40, so we don't really want to put too much time into fishing. Where we're going to be mostly fishing is in the big lakes that we're going to be traveling through, and in the South Seal and that. So tried a few casts in here though, but no luck. Ted got snagged. We saw fish jumping, looked like some pike for sure, but you know, maybe we'll catch something in this bay. Here is the current that we got to start going up. So there is our way upriver. Definitely starting to look a little more concerning. Strong current to paddle up. Could be some fish here. Looks pretty fishy here. Yeah, fishy, fishy, fishy. Oh, I just saw one. Little one. Don't know what it was. There we go. Oh yeah, got one. A pike. A little pike. First fish of the trip. Huh? Here's your big brother, bud. Little guy. Just a little guy.
So Jim is on the board.
On the board.
It's on the board with a small pike.
It's exciting, Ted. We'd be pike all the way up at the next rapid even. Oh, bite. Yeah. There's one. That one feels a little better. Oh, Waldo. A Waldo. Where's Waldo, Ted? A keeper. Where is Waldo, Ted? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even know we'd be getting into any walleye, Ted. There he is.
Got a big, heavy
huh?
on, so it's not the right thing.
Keep, Ted?
Sure.
Look at that.
Yeah, Jim's on the board. Tadoule species. That's a good eating size. Oh yeah. That's a pike. It's gotta be. Whoa!
Ah, it's a tank.
It's a tank. Wow.
All right, buddy. What do you think? Good first fish, eh? You gonna keep it?
Look at that beaut. Yes.
What a first fish. Well, Ted was a little slow to get on the board, but landed a tank walleye. How'd that feel, Ted?
Oh, it felt exhilarating.
Right off the hop on day 2, we begin ascending swift rapids on the Barrington River, headed for the height of land.
If it gets super deep, we're gonna have to basically portage through the bush here. Deep and fast. It's about maybe 80 meters long, maybe 100. And then it gets really deep and fast here.
Fortunately, in between the rapids and swifts, we find sections of river where the current is slower and it doesn't prevent us from paddling upriver. But in the countless rapids, we have little choice but to get out and haul the canoes up the swift current.
It's really deep here!
Come up this side. What? Come up this side. It's shallower. Not too deep, eh?
hoping that we're able to make it up the rest of the way through the Barrington River. This section is going to be the most challenging section. Not sure what else we'll face after that. Then we got to go through a chain of lakes where there's going to be connecting stream in between the lakes where it could be rapids, we could be portaging. We really don't know. There's no river notes on this, it's just the wilderness. We have a loose trip report. Swift up ahead. It's all going to depend if it's deep enough to actually sink a paddle blade.
You gotta kind of navigate the rocks to avoid smacking your paddle.
Tough to dodge the rocks, eh? Did you see I just pushed off one? Actually worked great.
You know that muskrats, the beavers let muskrats come in and just clean up?
Oh.
They'll like tolerate the muskrats, will just come in and like literally like remove their from the lodge and stuff. Like housekeepers.
Oh,
yeah, neither did I. I think we could paddle up this one. Gonna go for it. Oh, it's deep. See a portage ahead, buddy. Woo! Oh yeah, it didn't get any easier as I got into it.
There when it got shallow.
Yeah.
And I couldn't really like dig in.
Yeah, I smacked a couple of rocks pretty hard.
Same.
Look what we have here. Maybe we better scout this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Are you kidding? It's like way bigger than mine.
No, it's not. Not nearly close to the size of Ted's, but I'll take it.
Yesterday, after catching a couple more nice fish, we went absolutely beast mode up a tough swift.
Take a break after that one.
We found a nice campsite where we cooked up our fish and spent the night.
All right, I'm just going to Fire up this thermocell. There's a butane cartridge that goes on the bottom. You twist it and it goes psh, so you can tell that it's that's in there good. And then you take this pad, and this pad has all the mosquito detracting wonderment to it. You flip this and you go boom, on. An alligator clamp. Pop that in the back. Boom. You're laughing, look at that. You can shoot mosquitoes with it. You can see it's working because you can see a little light in there. You can hear it. Listen. Shh. That's what it's saying to the mosquitoes. Shh. Shh. Stop buzzing. Stop annoying everyone. Shh. Jackasses. Yeah, I almost always set up the tent so that I get in and out the back. Cool, I didn't see that at all. I thought you were pointing to an animal. An artifact. Anything that's over 50 years old has archaeological value to it, which is pretty neat.
Just found this in the tree here.
Bet somebody comes and traps up this river.
Yeah.
That's pretty old though, eh?
Yeah, it is.
Must be from like a marten set or something up in the tree like that.
Yeah.
Most guys use conibears to trap martens with, but this is definitely like marten country in here, I think. Fish or whatever. That's cool. Ted's got one fish cleaned.
It's so hard not to just spike yourself.
He's got my cold steel fillet knife here. New favorite fillet knife. Look at that puppy. So sharp. This is cranberry bushes here too.
Tadoule.
Yeah?
Try to like get to camp. The less time they're wet, the better.
Take the cheeks. Yours was pretty small. And to dispatch the bear bait. Ted's just chopping a flat surface out of that log so we can take the pickerel skins off.
That part.
That is top-notch walleye.
Nice campsite overall. Walleye! Should I keep it?
That's what we gotta go up. I'm just scouting this out. It looks really fast but shallow enough that we can get a good footing. And fortunately there's like an animal trail here I'm following. But I'm just gonna check around the corner and see if we can actually wade, or if it gets super deep we're gonna have to basically portage through the bush here, which will be pretty challenging. Well, I think we're gonna give it a shot. Sure is not gonna be easy though. but it's about maybe 80 meters long, maybe 100, deep and fast. And then it gets really deep and fast here, which is potentially the most challenging part. Well, this might even be an old Portage trail.
Deep up there?
It's pretty deep and fast, yeah. On the left is okay. We might just have to rip under some trees. I think we'll be okay. Look what we have here. Maybe we better scout this. Well, this next one coming up looks like the steepest drop yet. A lot of boulders. I'm hoping we can wade it. If not, it's going to be a Bushwhack Portage. This is completely unmarked, so we weren't even expecting this. It looks more substantial than the long one that was marked. So yeah, looks like we're not home free whatsoever on this upriver stretch. At least it's shallow. You think we can, eh?
Yeah, I think so.
This is gonna be real.
Not sure how it's gonna be around the corner.
No, but maybe if it's bad, we can just haul into the woods and start portaging, you know?
Right.
Some birch in here, eh?
Huh?
Some birch trees.
Oh yeah. I thought you said there's perch in here, eh? We've got the most substantial upriver rapid that we've seen yet.
Super shallow and bouldery. We're gonna have to kind of like almost drag up over section. We don't know what's around the next corner if it gets too deep and too fast, which means we're gonna have to haul into the bush through alders and start, you know, portaging, but we should be able to do it. Lot of sketchy crevices to get your foot and your ankle stuck in. I actually got mine stuck in one. I don't know how it got in there because I could barely get it out. So if you were to fall, you might not be able to get up if your ankle's stuck like that, or you could break an ankle too. Looks like we can make it up on the right.
Yeah.
Or river left. Looks like maybe there's a path up on the right. Dad's taking a break. Well, still making our way up this rushing bouldery rapid. We're not pushing it, but we're also not taking our sweet ass time. That's a lie. Ted took a break. He's lying down on a boulder. One thing that's interesting about this spot is there's a big stand of birch here on both sides of the river. And birch isn't too easy to come by in the north most of the time. Like there's, you know, massive stretches of land where you won't see one. So I imagine this area has had birch in it for a long time, and that it would have been very important and a known place by native people here who used to, of course, build canoes out of bark. So I would highly doubt, like I bet you there's people camped around here harvesting birch bark, you know, going back many years. So that's kind of cool. I don't know if they would have dragged up the boulders in a birch bark canoe though. So if they were going upriver, this would have been a portage. But yeah, pretty neat. And big, good sized birch trees too. Big wide ones. A few of them would definitely be good for a canoe. So pretty neat to see.
You ready?
Yeah.
this high water is helping us out quite a bit, because if it wasn't high water, every single rapid you see here that we've waded up and paddled up would be a portage. We'd be portaging up the dry rocks. So in some ways it's been harder because we've had to paddle up current, but easier than a portage. Once we get into the downriver Whitewater beyond the height of land, hopefully that water comes down a bit and we don't have high water, and we can hit all those rapids at medium water, which will mean less scouting and less portaging.
A beaver dam. And a grand finale of a beaver dam. Dude, imagine how like in probably like 3 weeks max,
Yeah.
and this dam gets built up. This is just a rock.
Portage.
Yeah.
Just walk up the rocks. Oh, that's good to get behind me.
Just working out amazing. As you can see here, there's a beaver dam. So like in two weeks, you know, a month for sure, that is just absolute boulder fields. You can track up it. So that's really working out for us right now, to be able to navigate up this river. So, all right, freaking awesome.
Yep, that little dam there is going to hold the water up higher on this side for sure, and it's going to make it easier paddling for the next little bit for me and Ted. Looks like luck is on our side. Some people might consider that to be an extremely positive attitude considering what we've just been doing, but I'd say so. I'll take it.
Woo! Yeah, so this is the swamp. That was the longest stretch of rapid though. Like above this I see a little stretch that could be rapid, but it might not be.
We might be able to paddle up it, but I wouldn't doubt if there's swift current there.
Right, it's pretty.
But after that, I think we're into the lakes.
Yeah, exactly.
The extreme headwaters of the Barrington.
Right, I think that's the, like that little lake or like swamp over there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to start portaging soon on a compass bear.
Well, we still have a ton of lakes to go through. I don't even know if we're gonna make it. No, I think we will. It's almost 3. It's not bad, eh?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like if we were beasting, we could have been like triple the distance at the
Oh yeah, for sure. Just approaching what I think is the last narrow point in our section of upriver travel before we get to the height of land portages. Technically there's actually only one portage that covers the height of land proper, but the one before that will be portaging beside an unnavigable creek going up in elevation. And yeah, we were hoping this was something we could paddle up, but as we approach, it looks rushing and boulder riddled as well. So not home free yet, but we're doing pretty good, I guess. Hopefully it's not too long. Looks pretty steep. Looks doable though. How many overhanging branches? Using a 3-inch Mr. Twister grub here. I caught my personal best walleye on this lure. Nice and big.
The big map case is great.
Yeah, isn't it?
You know, get where you're going without like octuple folding everything. Just changing over my maps. We're off the first map and on to the second. And with this high water, we're starting to think like a lot of the things that we thought were portages coming up might not even be. You know, we might be able to wade and walk up this tiny little piss stream, which would mean we'd only have to portage like, I don't know, 300 meters or something, which would be incredible.
Well, other than where we got dropped off, this is like our first real lake. Some seagulls over there having a whoop up. I think it's like here, dude. There. Right there. That's it. That's where we're going. Doesn't look like much from here. See that like grassy point?
Yeah.
But when you come to these big lakes and you don't want to fall
just straight across from this.
Yeah. You don't want to follow the shore, so sometimes it's hard to see the outflow. It looks great on the map. When you're on the map you can see, but the map is a bird's eye view, so you have to, in your mind's eye, you have to convert this to the perspective of where you're sitting in the canoe. So it looks from the lake, from my canoe seat, like it'd be here, but it's actually hidden by this point. You have to have a keen eye to see that. I was hoping to troll across this lake, but it looks like more of a glorified swamp. Keeping my eye on the map, looking for the inflow, because we are still gaining in elevation in between each lake we pass through. We're going to keep gaining in elevation until we get to the absolute extreme headwater of the Barrington River. Oh, looks like the wind died down a bit.
Yeah.
Bit of a headwind, but some of my homemade pemmican. Pemmican is dried, pulverized bison meat, berries, and tallow, or any animal fat rendered. Voyageurs on average would eat about 1.5 pounds of this per day. It was a Métis on the plains that
supplied it to the Northwest Company in the pemmican trade back in the fur trade era. It's usually made with like Saskatoon berries or something like that, and you can make it with any kind of game. Make it with beef if you want. You can see mine's a little red because of the raspberries I use. On the energy. A little trail mix. Trail mix has a lot of calories too. The perfect handful of trail mix is the same thing as a handful of M&Ms.
Little late lunch break there. Hoping to put a few more clicks behind us though. I guess so we're just staying on the left shore, eh? Just basically left the whole way. There's like a big kind of round point over there.
Right, okay.
All right, here we go, lake crossing. Easy one. Got a bit of a headwind here, but no big deal. Just got a good look at a huge bald eagle. All bald eagles are big, but this was big for a bald eagle. And we're approaching the inflow of this lake, and a little disappointed that the inflow is pouring in a rapid. This looks like a gong show, dude.
Oh no.
Like a portage.
It does.
Yeah, baby, walleye. Chunker. Yeah. Nice eater there.
Yeah. Beauty. A lot of small pike in here. Oh, it's fun, but we should probably get going.
Okay, well, we got a portage. Way too shallow to drag up, so we got to give her. My legs were getting sore anyways.
It might not be. Come on. Legs, they seem to be spawning.
Impossible. Might be a better way through, Ted. The trail. We are not the first ones to travel this way. Could be used by animals that are traveling on the ice on the lakes and then jump over the trail. be. More. No more. All right. That last one.
Yeah.
This time I tried to go around instead of going under the low bridge. This is better than cleaning at a camp because then you don't get fish smell around camp, and I don't have to portage it. I'll just throw it in a bag. I won't take the skin off now. I'll wait till at camp to take the skin off. There you go. Nicely cleaned fish. Back to the ecosystem with you. Couple nice fillets there. Pop these in an old.
I don't know how to put this thing on still. Good one either, you know?
Yeah. I'll just. Oh, leg fell down a huge hole. Jesus, that's crazy. We want to keep going, but it is about 5 minutes to 7. So because we want to get onto an earlier schedule, we should probably make camp here. Ted's actually just scouting out a spot right now.
It's just like very nice flowers.
What's that?
It's like pitted, you know, like it's nice and dry, but it's like sometimes it must be like filled with water is how it seems.
Yeah, so maybe we'll try further down the lake.
I don't think it's gonna get any better, but yeah, maybe. Do you want to do the next Portage. What time is it? 7:30?
6:50. Yeah. Yeah, let's see the next portage.
Well, that was the first official portage of the trip, which I guess is pretty good considering. But you know, we were starting to get kind of cocky, being like, oh yeah, we're just gonna be wading up all these no problem high water. Well, not this one.
Quite shallow all through here. Nothing's easy. Nothing's ever easy.
Well, it is just a beautiful evening. It's just that warm summer breeze just blowing across the lake, just carrying the smell of the forest. Oh, it smells so nice. What do you think? Are we going to be able to wade up it? Starting to sounding more shallow now. Oh, it looks better because it's all one thing. The other one's spider web, and that's what screws you, you know. Or like carry a bag. I don't know though. It does look like it's spider webs around an island. Oh look, look.
Mother goose and goslings here. Anyways, yeah, no flow here, totally overgrown, so looks like we have another portage on our hands. It's getting late, but nowhere to camp, so we're going to get out and start hauling. Somebody tells me these geese don't want us here. That's cool. The portage trail is guarded by some irate geese just to make things all the more challenging.
They have little goslings that are very cute, and one of them, the male, just flew back there and is squawking and wants us to follow him. He's sacrificing himself, and the mom is over here protecting the goslings. Don't worry, mommy, we won't eat your babies.
The look up there, Ted.
Looks like hell. Just like water running through the woods. Just thick, thick alders. I think the other side is the way to go. Looks like there's a bit of a clearing through there at first.
Yeah, it looks like we could get up to those trees. Looks like we have another semi-subterranean side slaw here on this side, so say that 3 times fast. Anyways, yeah, it's just alder hell, so we're gonna try the other side. We just didn't want to bother those geese too much, but you know, it looks like yeah, we got to survive out here too. Looks like we're gonna be going up the other side. Oh no! The strap tore. It's alright, I can sew it. Getting late in the day,
we're hoping not to have to do a horrific bushwhack portage as it's getting dark, but nowhere else to camp around here. It's just a bog or big hills or extremely lumpy ground.
Tad leaves his canoe right in my way.
I was saying cut to the left.
To the left? Doesn't look any better.
So I pulled it up.
To the left?
Well, it's solid ground here. Sorry.
It's all right.
Here, you can go back.
Man.
I'm thinking you cut over here.
Getting caught in the trees. Here. Thank you. That was challenging. Oh no, my clip broke. That's almost impossible to fix. Oh well. Doesn't look like any obvious campsites though again, but it's gotta be something. Anyways, 2 more trips. Gotta grab the canoe, everything else, but I guess it was short, right? It's just a bushwhack, but it's short, so can't complain too much, I guess. Picked up a bit of a trail that almost looks like there's a takeout there.
Right.
Could just be an animal trail or a portage trail that then the animals follow, because the animals will walk along the ice in winter and then avoid the creek. But see here, that's snapped off, that's snapped off, that's snapped off. Could be just a moose or something walking through here, but almost looks like a sign of people. Yo, there's a trail here, Ted.
Right.
Look at this, see? Indigenous people have been traveling by canoe in this area for a very long time, but this might be just, oh, it looks like an old trail. It branches off that way though. Oh look, Ted! There's a side slaw, you could paddle right up to here. Oh, smart people. Look, we bushwhacked through all of that, but if I just got through there, I could have avoided all of this. The portage starts from here. Cool, I'm gonna go drag my boat to here, because that was f***ing way easier. There's a side slaw here and a trail. Bring it right up into there. Make my life a lot easier, I think. Beaver dam here. Nice big flat rock to get out on too. When this route was traveled more often, these trails would be good. This beaver dam probably wouldn't be here. That's a muddy bottom. That is muddy. Well, that is way easier than doing what I did to begin with. Haha, an old trail. Yeah, I think this is the Cree here. As we get further north, it'll be traditional Dene territory. So who knows why they would have traveled this route, or it's probably used by Dene people as well, and Cree, hunting grounds, maybe trading, all of the above. Of course, not too many people, not like a ton of people were around back then in comparison, but there could have been more people in this specific area back in the day. And it's amazing that some of these trails are here. They were probably used to travel for canoe, not just for recreational purposes, if you call this recreation, I don't know. But yeah, just seasonal migrations. People were migratory back then. And you can still see the remnants of that trail, which is cool. It's probably been kept, beaten down a little bit by animals too over the years, but pretty neat. And obviously they're a lot smarter than me and Ted, because they jumped right into this side slough, cut off all the alder bushes, shorter portage, hard ground the whole way. Obviously we're just better than me. I'm not scared to admit it. Anyways, here we go.
So on the way back, we discovered there's an old trail, and we could have paddled up closer. I could have avoided a bunch of that mess. Really upsetting, because I couldn't carry the canoe there. It was too much overgrowth and too dangerous and rocks. So I had to drag it, and I didn't want to. And this is just, you could carry it or drag it, wouldn't matter. It's all just moss. And now Jim paddled his gear over to this spot, and I can't because I've already taken the canoe. Yay. Oh well. At least we found it now. Looks like I can carry my gear up here and through there over to where Jim is and pick up that trail rather than going through that. I think that's what I'll do. First I'm going to break a couple of these.
Well, that trail I found made that a piece of cake. First trip, not so much. Make sure to always keep my eyes peeled for stuff like that. I think I would have figured that out already, but sometimes you miss things. There's no guidebook. There's nothing to give you any details about stuff like that. So you just got to, you know, use your wherewithal as best you can, and experience helps too.
I really wish we had found that trail a little sooner. It made things way easier. Oh, I see some rockier shores here, which is a welcome sight because it's just been really boggy. Hopefully we can find a campsite over on these. So I think that we're gonna camp right there.
All right, Ted spies a campsite.
I feel like right straight up there, there's something flat enough.
Yeah, it looks like it flattens out right up there, actually. Pretty good. Do you want to check around?
We could get out there. I don't know where the best place to take out is. That's the problem. I know. Looks like we got a thunderstorm rolling in on us.
Canoe pulled up. Looks like we have some weather rolling in though, unfortunately. Might get hammered with a storm. Yeah, there's some bear there's like a bear trail here.
Yeah.
It's old though. It's because of all the cranberries. Tart, but not rotten at all yet. That's awesome. I think these are called low bush Arctic cranberries. Cranberries ripen in the fall and then some of them freeze onto the plant and stay frozen all winter, and it's the next spring where they're sweetest and you can just pick them and eat them. Usually they're a little too sour for that. There's a ton that are still here. It shows you that snow didn't melt too long ago here.
It's actually pretty good. So because of that, there's also a bear trail here. You did see some bear scat, but I see some evidence of one digging up and around here. We'll have to be careful.
Anyways, camping in a berry patch with a bear trail. I think we're gonna have to settle for something less than perfectly flat here.
Oh, it's already started on the lake. Hear it?
Yeah. That is dumping rain over there and it's blowing this way.
We couldn't find a campsite until late in the evening on day 2, forcing us to continue traveling upriver and undertake a couple of bushwhack portages.
The only other place to get the boat out is so far from camp. And so I gotta portage all my stuff side hilling in the slippery moss to get to camp. But at least we found a spot.
When we finally found a place that we could camp, a nasty thunderstorm was rolling in, and we needed to get a tent set up as best we could before the heavy rains and winds hit.
Lie down on that. Here.
I think we could fit it in here.
Lie down on there.
Usually moss is really moist, right?
Yeah.
Like usually they say you shouldn't put your tent on moss.
Right.
Feels pretty good. I think there's just an overall. All right. Well, this is the spot that we got for the tent. Got it up before the thunderstorm hit, fortunately. Looks like we're in for a blow.
The storm's really starting to roll in now. Oh, we gotta get a tarp up, man. It's gonna start hammering.
Down hard.
Whoa, dude, this is pointless, man. like I can't even pick this up.
Yeah, this is like when Marty saw that plane crash. Me and Ted basically, without any discussion with each other, got new raincoats, and it turns out they're pretty much the same color. So if you're mixing us up, that's why. I don't think so. That looks pretty good, eh?
Yum. How's that?
Good.
Macaroni and cheese. Jim and I are absolutely exhausted. It's like midnight. But it's good to be eating.
Last night I discovered the air pocket on my canoe has water in it, and so that's very concerning because it slowly fills up and you don't notice, and then when you're paddling rapids or doing anything, it's way heavier and it sloshes and it can dump you, you know. And then of course portaging it, you got this freaking water in one of the, you know, in the nose of the canoe. So I'm trying to find where the leak is, but I can't find it.
Definitely concerning, because it's like, what if the crack gets better? What if our patches doesn't work? Is he gonna have to, you know, patch it every time, drain it every time, pull over and drain it every, you know, few hours as we're paddling on a lake? Like, this could be really impact our time and be a major issue on the trip. And if it gets worse, it could, you know, if it's a weak point and he hits a boulder or something, could potentially be a trip ender.
Here's the air pocket here. This is so that your canoe floats if you tip, and there's water has gone into there. Must be leaking from here because I never had that much water in it. Just for my shoes and that, bringing water in, there's quite a bit of water that pools up, so it must be leaking somewhere here, but there is water in here, so I was hoping I'd see where it was coming out.
Look at here.
Right along here.
Is actually on the outside of the canoe. First I have to drain the water that's in there. So after further examination, the leak is actually on the outside of the canoe. So much worse than I thought. I thought it was leaking from the inside into the air pocket, but it must have been a defect, manufacturer's defect, because I haven't even banged that section. I haven't even put any scratches in that section. That's what I'm gonna use to fix this. Marine putty epoxy. This is only the second time I've used it, so things happen, you know. These canoes are tough. Jim's got like, you know, several of them, and he smashed them into boulders. I mean, they whipped them off a building when they made them, and the canoe was fine and didn't leak. And you know, I think maybe it was a couple leaks, but yeah, you can, you know, you smash them and done all kinds of crap, and nothing like this has happened. So pretty strange, but you know, I'm glad we have some canoe repair stuff. Before I left, I like meticulously made sure it wasn't leaking, but I didn't think to look like under the canoe, and I think it even sets underwater. But will it adhere to the gel coat on this canoe? I'm not sure. I'm a little concerned about that.
So just a strange maybe defect or something, but when you're in the middle of here and we're supposed to be putting over 30K behind us today, it's very concerning. Hopefully we can fix it, but yeah, a leaking canoe is definitely concerning. You want a coffee?
Yeah.
It's 9:15. We would have been on the water 15 minutes ago. But you don't want to go on the water when your canoe leaks. At least the wind's keeping the bugs down. I feel some of them are on my back in this wind eddy. Ah, bastards.
It does peel off, maybe enough jammed in that crack that'll harden it. This water stuff will set underwater, it says. So that's good, but I don't want to like put it in the water too soon and have it rip off. It's not the hardest PSI compared to some of the other epoxies.
Those mosquito bites. Anyways, repairs are coming along here.
Really trying to jam it in the crack. Part of me was like, maybe I should chisel off this skid plate here, but I feel like it's, you know, if the crack's under there, it's a bit of a repair itself, and so I shouldn't really, I don't want to make things worse.
Yeah, good call.
So my main concern with this is, will it properly adhere to these materials?
One good thing about the extended period of time to fix the canoe is that the wind's died down a bit, so it's still going to be a headwind, but no Whitecaps, which is great. And I just gotta do like a 50-meter portage on some slippery wet rocks over to where my canoe is, because basically we're camped on like a cliff. And Ted was able to pull out close, but there was only room for one canoe, and we didn't know where was going to be a flat spot. This is slippery with the rain here. So we both pulled up where we could and searched around, and it turns out the only flat spot for a tent was like substantially far from my canoe. So that's how it is. So this like basically is like a short portage I start the day with today. That's how much it rained last night. Pretty substantial. I have to pull this up and flip it. I was too lazy to do that yesterday. Just time to load the boat and GTFOH. That means get the out of here.
Ready to go with all my gear here, but the epoxy is still a little soft. It does say it's set underwater, but honestly I'm a little nervous about just throwing it in the water while it's still a bit soft. I kind of want to wait a little bit longer.
Well, Ted's launching his boat. The JB weld he put on there is still a little tacky, but it's supposed to harden underwater. You know, not ideal, but at the same time, it's already 11:30. We were supposed to be on the water 2.5 hours ago, and that 2.5 hours makes a big difference when you're pushing in the evening trying to get to camp. So I think we're just gonna risk it and go, and then hopefully all works out. Winds are better than they were this morning, but still gonna be a pretty strong headwind for quite some time. Ted's just loading his boat now. I'm a little ahead of him.
Finally on the water. My goodness.
And we're off. 11:50.
That is really discouraging because every day we fall behind, it adds kilometers to our already 30 plus kilometers a day that we need to paddle.
After taking way more time to break camp than we wanted to because of all the boat repairs, we headed off onto a large lake. On the other side of the lake is the beginning of what could be one of the toughest portages of the trip. We paddled there quickly, but managed to find the time to land a couple of fish.
Got a fish on. Feels like a walleye. Oh, another small pike. Cute small pike. Little bitty pike. Whoa, a lot of pep in that sucker.
Smell it!
Really?
Yeah.
That's got quite the sniffer. You can smell that pike. It's right downwind of it. So we're approaching where we're gonna have to portage up to a small pond, and then after that will be the height of land. But this portage is pretty freaking long, over a kilometer.
Looks really boggy.
And then with no trail, all the zigzagging, it's gonna be a lot. But maybe there's some sort of a semblance of the trail here.
The ground seemed higher on the left.
I wonder if some people that, like, you know, they might actually start here and paddle the Barrington River back to Leaf Rapids. And, you know, maybe one person every couple years, so that might be why those trails are still somewhat visible. But I don't know how many people are crossing the height of land. So I'm just gonna keep my eyes peeled.
I almost wonder if we should start right there. See how there's some high ground?
Let's look for it to see if there's a trail.
Doesn't look like it's gonna be easy, I'll tell you that. So this is the creek mouth. I'd say that that's not a route to go. I don't know, dude. This looks like a no.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's about canoe width, if that, but it's like literally like this wide.
Oh.
And like overgrown, and I can't see around the corner, so I think it would just be foolish to risk it.
Yeah, because then we'd have to bushwhack through swamp.
Right.
No sign of a trail anywhere either.
Maybe we should just go back over there.
Yeah.
That looks just about as good as any place to start from.
Well, why don't we get out?
Yeah. Here we are at the first portage of our height of land crossing. This technically isn't the height of land. It's the next one after this that is, but you know, we're getting pretty freaking close. Height of land country is often boggy because it's sort of like the balance point where the first trickle of water will flow each way out of any given swamp. But after this, it's going to be all downriver. Here, Ted. No, there's like a laptop that Field and Stream made.
Yeah. Never used it.
How ridiculous, eh?
Actually might not have been the worst thing to have had, but
So I'm going to be flagging. Trail tape. This is going to be a compass bearing lead bushwhack. I do have my Garmin GPS, but Ted, how's that epoxy feeling?
it's feeling harder. So looks like it continued to cure underwater, just like I remember reading, but I don't hear anything.
Good. Yeah, so it looks like Ted's repair job is holding up, thank God. So if I get mixed up, I'm going to, you know, just pull out the GPS basically as insurance. But yeah, I'm just going to use a compass right now and save the batteries on my inReach device. And I'm going to start trail tape right here. Best way to do it is make a loop and then just pull the bottom two through the top of the loop just by using my map right now.
Yeah, but mine's written down. I like checked it on.
Oh, you don't have the bearing. You have the
I have the declination.
declination. Okay, yeah. We're here and we're going here. So this bush is really confusing. Everything kind of looks the same through here. So I'm gonna take my compass, and the way you do it is we're about right there, just to the left of the creek mouth, and I'm aiming for the small pond. That's challenging because the pond's so small, but the way you do it is you line your base plate up between point A and point B. So you line the side of your compass up between A and B, and then you line up the lines that you see here within the compass housing, and you line them up so that they line up with the north and south grid lines on your topographic map. There we go, that's lined up there. So now we have our unadjusted bearing, and then what we're going to do is we're going to adjust this from magnetic north to true north. Because this bearing will be our magnetic bearing. Hey Ted, do you remember what the declination is?
4 degrees, 32 minutes.
Yeah, so not a big declination here. I mean, because we're not too far from the longitudinal center. So I'm just gonna adjust this dial. Each little indicator there is 2 degrees. So I'm subtracting 1, 3, 4. And then we might do a slight adjustment because grid north is not exactly pointing to true north either, but with such a relatively short distance, it shouldn't make a huge difference in these latitudes. And then what's the grid convergence angle?
1 minute. I didn't.
Okay. All right, and then the grid convergence angle we're not going to bother with right now because it's not that long of a portage. So now I'm going to hold the compass. I'm going to rotate until the red north needle sits right inside the red needle box that's inside the compass housing. So you can see that here. There. And as soon as that sits like this, the compass directly points in the way you're going. So we are going that way. Learn how to use your compass, guys. It's an awesome skill. And if your GPS breaks, you can, you know, not get lost, which is always nice. So we're going directly this way, which concerns me. Well, just because it looks like we might be heading into some swamp. All right, let's get this done. Oh.
Let the suffering begin! Woo!
Take this bastard too. Yeah.
In researching the trip, I'd learned that the lake we just crossed is called Portage Lake, which is part of the reason I thought maybe there would still be an old portage trail. Door seemed to be a fitting word for a portage that crossed into a new watershed. However, Door could be an anglicized spelling of the French word d'or, meaning of gold. After all, many of the early fur traders were French-Canadian. Whatever it is, it seems that the reason behind the naming of Dore Portage Lake has been lost in the sands of time. What it does tell me, however, is that at one time, this portage was used in a much more significant way to gain access to the wild country beyond the height of land.
Going this way.
Oh, it feels like at times like it's not gonna be possible, but just one foot in front of the other. We'll get there when we get there. There's no way to go faster than you possibly can go, so that's what it is. I feel kind of bad because like I feel like I'm going slower and holding Jim up. Well, Jim is flagging the route, which is helping tremendously. And through this kind of muskeggy clear stuff here, it's easy to see, although I'm having a pretty hard time right now.
I know, right? Oh my God. I almost forgot this at the beginning, and I actually turned around and went and got it for moments just like this.
Muskol, absolutely mandatory.
We're dodging that big area there of muskeg. Going through that would be hell. And we're going that away. Just delicious Labrador tea everywhere. Smells phenomenal. Ted's carrying more weight than me, so he had to take a break, and he's already really enjoying the flagging tape.
Oh, it's just getting worse, eh?
Pretty much.
Break my neck forward too much. Yeah, I don't know how you're doing what you're doing.
How much further?
So I went, sorry, I'll turn it right, it's going.
Ted just busted out the Garmin here. We're looking how much further we are.
So it's, I mean, I have it going here because I figured that would be muskeggy,
Yeah.
but we could just go right there.
So how much further is that?
That's, I don't know,
Man.
300 meters?
200 meters. No.
339 to
Oh,
there. So, yeah. Oh, with this game bag on here. I couldn't carry those two things and flag.
God damn the world.
You know, it might actually be easier to just leapfrog quickly.
Maybe. Oh, yeah, we're just going through a muskeg swamp. And so every step you take, you sink in, and then all the extra work to pull it out, it's like literally every step is at least twice as hard. This muskeg is killing me. It's almost pulling my foot off every time, and it's pulled my neoprene sock down around my foot, which is miserable. I'm just continuing to flag, which is slow going because you got to sit there and tie flags. And Ted was double packing, but then when we got into this muskeg, he couldn't anymore. So now he's just basically leapfrogging 2 bags, and I'm kind of getting ahead of him a bit, but he'll take one, a couple hundred meters, go back for the next one, a couple hundred meters, and me having the mark trail in front of him is making it easy. But let me tell you, this ground walking in it is horrible.
Sort of this food barrel is probably like 70, 80 pounds, but walking through this feels like it's like 400. Yeah, I just can't carry that weight through this bog. It's just pure bog.
I see the lake. I see it. Oh, thank God. Final flag. Oh my God. Here is this lake. The true height of land is right on the other side, but I'm wondering if we really were coming up a stream at all. And this lake here is on the height of land, and there's just a muskeg flow with a slow flow on either side. So I think this lake here is pretty much on the height of land, and we're going to be portaging through muskeg like that. And this lake slowly trickles both ways and is fed by a spring. What I very likely is what's happening. Not a big lake, but big enough to give us a break from portaging. But right over there, our next portage is going to start. Beautiful day.
Oh, thank God.
Here comes Ted. What an animal.
Oh my goodness, bro. It's like walking through like 2 feet of snow without snowshoes, but it suction cups your feet.
Yep.
Oh my God. Thank God.
How beautiful of a sight is this? Woo. Where's the squeeze filter?
It's in here.
Break it out immediately. That looks pretty brown. And I'm completely sinking into the water right now. Look at my knees. Ah. Well, these flags are definitely making our walk back a lot easier.
Well, getting ready for trip number 2.
Okay, so trip number 2. Gotta carry that bag, fishing rod and net, and the mess kit bag. It's gonna be f***ing awesome. It's good to bring the canoe first sometimes, but just to get it over with, because it's usually the hardest. But on these kind of like bushwhack portages, sometimes I bring it last, because that way I know the trail better and I've had time to flag it a little more on my way back after the initial flagging. So that's what I'm gonna do this time. A lot of bugs. Following the flags. There's one there, back there. If anybody wants to paddle this route, I'm gonna leave these flags up. It's flagged well. Put them mostly on live branches. I flagged the beginning of the portage too, so probably not doing a great job at selling it right now, but you'll have a marked trail. On your last trip, you might just want to pull the flags, and then of course you could save them for another trail too if you really wanted to. Leaving the flags up might actually encourage people to do this, and when people do things like this recreationally, usually is a good thing for conservation too. So I think it's the ideal thing to do in this case, because it is a key height of land portage and it's tricky. And there it is, and there it is. So second trip went way faster, which is usually the case. Muskeg Haven here, right? At this point, we thought we'd get into the next lake, but the crack in the boat and having to fix it, and then how long and arduous this has been, plus the next portage we have to do, it's like, okay, the goal for the day is just getting over the height of land. Like, we had to pull back a little on our daily goal there, because before we thought we'd, you know, get in and paddle another 15 clicks. Well, ain't happening, but that's okay, I guess. We just got to keep at it. But this one is a gong show. Like 1100 meters, man. I've done 3.5K 4K portages that are easier than this, and this is what it is. It's like,
this isn't even a bad spot.
yeah, you just walk like that the whole time. It's like you're just going balls to the wall while you're walking through this, and the extra weight just sinks you down more. Anyways, back for the canoe. Yeah.
We still hadn't finished the third trip out of the first portage of the day, and we still had another one to complete after this in order to be across the height of land. After that, we'd have to find a place to camp too, and it was getting really late in the evening. Getting into the muskeg section, and we had a significant distance of muskeg to trudge through with the canoes over our head. With that, I threw my canoe down to take a little bit of a break before trudging on.
Come on, man. Unbelievable.
So Jim's just sat down on a seat like I am for a break, and when he went to get up, it broke. Brand new seat, you know, which is obviously extremely important. And so now we have to fix the seat. So it's a lot of time and effort to fix the seat, and yeah, so I'm not really sure what we'll do. We'll think of something, I guess.
I guess I can try to splint it with zip ties and shit, but damn it, man, that's such a key important thing. And that now we gotta fix a seat, you know? getting in the way of us making time here. Just went right into a deep muskeg hole. Drag through here. Maybe. Yeah. Ted's saying maybe we should drag through here. Maybe drive.
On day 3 of our 25-day expedition to cross much of northern Manitoba by canoe, Ted and I were in the midst of a bushwhack portage over the height of land, which would give us access to the wild sealed river drainage on our quest for the Hudson Bay. Demanding upriver travel, lengthy canoe repairs, deep muskeg, and a thunderstorm had left us behind schedule. We were pushing to finish this portage and another one too, with hopes of finding a place to camp before dark.
That just took all day.
A little concerning, eh?
Yeah.
You didn't forget anything?
Huh?
You didn't forget anything? Remember the spray deck?
Yeah, I got mine.
Oh, we're on the water. It feels so wonderful. Unfortunately though, we have a very short paddle.
The good news is the next portage is much shorter, but again, it's going to be a bushwhack and likely all muskeg.
I feel like this lake is the height of land.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I feel like this lake flows both ways.
Yeah, this lake trickles out both ways, and the creek that's marked on our map doesn't exist. It's just a slow trickle.
So this is the extreme headwater lake. So this lake, there's a drainage that flows both ways out of it.
This looks pretty good here, dude. Trees all along here. There's no definitive inflow or outflow.
Dude, it looks so much further than the map showed.
1.17 miles. I feel like it might be a bit shorter if we jumped over that way a bit, but then are we going to be walking in muskeg? I don't know. And it's 7:52. It's almost 8. We don't even know if we're going to be able to do this before it's dark. So after this, we will officially be over the height of land.
Let the suffering begin!
2 hours of pushing broom gets a 8 by 12 4-bedroom. I'm a man of means by no means. King of the road. I smoke old stogies I have found. Short but not too big around. I'm a man of means by no means.
Dun, dun.
King of the road. say, I don't have to make it the whole way. I don't have to make it as 1,100 meters. I just have to make it 300 meters or 200 meters, and then you take a break.
There is a fresh hatch of black flies. Yay! Can we get a round of applause for the fresh hatch of black flies? Welcome, black flies. Welcome.
Gonna have to musk-all up.
Wait for me.
Then you go, okay, all I have to do is make it 200 meters. Man, just having that attitude makes a huge difference.
Whoa. Oh my God. I'm stuck in the muskeg. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That was horrible.
I think sometimes people, you start to thinking this is never ending, literally, but just knowing that, you know what, if I keep going, I'm gonna get through this eventually, that also helps me too. Sakes.
You gotta walk through this.
Well, just when I thought I was home free, I realized there's some sort of muskeg weed bog, and I'm almost sinking in up to my knees. Look at this. It's terrible. But there's the lake. Isn't she beautiful? On a bald eagle. That is a good omen for sure. All the water from here flows into the Seal and flows into Hudson's Bay, 70 kilometers north of Churchill. All the water back that way flows into Winnipeg and eventually makes its way to Hudson Bay, I think through the Nelson. Back for the next load.
So until the beginning and right at the very end, this portage isn't as swampy, which is very welcomed. So what I'm walking on right now, I think, is the extreme. Well, we were debating whether it was that lake that flowed both ways, but I think this, what I'm walking on right now, is the extreme height of land. So water, if it rains here, it flows in two directions into two different watersheds. Gives you a feeling how, you know, people used to have to travel at one time. It wasn't sort of just like plop in and paddle a fun river. Some of those, don't get me wrong, are quite hardcore, but you know, if you really had to travel, these are the kind of things you had to do. So the First Nations, Indigenous people who were here first would have been doing this, and then the voyageurs, and just a whole other breed of individuals that were so self-reliant and so strong and in such good shape, tough as nails, such a good understanding of the land, how to survive on it, how to travel it, how to navigate it without all this modern gear and technology. And that's really impressive. So some places in a way have become more remote because no one's using the land the way they once did. In some of these places, people are in cities and towns, and some trappers might come out, the odd paddler or fly-in thing, but they're not trade routes anymore, or necessary travel routes in the same way. Oh, I'm exhausted. This first stretch is brutal. I'm more tired now than I was pulling the canoe.
Here comes Ted back for his final load.
Oh,
just double packed there, eh?
huh?
You just double packed.
Yeah, so did you, didn't you?
Not that intensely.
It wasn't that intense. I took the day bag off. But I'm just really broken.
So you didn't triple pack then?
Oh, I can't sit on that. That's the electronics bag. It's not hammering rain.
At least it's not hammering rain, eh? That's so true. Love that positivity. It's not actually pronounced positivity, it's pronounced positivity. Yeah. So after this, man, it's gonna be a big moment, because we will officially be over the height of land, and no more upriver travel, and hopefully no more horrific portages. I need food, man. Oh. We crossed the height of land. Just hammering some peanut butter there. Good Lord.
We made it over the height of land. Yeah!
We did it.
Oh my goodness, am I ever broken?
I'm broken.
Oh, the sun is gonna be pitch black in like 2 seconds.
I just ate like a power bar. Sucked some wind.
My
I feel like I can move again.
Everything is downriver from now. Tonight, you know, we're not going to try to catch a fish. We're just going to set up the tent, eat finger smudges of peanut butter, and go to bed.
Yeah, 100%. No fire. I'm just too broken to do anything.
Yeah. Anyway, what an accomplishment.
What an accomplishment.
Camp right there.
I think there's something here. Yeah.
Doesn't look great.
Up there too, though.
It's just not a moose pussy, that's all.
Yeah.
Just finished that, and we desperately need a place to camp because it's basically 10 o'clock. So we just pulled over almost right away.
Air might be good.
Might lucked out.
With this tree out of the way.
Yeah. Yes. Found a tent spot right away. That is a welcome sight because everything is so boggy. Maybe these lakes that we're getting into will have better camping because it hasn't been very good thus far.
The bugs seem to enjoy this site too.
It's not like last night, you know? It just like whipped.
Now that we've
You
eaten,
could just light a fire and stayed out the night and yeah, I did it.
suppose that shouldn't take long now, eh?
Yeah.
All right, nice tent spot. I am just using my inReach right now.
Let me see that thing.
Yeah, this is my Garmin 66i. It's got inReach capability, so yeah, I can post to Facebook. There'll be a link there and people can click and see my location, so great safety feature, but also just a cool way to like share this with people and so they can kind of follow along. So telling people what we did today, made it over the height of land after going upriver, and that it was absolutely back-breakingly challenging.
Good night, Jimmy.
Good night. Good morning, ladies and germs. Leave the camera on all night for this. It is about 10 after 7. Woke up at about 10 to 6, nodded off to sleep a bit, woke up, just couldn't get up for the life of me, tried to engage Ted, who was non-compliant. Good morning, Ted. And finally dragged myself up after maybe about 6 hours sleep. Well, already significantly less fat. Yesterday, the Portage, it took us hours, I think 8 hours to complete both of those portages. So it feels amazing naturally to be over that and completely cross the height of land. That was a loon. Yeah, and so now we have a lot of lakes to paddle with connecting stream, but since we're across the height of land, the connecting stream, we're going to be going down river, which is great, and we're going to be paddling through some lakes. One of them is over 100 kilometers long on Big Sand Lake, massive, and yeah, into the South Seal River to the Seal. 120, Ted just said, 120 kilometer long lake. So yeah, it felt good just to be navigating by compass, flagging trails, just in the absolute wilderness yesterday. And this morning, same usual, take down the tent, boil some water, coffee, oatmeal or no meal, a little dried fruit, GTFOH.
Coffee is delicious.
So my canoe seat broke yesterday. it's not like smashed through all the way, it's split, so it's hanging low and it's just teetering by a thread before it breaks. So I'm gonna try to splint it. This is a 21-inch saw. It's called the Boreal 21 by Agawa Canyon. Awesome little folding saw. Yeah, so I'm gonna go cut a tree that I'll use to splint. All right. Well, pretty straight. Just gonna peel the bark off of that. Nice and smooth. Apparently mosquitoes are big on coffee too.
You're gonna have to like jumping in and out.
I think yesterday we got cold because
Standing in the water.
yeah. So I took a moment from my canoe repair thing to have a coffee, and if you're gonna kill a tree, you should use it for things. So I'm gonna use this to stir my coffee as well, just to get a multi-use function out of this thing. For all you people that have wooden canoe seats that are mad at me cutting down a wooden tree to fix my canoe seat, better check yourself.
Using green is important too.
Mmm.
Maybe I'll wear these paddle gloves today.
La Presse de Francais comes through again. So I just noticed that his dry bag, it's a great dry bag for sure. Super heavy duty, the way dry
Had it
bags
for
go.
such a long time.
It's getting messed up. Might have to line it, eh?
Maybe.
Nicky. As long as it doesn't interfere with me trying to kneel quickly, I'm just gonna zip tie it on.
I swear they didn't actually charge. It's really hard to push open, and this is actually really solid and probably bonded to track. It's like that portage I was doing not yesterday, the day before. I think that's gonna work.
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous though that it's gonna catch your feet when you're running rapids.
We've just taken a pretty wide sapling, as straight as possible, and splinted it. Splint is a strong kind of repair for sure, and just used up a bunch of zip ties to tighten it, and then came in with some paracord and did a bunch of jam knots, which is a great knot to use. Basically, to do a jam knot, you tie a knot in the end of the rope like this, then you tie a knot like that, and then you feed it around what you want it to go around, in this case my finger. So you feed it around what you want it to go around and put it back through the loose knot. Let's use my finger as an example. And as you tighten it, it cinches up on the top knot and the whole thing tightens together so that it's extremely tight. We gotta make sure you melt those ends back together and it won't slip. So great knot to use. You don't use up too much paracord. Unfortunately, you usually have to cut it though. Very hard to untie, but you know, it saves paracord from doing a full wrap, gets it tighter, good for all kinds of things. I think there's a knot in the front of that seat, eh? See that?
What, here?
Yeah, no, a knot.
Here?
Yeah, it's probably why it broke. There's a knot that's hard to see right in the front of the seat. So that normally would probably be a reject, but somehow it just got mixed, so total fluke. I've broken a seat before, but like after like the shellacs and the finish all comes off of it, water seeps into it, and like, you know, 5-6 years have gone by after complete neglect.
You step on it.
Yeah, standing on it. So anyways, yeah, that sucks. But I think this fix should be good. Basically what we've done is we've just taken pretty wide sapling as straight as possible and splinted it. I just love the feeling of like looking at your clock and being like, wow, it's only 9, and you're already on the water. You know, you just are ahead of the day. You know, you're
Dark, but it was like 6.
Yeah. I think we're losing like 15 minutes of light a day or something like that.
The summer solstice.
It was before we came out, so then every day gets...
Here at the longest time.
Yeah, so, right, but every day gets shorter.
Waist strap doesn't really work. Comes up.
Oh yeah, seat feels solid. Basically just beast paddling today. We do have a rapid, our first rapid coming up. A connecting river basically between this lake and LeClaire. So, you know, this is the South Seal system. So on this Williams spoon, I have 2 clamp swivels on there, just so it's less likely to bird's nest. I got one. Oh, big old pike. Yeah. All right. All right. This might very quickly be becoming a whitewater canoe trip.
Really nice to be on the first downriver current. So this is the first time I've seen downriver, so it's really cool to be like you know, paddling, going up the river, and you just go over that height of land, and now you're going down river. It's one thing saying it, it's another thing like actually getting there and be like, the current's going my way. You know, it's a cool feeling. So anyway, just approaching.
Ted, how does the Whitewater look?
You broke my paddle.
What's wrong? Oh yeah, that. Why don't you put it behind you like this? Just let it stick up.
Look at that. Look how stupid that is. Jim's an asshole. He took my paddle and then broke it, and then discovered that we had I was using his paddle because he returned my paddle to me.
Prove it.
Totally did. He lost the part for it, and so now it's duct taped together and I can't disconnect it. Also, I have that stupid paddle sticking up the back.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's so fun.
The broken one from the beginning was actually Ted's and not mine. So, and I just used a little of this twist tie to tie it there. Ted's gonna have to come up with something else. Not my problem. Crazy amount of fish here. Wow. Why aren't they eating this? Why are they not hitting? Frustrating.
They're walleye.
Walleye? Yeah. I can see their fins. This is incredible. They're all eating these moths. This is one of the times where fly fishing would be better.
All right, I'm gonna go capture one of these moths.
I've been trying.
So this is going to catch me a walleye for sure.
This is like nothing I've ever seen before. They're not hitting though.
All right, so guaranteed walleye here. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. Tank. Tank. Tank.
Ted has figured out a strategy that he's putting these little moths on a jig head and they're hitting it immediately.
Yeah! Woo!
Nice! These fish won't hit anything except these moths, even though they're going crazy. So Ted caught a bunch and put them on a little jig head, and then they're hitting it immediately.
Walleye.
Woo! Yeah.
Got one. Just jigging here. Yeah! Woo-hoo-hoo!
Nice walleye.
Yeah. The hook. Oh yeah. A little bigger, that one.
Amazing. It's all about a positive attitude. Yeah, let's cast away from it. Here we go. Well, I have to document a fail. Ted caught 4 and I couldn't catch one even though they're dancing all around toying with me. And Ted even felt bad because he could see the depression in my eyes, and he like rigged up 1,000 moths on a hook, even though we were in a bit of a feud, just to be a nice brotherly person, and I still couldn't catch one. So could be just bad luck, could be that I'm a loser.
So there's an island and a point to the left of the mouth.
Yeah, we might. This is raining right here.
Yeah, I think it's raining from there all the way over.
Yeah. Just coming to the end of another open water crossing. Banged off another 10K, headed back into the river, and I hear a rapid coming, and it sounds pretty serious. We'll have to go have a peek. Well, don't get too scared just yet.
It appears the water is very high because all the trees are flooded in places up on shore. This is quite a turn too, eh? It goes down, turns right, and then turns left.
I don't know, it looks raging.
Jim says it looks pretty serious. Well, I don't know where to get over.
Looks like there's some hard ground over here. You might want to pull up like there's hard ground back in there. So we have to pull over, put our spray decks on, potentially portage it. The water is so high. You can see it's through all the trees there. That would normally be land. You can see it's completely swamped in here. It's not even dry land in here. And then to scout, I have to bushwhack through that. So this is kind of sketchy, to say the least. Oh. Right where I pulled over, there's a portage trail going up through there. Probably used to scout, but this is what the portage trail looks like right now. So that's not good.
Oh shit. This is the portage trail?
That is high water. I mean, you get what you get. Anyways, we just deal with things one step at a time. But yeah, this is concerning, man. Like the waves on the seal, who knows, it might mean that like we have to portage all the rapids. I was hoping it was like medium water, but this is like, I don't know, man. This is almost like flood conditions, which is really dangerous.
Literally a rapid running through the forest. I'm not happy about that, if you can't tell. Completely flooded out.
Look at that.
Man. Dude. This is bad. We're in flood condition. Dude, this is raging.
Looks like this is going to be a portage, which is crazy. It's supposed to be like a class 1. Nice camp spot here, right?
Oh no, Jen.
It's impossible to line it because the trees are so thick there. You can't line it. You could probably run it.
It's like the right side from the top. Coming down the right would be the way to run it.
Yeah.
If you could make the turn. But yo, this rapid goes like this and then it goes that way again.
Pretty advanced. The trip has just amped up a little bit. Woo!
I'm upset about this.
Ted's pissed. Dude, at least it's easy enough to scout and portage. I think it ends down here. Oh, it keeps going.
if you came down here and got pushed into that,
Yeah, it'd be like pinning against a boulder.
I feel like this is not always a portage, but we're in flood conditions. Like, you know, you drop a few cubic meters per second here, and this is a fun run. But now it's pretty sketchy with our super heavy canoes.
Anyways, let's go around there and look. And we're portaging.
So this rapid is just, it's a portage.
Really beautiful rapid, but looks like we're gonna be portaging it.
It's so long, so high volume, and then it's just a 45-degree angle hole down here.
This is the hardest part on the whole thing.
That's like a class 4 corner. In like July, we could probably run this, but being as remote as we are, it's too risky.
Well, we have to portage this. Fortunately, it's pretty open and there's a bit of a trail. Look, the reason this is happening is because the contour lines follow the river here on either side tightly. So it's pushing the water back up here into the trees more because of that, right? Because it's more of a pinch.
Oh, I understand.
And sure, I'm already into this one.
Oops.
Okay.
We're realizing the river's in flood and the portage trail's actually rushing. Much worse than this as you get down. And this rapid that we thought was going to be runnable just isn't at all.
It's just gonna take the ribs right off.
Which sets us back a lot and makes us really concerned about further downriver. If the river volume doesn't drop, are some of the rapids that we could have just run scouting from the boat going to be unrunnable, or you have to get out and scout the whole thing. So anyway, I'm stressed out about it if you can't tell, because the river's in flood. It's scary. 81%.
Nice. But Lord, are you Lord?
Oh my God.
Oh, how many do you get there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Look at my hands.
Good Lord. God help us.
How many are on it now?
Oh man, it's repair, Ted. Way better. I can't get it over this elbow. I did it. That is what we're portaging through.
It's almost impossible not to just be constantly inhaling mosquitoes.
Are we going off the trail Don't come this way. What? I don't think this trail is the Portage trail. Maybe.
There's a small section there at the start where it's not like that swampy and sinky. And as soon as you enter the sinky moss, it's like having all this weight and trying to walk upstairs constantly.
You see me? What? Can you see me? Okay. And walked off the trail. Yeah, I'm like, oh, this trail seems great, but I'm just like, wait a minute. Just a game trail. Blaze here. One on the other side too, it's older.
Well, this trail
Marks
is
this.
right there, but it's underwater.
Obviously it sees very little use, but as of now, the majority of it is underwater. So it's not doing us a whole ton of good. Yeah, there's blazes here. But the trail goes through hell. Like, this is the trail here, and then it just goes into there. Dude, look at it in there. Look at the current. So once again, no trail. There's kind of game trails we've been following and stuff, but still way easier than the last time because the ground's just not so mushy.
Tree just fell on my head.
Awesome. Yeah.
Put it here. So we are finished that portage. So now we're going to do the lovely task of putting on our spray decks, I think. Although I don't really want to, but I think it's, you know, it's just got to be done.
So it's 6:20.
Oh, really? No, it's not.
6:25.
It just fell over and the lens smashed. Not waterproofed. It's a bad smash too. We're going to put our spray decks on because the rapid was raging and it was still a portage, but clearly we're going to need them. And there's another rapid up ahead. Feeling a little discouraged right now. I guess that's typical, you know, when you're not making the progress you were hoping and things are taking longer. So hopefully we can make up the time in the days ahead. But with the river being in flood, I'm a little worried about that, to say the least. And then I came over and my brand new GoPro fell on a rock and the lens smashed. So that was pretty depressing. Luckily the camera will still work, but it won't work underwater, and I'm gonna have to be worried about it being in the rain. And so that's what's really good about the GoPro, is they're totally waterproof. So we're just gonna throw on these decks. We were contemplating, should we camp here and cut our losses? I was like, maybe we should push on and even a few kilometers.
Knife of choice. Cold steel Tanto. I love it.
Nothing like horrible has happened, right? So you know, you start getting worried and pushing just because you're like, oh, I might miss my train or something. It's silly when you start doing dangerous things. There we go. The deck is on and it's starting to rain pretty heavy, big drops. We don't want any more rain. We don't want this river coming up.
The spray deck's basically just a cover that covers your canoe, and it lashes down to anchor points into gunnels, and that means that it's not going to give you any buoyancy like a kayak, but it means that you can hit waves. Big waves can splash on top of your canoe and it'll shed those waves as opposed to filling up your canoe, causing you to swamp. All right, I got it on finally. That takes a little while. Definitely not going to be going anywhere today. 7:30, pushing 8, and so today we thought we were going to make all this distance, and in the end we didn't even do 20 kilometers because we were faced with this rapid that's just raging, which we thought was going to be like, you know, a totally navigable class 2, but we also discovered that the river is pretty much in flood. Now when you look at the map, this rapid has tight contour lines along it, which means it pinches into a canyon, where the first easy rapid we run, it was flatter land, which means the rapids can actually get easier sometimes when the water's higher. Not the case with this one, but the concerns that downriver we're going to be facing like a ton of rapids that we thought were going to be easy, which are going to end up being portages, and we also weren't even able to make it a fraction of the distance we were supposed to again today. So Ted's really concerned. I'm a little concerned. I think we're going to be able to do it. I think that maybe this rapid is a little bit different because of just the topography here and the mini canyon sort of nature of it. But overall, yeah, I think it's the best idea to get ready and get to sleep early, get a super early start tomorrow and see if we can't bang off 50K and just, you know, try to get on a schedule where we're leaving camp early. Beautiful campsite here too, and we got a couple fish to eat, right? So by the way, the mosquitoes are out of control bad. There's a black fly for you. They say a trip becomes an adventure when your planned end starts to become obscure. So ideally you don't want an adventure per se in that respect. On these longer trips you can think, oh, we're being held back, I don't know if I'm going to get there, what are we going to do? Sometimes there's no way of avoiding it because Mother Nature can throw all kinds of things at you. So I think this is safe to say this is becoming a bit of an adventure.
cold steel Hudson Bay axe. I figured this is an appropriate axe to use since we're going to Hudson Bay.
Well, we are ready to hit the water. All completely outfitted. I really hope the next rapid isn't a Portage here, because this was a lot of work.
run that down the middle, eh?
What?
That rapid?
On the other side?
Yeah. That was fun though, eh?
Yeah.
Pretty tight with the turn and all the trees though, eh?
Yeah, it was. I'm gonna have to get much better really quick.
What happened?
Nothing. I just, you know, just like kind of switched sides and felt bungling and like.
It's alright, it's your first rapid.
You know.
Got a fish on. Feels like it might be a lake trout. Oh, another dink pike.
I think that's that big bay back in there.
Oh, okay.
And
So
we're
this,
paddling along here.
this here is that bay there.
I think so. Yeah.
So we're aiming for like just past that point there then.
right.
Okay. Yeah, okay, cool.
So
That's
we're
good.
not in here. We don't want to blow it here.
No, no.
Go that way.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. The North Seal pours into Tadoule Lake too, or just upriver from Tadoule Lake. Right. You see the outflow?
So Jim just scouted from the boat. He claims we can just run it down the right on a straight shot.
I did.
I'm not so sure.
So, very challenging to scout this with all the flood conditions because it's way up into the trees. But we both kind of took a look at it standing in the boat, and it looks like should be a relatively straight shot down the right, but it looks like there's a cross river hole that we might have to just sneak by on the right, or we might be able to hit it if it's right at the end if we're not already too full of water. The part that was sketchy was that island of trees right at the end. You could just pin on that. That's like the biggest hazard of the whole rapid. Okay, so we've only banged off about 3K today, ran 2 rapids. Man, very high water on that last rapid, but we were able to scout from the boat, see most of it, see right to the end. You can't scout from the boat if there's a blind corner, but 2+ for sure, I'd say, eh?
Yeah.
Big water rapid, but really no problem. A couple boulders to dodge, but both of us bombed it, took in no water, which
definitely builds our confidence, and it was a lot of fun. So I don't know, maybe this crazy high water means that like measly swifts and class 1s will be like fun class 2 pluses on the seal. We'll see as we get along the river. But you know, that one wasn't, it was a tight pinch, but it doesn't have a canyon like, you know, topographic relief to it. Yeah, it's deep and all that too. So when, oh, there's a bald eagle. Look, Ted. Good luck. I got a fish.
Okay.
Guess I can replace it.
I have a tobacco break now.
Terrible release shot.
Thanks.
Alright, I'm gonna go down and catch this eddy
Yeah, alright.
on the left.
Okay.
And then just take a look before I jump back in, you know?
Yeah.
Big Sand. This is the small part of Big Sand.
Okay, well, we are just entering Big Sand Lake, and it is big. Look at the size of this lake. 120 kilometers long. So we'll be on here for a while. Hopefully the weather is kind to us out here. I think there's some monsters in here. Yeah, like if the weather is on our side, we'll be able to use some deeper diving stuff and be less risky while fishing for those out in these canoes. But it feels pretty gusty right now, and I would imagine the lake can kick up something fierce.
We go north to the tundra, and then we will head east and see the polar bears and the migratory geese. Paddle Big Sand Lake to the Hudson Bay. We're not gonna get there for many days, but we will go as far as we can. It's just the bastion for any woman or man. Hudson Bay, Big Sand Lake, the South Seal River. Hudson Bay, Big Sand Lake, the South Seal River. Here it goes and drains into Canada. The wilderness surrounds you. You know I feel love. Hudson Bay. Boo! Shame you! The smallest pike yet. So Ted is yelling at me because he's just, I don't know what he's doing. He just stops and just bungles with stuff, and I'm just like, I just cast it out and I'm paddling at like a normal rate, and he's just like miles behind me yelling at me, tying on his lake. Like, I don't know what he's doing. I gotta keep this guy going, but if it was up to him, we'd be like stopping to just bungle with things every 5 minutes for like an hour.
Jim's chirping me, hurry up! Jim's faster than me in the canoe, so he paddles ahead typically, and then like gets mad that I'm behind and says I'm bungling or whatever the hell he says. And then as soon as I catch up, he's like tied his lake trout lure on or whatever, and then decides he's gonna paddle up ahead and be like, hurry up, let's go! And enraging.
Big old Williams whitefish. Just
spoon in here. Fishy, 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 fishy. It's tough to like make time and fish because when you're paddling fast, it's like faster than ideal trolling speed. But it's still better to have a line in the water than not 9 times out of 10.
Baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark. Mommy shark, do 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 do, mommy shark.
Just taking a little break here on Big Sand. We're going to rig up some keel sinkers because we're just catching small pike, which tells me that we're not getting deep enough. So the water's obviously warmed up a little bit. So Ted did the math and realized that we're probably gonna have to paddle to 8 or 9 tonight to do our 30 kilometers. Got this William spoon tipped with Mr. Trister curly tail. The waves died down and we're going to be paddling close to shore, so even though the water's cold here, I took off my PFD because it's absolutely boiling hot out here.
I got this set up. Clamp swivel to the weight and a long fluorocarbon leader to another clamp swivel to my lure. Williams wobbler. So not too ridiculous. It was so hot I had to take my life jacket off. It's just absolutely overheating. Just a baking hot day.
Let's see how this works. Keel sinker. Williams whitefish spoon. We just weren't getting deep enough. I'm just gonna let a bit out of time here. Yeah, that's going deep. Sweet. See how that works.
Trying to get in some lake trout here.
Good job.
There he is, yay! Cute little guy. Woo.
Back he goes.
We paddled hard, traveling late into the evening after crossing multiple large lakes and descending connecting sections of the South Seal River. The day was hot and we were exhausted after pushing ourselves to make up for lost time, putting in 11 hours on the water. Naturally, we were relieved when we could finally make out what looked like a place to camp in the distance.
Well, that is a beach and we're gonna camp there. The only problem is it's 3 kilometers away. It's 8:30. We've paddled almost 30 kilometers today. So I'm not going to get a lot of sleep tonight by the time we do everything at camp, but it's going to be great to get off the water. But just going to bang it off with this last push into a headwind.
It just looks so glorious and sunny.
And there it is. Home for the night. Look at how beautiful it is out here.
race.
Right, you see that? Why are you cutting me off, by the way?
It wasn't. I thought we were going across.
I said we were just gonna follow this side.
Well, but then we're gonna have to cross this huge bay over here.
Well, we can still go left. I don't think it's safe to cross here right now.
Okay, well, this is the safest place to cross.
So either
if we cross where it's more narrow, it's gonna be, no, you're cutting me off. If we cross where it's more narrow, the waves are gonna be bigger. It's like another kilometer down.
Okay, all right, let's just do it. Yeah, I don't like this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Stupid decision. Should stay left.
Well, we're already going.
Yeah, so then we wait on the point till the wind dies, or we catamaran before the crossing. You know?
Well, but paddling on the right is just a point.
I'll try to kind of beeline across, let the waves hit me on the side, and then turn and go with them till I hit a point. Then we'll be on the left officially. When it gets dangerous is if a whitecap breaks under your boat. It's essentially the same thing as being stuck in a hole in a rapid.
Yeah, maybe had a bit right.
I will. I'm gonna go straight and then blow towards that point. They're getting pretty big. Because there's a point down this way. So if I was to tip now, I could probably swim to shore before I get hypothermia and my boat would blow with the wind into that shore. One of the things you gotta worry about for a crossing is the wind and which way the wind is going to blow your canoe after you swim to shore, because it's too heavy to drag to shore, especially in cold water. I'm going to turn and go with the wind. See, right here we're out of the death zone, because we could swim to shore before we froze and our canoe would blow in.
What the problem was is where we camped made us have to decide to make a decent sized crossing.
You just keep paddling hard, you know? We could catamaran right here, bro. Look, this is perfect. Just picked up again too, eh, the wind?
Oh, it's because it doesn't seem like it. But you're blocked by that point we went behind all the way until it like ends here.
Right.
So after.
So Ted and I just took refuge in a little sheltered bay on this rocky point here after making a scary crossing, tucking into a bay where the waves were a little smaller, the wind was partially blocked, and surfing across that bay with a tailwind, and then cutting here in some quartering waves, having to brace a couple times, getting a little sketchy. So we definitely can't fish in this, and although we're making phenomenal time, we don't know whether we should keep going we kind of have the option to hug some bays, which will increase our overall distance, but probably where we can use the wind to our advantage, it might actually, you know, be about the same, because that tailwind will be pushing us, although it's more dangerous and we can't fish. So we're kind of debating, maybe we build a catamaran, or maybe we keep going and making time. A catamaran is where you just take your 2 canoes and you basically lash them together side by side by tying logs across the thwart, so 2 logs, and then tying it underneath the hulls and tightening with a trucker's hitch. And yeah, that will really hold them together securely, and we can basically paddle in this and be very stable. You can still swamp, so we leave the spray decks on, keep a bailer handy, and maybe even sail. I'm sure we'd make some distance, and that way we could fish too. So, but it's time consuming to make, so I think we're probably gonna do it. I don't know. Look at these waves.
It's hard to capture waves with a camera through a long lens. This is potentially one of the most dangerous things you could run into on this trip. I mean, the Whitewater is very dangerous too, but being out on such a big, cold body of water is arguably much more dangerous if you do tip. So we've decided to rig a catamaran.
The first thing you want to do when you have a catamaran is get your boat shored up side by side. Ready? You don't want too tight of a space in the middle, because a wave will build in the middle that can actually get over the gunnels and get some water into your canoe. We're working in a tight spot here, so we're having to put them a little closer together than we want to. And in a way that'll be good, because there'll be less strain on the cross piece logs that we use. But the way we're going to counter that is we're going to point the bows in a little bit, and that'll sort of plow the water more and prevent that wave from growing in the middle. So to get them level and even, Ted just gone and grabbed some dead logs and shoved them under my my canoe just to shimmy it up a little and be level with the other one. And we don't have stern thwarts in this canoe, in these canoes, because they're solar canoes. We just have bow thwarts, middle thwart, the carrying yoke. But we do have a grab handle, which is very small, which is a thwart in of itself. So to make this strong enough, because we have to tie those cross pieces across the thwarts, we're gonna have to use the grab handles and do 3 pieces. Hopefully we can get a bit of a smaller log for that, to just reduce weight, because even though, you know, wood's buoyant, there is more weight on the canoes, which will put them lower in the water and be more likely to swamp in the waves. So I think we're about ready to go saw some trees down, and you know, straight as possible, and lash these logs. Probably by the time we're done, the wind will be dead. In fact, my experience, that happens often. I think the wind's just scared of catamarans, terrifies it. Ideally, we don't need to take live trees. We're gonna get something that's not totally brittle and dry. So we are windbound, and we're hoping this can save us, but we might not even be able to paddle in a catamaran, because you can still swamp in a cat if it gets any bigger.
Or if it comes apart, then you're in real danger.
Yeah, the more stormy it is, right, the bigger, the more stress is on the catamaran too. So even if you won't dump or swing, you can prevent swamping. You know, a catamaran can split apart. But this isn't our first time doing this, it's like our 4th. So we've paddled some pretty big before. Anyways, I'm just using this kayak paddle here to measure out the length of the log that we're using, and just going to cut it to size here in the bush before dragging it out and laying it across the 4 thwarts. Watch the paddles. So I sized that one for the middle here. I brought this extra rope just for this exact reason.
So Jim's just notching cross pieces here for our rope. I think we should start on one side, also not actually. You should leave a tag.
Double up trucker's hitches. I don't think this is as strong as that other small climbing rope we used. No, it's not. Well, the winds have not died down. So far, so good. We got one log lashed across the four thwarts and tightened. Whoa! So I just tied the bows together, and that's going to keep the whole thing contained and just add more rigidity to the whole structure, because there'll be less pressure on the logs as the bows are trying to separate when we're hitting waves. So key thing to do there. And we have the cat rigged. And if you ask me, it's a cat's ass. Now we just got to figure out how to launch this thing. Well, so much for the wind dying down. Okay, ready?
Put it down gently.
One, two.
Wait. Okay.
Yeah!
Go over to that rock and I'll push it over to you.
Solid!
Very.
So one of the things Ted and I debated about was whether we should put a sail on, but the problem is we're heading this way and the wind is going this way, so it's quartering us from our port stern, and really without more sophisticated equipment or knowledge, I guess, about sailing, which we don't really have, you really need a tailwind, and this is not a tailwind, so we're gonna have to almost be fighting against where the wind's gonna blow us. So we decided not to use a sail. The wind's still going to be helping us get there though, but we'll see if things change, or if we get out there and we feel we could use a sail, we might just rig like a crude sail with a couple of paddles and like a contractor's bag over top of it, or one of my tarps or something like that, if we think it's going to help. But the wind is so strong, it actually, you know, could potentially blow us off course right now, with the direction the wind's going. So yeah, so that's where we're headed. That point in the distance, and then once we get there, we skip to another point and we keep going, crossing huge bays. Let's jump in and start paddling, for the love of God.
These cameras aren't getting both of us. Turn your camera so it gets me and you.
That's good.
It should be on the outside, and then we get us both.
That's fine. We got one on the outside, inside, outside, surf and safari. All right. We are ready to rock and or roll.
6 o'clock.
3:50.
Oh God.
It's hot out here, eh?
Yeah. Fuck. Everything's so tedious. Then we put my sunnies on. We're all just like wrapped up in my own clothes. Here we go.
It's working. Well, we maybe both don't need the J-stroke, eh?
Right.
You want a J-stroke? I'll J-stroke.
I can't stop doing it.
I know. We're so used to paddling stern, we can't even not J-stroke. Yeah, this rig is absolutely rock solid, eh?
Yeah. We're not taking in any water.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah!
The catamaran!
Yeah! It's working!
It's working! Like, I don't see any flexing or anything.
No.
Well, we're definitely making it somewhere, man, you know?
Shore over there.
If you dump and you're a mile from shore, you're gonna die. Some of these waves are pretty big out here.
Look at the size of this lake. This is also why bringing 2 canoes helps a lot. Jim and I considered tandem paddling in a single canoe, like a 17-foot tandem canoe, but we never could have paddled today if we had done that. So it does add a safety factor, that's for sure.
In the back. I'm just checking the Garmin right now to see how fast we're going. 2.1 miles an hour.
Miles?
Yeah.
Not even paddling. It's more like 5 kilometers an hour, I would say.
I don't know in kilometers. I thought I set it to kilometers. Paddle. Some big waves coming in here. Waves are getting pretty big, even for the catamaran out here.
Didn't crash on us.
Look at that beast.
This is what they say.
Yeah. Starting to get a little nervous here. The waves are potentially getting big enough to swamp the catamaran. We're going to keep our bailers ready. And then sink us.
have to wait and see it's in our favor right now that we have this. Seems to be happening.
This is so cool though, eh?
Yeah, it's wicked.
Like these are not an issue now.
Well, the waves have started to die down. Still pretty gusty. Still like too dangerous to paddle with a single canoe. Even though it was a bit of a side wind, it was still, the waves were pushing us in the direction we wanted. So there was a bit of fear going across the one massive section because like those swells got really huge, but like honestly, it was no problem at all. Like we could have handled a lot more.
Took in any water.
Yeah, we took a few splashes over the side, some up under, but you know, nothing that was really, it wasn't like consistently happening constantly, or we didn't have to bail. So, you know, we took a chance and it was definitely worth it.
We just rounded a point here. The wind's been quartering us. Now we're turning in. It looks like we're gonna have a, whoa.
The waves are gonna be bigger, right?
Yeah.
Because the island is
not
blocking.
blocking. But anyways, yeah, it looks like we're gonna have a tailwind here.
We still really want to catch a fish, and we're feeling like, you know, kind of like a couple of losers that we haven't.
Like we're flatlining. We're both flatlining right now. We've tried 4-ounce keel sinkers. We've tried walleye divers,
Tail dancers, you know,
deep diving minnow
split shots, 5 diamonds, William wobblers, Rapella jointed, Rapella swimmers, cotton cordels, Walleye stingers. We threw some more metal at them with the Aglia long Mets, number 3 and number 2 silvers. I got a Clio on. Like, what do you want?
Yeah.
What do you? Oh, we even we're using some tube jigs. Like, you know, we had some super heavy weight, and we as we paddled across there, we just put a tube jig on, thinking the waves would kind of jig us across because we're going slow.
Yeah, monster white tube jig.
Yeah,
perfect.
Like, what else are we gonna do besides dynamiting these things?
And that is where we're going. That island in the distance. We are right out in the middle of this massive lake. This is pretty cool. 120 long kilometer lake. No road access. One fly-in only lodge somewhere. No boats. Basically, me and Ted have this entire lake to ourselves. That is wilderness. We don't see anybody out here. Amazing. We still have a good tailwind. So we considered rigging up a sail, but we thought, oh, we only have like 10K more to go today. By the time we rigged the sail up and started sailing, we would have just paddled and blown there naturally anyway. So unfortunately, the wind wasn't a pure tailwind till long enough in the day. But yeah, waves has died down. We were considering, oh, would it be faster to take the Catamaran apart, but then we realized we had this huge open water crossing still, and there's still some Whitecaps out here, so really good idea that we kept the Catamaran together. We're probably going to leave it together until tomorrow morning because we wouldn't want to disassemble it and then realize tomorrow we had to put it back together. So anyways, yeah, just putting miles behind us here. Long way to paddle still, but we're closing in on our destination. Ted's got a fish on.
Oh, it's heavy, bro.
Whoa.
It's heavy.
You want my, hold on. Oh, keep it on. Keep it on. Keep it on. Oh, easy. Take your time. Take your time. Still pretty deep, dude.
Oh,
What happened?
my line broke.
What? Oh, god damn it,
My
dude.
drag was too tight.
Man, oh, that sucks. Oh no, Ted. Your line broke? Told you drag was too tight earlier today.
It wasn't that tight. Look, pull it.
Yeah, but when you pull it from the other end, it's way tighter. When you pull it from there, it doesn't seem tight. God damn it, man. That was a tank though,
That
eh?
was huge, dude.
Fuck, what were you using?
Cleo. 4 clamp swivels. Look at how twisted my line is though. Maybe that's why.
Probably, yeah.
Look at it.
Yeah.
It was twisting my
It
line.
was just, yeah. Sorry.
Dude, that was huge.
What was that, like a 20 pounder or something?
I think so. Sorry, Jim. I blew it.
Yeah,
It was
man.
bad.
It's alright.
I blew it.
Whatever. Shit happens, dude. Probably would have blown it too, you know? It's not your fault, really.
I should have brought it around this side, but I wanted to bring it to the net over there.
Yeah.
I'm so sad right now.
Hey, that would have been amazing, right? To end the day right before camp.
Water's like 10 feet high.
Finally pulling up at camp, beautiful beach. There's actually a couple picnic tables here, I think they're the lodges.
So it's the morning of day 7. Beautiful day, but another really windy one. Maybe not quite as ripping wind, but definitely still need the catamaran. And in order to save a little bit of energy and time and gain some speed, because this thing's not, as you can imagine, breaking any speed records, we're gonna try to rig up a little sail rig. We've never rigged this style up before. And I think if it works, it will be better and more fun. But you know, we have another system we've used before that we know how to use, so it's a bit of a gamble to see if this one's going to be better or not, or if it's going to be like we should have gone with what we knew. But it certainly has a lot of potential. So excited about that. We're just tying 2 trees on either side of the canoe, and we're going to put up a tarp in the middle with a couple of loops so we can raise and lower it and tie it back to our seats. This wouldn't really be that safe in winds in a single canoe, but because of the catamaran, it should be much safer. Up here or what? I just did it Good system for tying 2 ropes together. Tie a knot through, and then same with the other one. Tag end comes up this way, like that, and pull them together. The more you pull, the tighter they'll cinch.
Oh, just do a test. Well, Ted and I just rigged up a sail for our catamaran. We're gonna have mostly a tailwind again today, judging by the way that the lake turns. We made it with pulleys at the top of the double mast system that we could pull up and then drop down if the winds change, so it's not a fixed sail. It took a while, so it's like, if we just got out there, would we make it further ultimately? One thing is we probably won't be as exhausted, but we have 32K to make it today. A lot of that is on the lake where hopefully we can use the wind to our advantage, but we had to make a sail that we could drop because right off the hop we almost have to paddle into the wind before we can turn and pick up a tailwind on the other side of this island that we're camped on. So yeah, we basically just took poles, tied them down to the side, lashed them off every which way so that it wouldn't wobble either way. Then we folded a tarp in half, tied it off to the mast, so hopefully when we pull it back and tie it off and raise the mast, it doesn't get in the way of our paddling, because we're still going to want to paddle and steer too. The sail, because it billows out, will actually be able to kind of twist some, and we might not need an exact tailwind to make it work. So we'll see a bit of a test. Hopefully this hasn't been a waste of time, but it looks good to me. So now we just pack up quick, get on the water and start making distance. Whatever, that's nothing. Let's just go. We'll just hold it. Alright, jump in, man. Come on. Shut up. You're taking forever, dude. Well, I just want to get out of here and you're literally taking forever.
You're taking
I've been sitting here ready.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
Just put your tripod.
Dude, I've been waiting for you. Okay, I took you like 6 hours to do everything. If you don't realize that, you have a serious problem.
No.
Dude, I was done my sail like 20 minutes before you. Okay, whatever. All right, let's go. No, it's not.
Your sail's also shittier and use like 10 times more portage.
No. This looks pretty cool though, eh? Yep.
I think we should paddle that way.
Think so?
Yeah, because we're gonna have to beast into this headwind for an hour just to get around the point. No?
Well, then how are we gonna cross?
Why do we need to cross?
Well, because we're gonna need to cross to get to the mouth. I think we should go the other way, dude. Okay? Yeah. It's gonna take forever to get out there. I mean, we've made it pretty far.
Why? Just so we can sail back the same way we just paddled?
Kind of, yeah. But let's paddle out here and then we'll spin around and lift the sail. Okay. Well, we just paddled out to where there's a bit more of a tailwind.
And we're gonna try our sail here in a moment.
Yeah, it's good to test it out when Ted's saying when the wind isn't so strong. Ready?
Yeah!
Oh, yeah.
It's working. Yes!
In.
I say we sail into that point.
The far point?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll just back paddle or something.
Maybe we can sail the shore or something. We're sailing! Taking us directly to the point right now.
Nice.
Yeah!
How does that song go, Ted?
Goes, oh, and everywhere I roam, where I know my place is home.
As the ocean meets the sky, I'll be sailing. Woo!
So Jim's sail rig is working. I had my doubts, but he proved me wrong. I'm like, I think it'll work better if we don't blow it. And I've used these 2 Carpenter's garbage bags before, which essentially would be another pole in the middle. But you can't raise it and lower with these pulleys. You have to push it up with your paddle. Works pretty good, but it's a little more crude and not nearly as cool. Doesn't really need much cordage, but this is awesome. And the thing about this that's really good is even when the wind is kind of blowing that way, the sail flexes and we can still actually catch the wind and move somewhere.
Today we're trying to make it through Big Sand Lake. We have a narrows to go through and then another big part of the lake. Then we get back into a river-like section and get into Wolf Lake. And we're hoping we can make it to Wolf Lake today before the South Seal really picks up like a proper river. But now it's a little questionable.
Up here. I'm a sailor, I sail. Ahoy!
What about Bob?
Nailed it.
To take down the sail because fortunately we don't have a tailwind anymore.
Just paddling to the narrows on Big Sand. We had to drop our sail because it's not enough of a tailwind, and so the sail started flapping, and we got to cross to make it there, and so it's a bit tough, but yeah, pretty ballsy crossing. Pretty big swells we're paddling across here.
We're gonna have to just paddle hard for about 2 miles till we get to the narrows, and maybe once we're through we turn north again. Well, we do turn north again, so maybe we'll have a tailwind and we'll be able to put the sail up at that point. Here's a loon. Oh, he just coming to check us out. He doesn't mind the waves. We were completely broadsiding the waves. Some big ones were crashing right over the gunnel, and I paddle hard and we knife our stern into it so it didn't crash sideways into us. And we haven't been able to use the sail for some time.
Well, we just pulled over here to have a little lunch break after making that big crossing, and we're just heading around a point, and we got to go through a little bit of a narrows to another big section of Big Sand Lake, and it is absolutely ripping hot out. So the lake is flooded. Like, it's supposed to have all these like absolutely huge gorgeous beaches because it's called Big Sand Lake, and we've camped on a few, but like there should be these huge beaches in front of them as well, and they're just all underwater. And we paddled through a section today that we couldn't even see the bottom. It was supposed to be a big sand sandbar kind of thing connecting an island, and you know, that's crazy. So we'll just have to deal with things as we get to it. But I'm nervous about how the river's gonna be. Scared shitless about it. You know, I think though that we got to just keep a straight, clean head and be like really safe, and like if we need to spread out our food and take more days if we have to, just to be safe. And like if we missed our train, that would be like,
yeah, we can portage, but portaging takes forever, you know?
right. And then you'll have like less food, and we're not catching as much fish as we thought through here. I lost that tank yesterday. That would have been a few meals, but you know, and often high water and rivers means much harder fishing. So anyway,
Well, this has turned into a ripping headwind because we had to make a sharp turn to go through the narrows, which put us almost facing into the wind. It's like a 2-kilometer stretch.
Not very into the wind over there.
We're barely inching along. Just paddle to that point.
Open there.
Anyways, yeah, so we're just barely inching along on this like 1.5-mile stretch of narrows here. Catamaran is not fast, let alone paddling into a headwind. You steer, Ted. Anyways, but soon we're going to take a sharp right turn, so maybe on this next part of Big Sand the wind will be helping us. I don't know though. It looks like it might not be, which sucks. Made it out of the mouth where the wind was being channeled, but now we're just getting more or less a headwind. Now we're kind of being broadsided and the wind's blowing us into shore, so we're just basically trying to keep out of being blown into the bushes on shore. It's doing anything but help us at this point, but we're hoping when we round this bend it'll start to be in our favor. Right now, and the wind's not even strong.
6.
Right now we're up to 6 kilometers an hour without even paddling. Just using the sail. Freaking awesome. Yeah, we're cruising USA. We had to drop the sail and battle the waves, but we just rounded another point. The wind seemed to be dying a bit for now anyways, but now that we've rounded this point we are going to get a little more of a tailwind, so we'll paddle for a bit more and then probably raise the sail and see where we can get. There's no wind in our sails. The winds have died. Look at the sun dancing on that water there. Looks like a hologram. We were just thinking, well, once we get around this point, it's gonna be epic. And we rounded the point and like somehow the wind just has absolutely died. There's no wind in our sails, literally and metaphorically. So yeah, we're basically gonna sit here and contemplate
for a bit, and then we're gonna probably go to shore and saw the catamaran apart in sails and just whip them in a pile and go back to double blading. It's been good to us, but at this point there's absolutely no point in keeping it with us because it's like placid here.
The wind is like absolutely died, and the lake is just dead calm. Pretty calm. So this catamaran is, you know, pretty slow and useless at this point, and so is the sail, even more useless. So we're going to roll the dice here because we're getting close to the end of this massive lake, and we're going to paddle into shore and saw the catamaran in half so we don't have to take the time to untie it all.
It's gonna be sad.
Yeah, it's gonna be a sad moment. And take down the sail and switch back to the double blades and try to beast another 12 kilometers today. It's already 7:40. Hopefully we can have this thing apart by 8 o'clock and then paddle till about 10.
It went pretty far too.
Thank you for your service.
The ropes around the bottom of our boat are going to slow us down, but we just don't want to take the time to untie everything now. We don't want to cut those ropes. One. Thank you, little logs.
Well, we just sawed apart the catamaran. A lot faster than putting it together, that's for sure.
For dang sure. Severing of the catamaran. We gotta bang off another 12K. Ted's getting back in after the severing of the catamaran. We're calling it Pisew.
Pisew the catamaran. Pisew means lynx.
In Cree.
Really did us a great service. It was solid as a rock. Took us across some extremely dangerous crossings in this frigid lake. And it handled like a dream as far as being safe goes and stability and exactly what it was supposed to do. But unfortunately, sometimes all good things must come to an end.
Sail worked out great. In the end, probably worth building it. Oh man, I wouldn't mind sawing this off, eh? And yeah, winds have totally died, and now we're gonna try to bang off 12K.
Was the sail worth it?
I think so, yeah.
Was the trip worth it?
That's up for question.
I think that there's just like lake trout everywhere. They're just not biting for some reason. You know? We just saw like 3 of their backs.
crazy change of events. From huge breaking whitecaps threatening to swamp our catamaran, sailing on the middle of a huge lake and huge swells, to absolutely no wind whatsoever, back to our solo canoes and nary a ripple on the lake, all within the course of 45 minutes. Amazing.
Incredible. We're coming down the home stretch of big sand.
It was not particularly kind to us.
No. Well, we came into it just like this.
Yeah. Love how we just managed to overcome. We did that one sketchy open water crossing, and then like we paddled with the waves, and then it got really scary, so we built a catamaran and it worked, and we made it a good distance, and then today we made the sail, and you know what I mean? Like huge crossing and gigantic waves. Holy man, you know? Not for the faint of heart, you know?
Yeah. And then built a sail and just like sailed all the way here, and then like literally, yeah, like within an hour.
Just like challenged us, you know? And we managed to, instead of just sitting on our butts for 2 days, think about how far back we'd be if we never made a catamaran and we just stayed there and waited for the wind to break, you know?
All the booze would be gone.
Yeah, all the booze would be gone for sure. Oh, tobacco.
Well, we have completed paddling Big Sand Lake.
Here, here.
Cheers. 120 kilometers from freaking input to output.
Largest lake I've ever paddled in entirety.
Cheers.
So we're having a celebratory swig. It's f***ing delicious.
Yeah. We did it. Blah, blah, blah. Big Sand Lake. Yeah, we did it.
We did it.
Uh, 11:15, and after leaving Big Sand, we were unable to find a campsite, and it's not looking too good. We paddled down a section of river. We were hoping there'd be a bit of current, and there's not much. And we're just entering Wolf Lake, and we really hope we can find something here soon, because it's going to be dark in about 30 minutes to 45 minutes, and it's just because of this flooding, everything is just so swamped, so we're getting a little worried. And of course we're exhausted and hangry, and you know, so we're really looking forward to finding somewhere to camp on this lake. I just don't know where it is. I thought maybe it would be at that point, or there's probably something pretty sick, but like it's like there's no time to look for it at this point, right? So
Look, so this is you're talking about here.
Yeah.
So we're like right here.
Yeah, we're 1.2 kilometers from the tip of that point.
Yeah, okay.
So I think
1 mile or something to it though. So do you want to try to head for that point?
I don't know. Maybe we should just go to that sand.
I think
and find
maybe in
there.
there's something good, because you see here, on this map, it shows this as being 2 lakes and this little thing there.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably completely flooded out in one lake, but it might be kind of like similar to that island we stayed on.
Let's take what we can get. That still looks pretty cliffy, but you know. Eagle.
Looks like there's some overturned boats there, but the windows are boarded up.
Really?
Yeah. It's like 11:30 and we've been like pushing to make our destination. We're gonna take the first spot we saw, but there's just nowhere except for just bush swamps. You're still trolling it, Ted? Yeah. There's like nowhere except for bush swamps, and
after like beast paddling late into the night, me and Ted getting in a blow up over something to do with interrupting each other. It's 11 o'clock. Yeah, no you didn't. Mine turned on first. Dude, I just pulled mine out and turned it on.
Already talking.
Yeah, and because you totally cut me off, dude.
I didn't. I was like, so, and you're like, so, it's 11
Yeah, you started talking first because... And, you just got snagged on me.
On you?
Yep.
You floated into me.
I floated into you.
You did.
Wow.
Is that how it happened? Floated your...
Sure, the same as that you f***ing paddled into me, you know? Okay, well, wow. The bugs are pretty bad. Anyway, so we rounded this corner and we found a beach with some cabins on it. Whoa! I think the lodge owns them, the Sand Lake Lodge. It's like an outpost camp. I see like windows boarded up and some boats, and I don't know if anybody's there. It seems pretty quiet, but it is like really late. So we're gonna go over there and potentially camp there and maybe stay in the cabin if it's open. Hopefully we don't wake anyone up or get shot with someone who thinks we're a bear. But anyways, yeah, crazy day. I've been on the water for like 13 hours or something like that. So if we could actually have a cabin, sometimes there's a cabin. If we could actually have a cabin, that would make life a lot easier. You know? That's not really a good thing for reconciliation, eh, Ted?
What?
Getting snagged on my boat?
You paddled right into my fishing line.
That's what I'm saying. It's another argumentative topic. And we were trying to reconcile our last argument.
Well, you were like, you snagged on my boat.
Well, is it not your rod?
You paddled into my
Right,
line.
but so sorry, the terminology, I don't know how else I would have phrased that, you know?
Yeah, well, you were blaming me. That's what was happening.
Okay.
Is that not what you were doing?
No, not at all. Whoa. Cabins, yeah! We are just sitting here in an outfitter's cabin on Wolf Lake on the South Seal River system. Got to camp at 11:30 last night after almost a 13-hour day. It was almost pitch black and we were getting concerned. I rounded a corner and saw these cabins and it's just like, because it was just a sight for sore eyes in the true sense of the term, which was awesome. Pretty buggy in here, but I ran the thermocell inside the cabin last night and the bugs just didn't bother us at all. Probably exhaustion helped us sleep through any buzzing in our ears too. Had my oatmeal, put my lunch aside, and now it's packing up and getting out of here. We're going to leave this cabin exactly the way we found it, give it a good sweep. There were some bed sheets in here. We didn't use any of those. I slept on my ground pad on the mattress just to make sure that we were respectful of the owners. There was a plywood board hammered across the door to keep bears out. You can see bear claw scratches on the door. The next cabin over is probably the cooking cabin where they put boards with nails in it all over the place to keep the bears out of there. We got another 31K to make it. Hopefully we get into a bunch of current. We have a big long rapid coming up and we're worried that that might be a portage with these absolutely ridiculously high water. situation that we have going on here. I'm gonna put this back where I found it. Be very annoying for the owners to get here and not have it. Whew. On the water. A lot of bungling this morning. Ted and I have come up with a word for bungling, is like when you need to, like, you know, change your lure, but all your lures are crammed in a pile and they're all hooked together, and you're like falling behind and the wind's blowing you back in the wrong direction and the other guy's ahead, and then like you finally get a lure out but the rest dump out on the floor, and then you cast out and immediately you get snagged, and then your GoPro batteries die and you need to like find more GoPro batteries, and then the one that you put in is dead and you didn't know, and then like you have to format a card, and you format a card that you like, you know, actually you just rode over it. That would be like a category 5 bungle right there. I think this morning we're at like about a category 3 bungle. Ted feels like he's more category 3.54 bungle this morning. But yeah, a lot of bungling. It's really good to have your systems down pat.
Crossing Wolf Lake, Ted and I caught more small pike than we could count. We were just catching one after the other, but nothing of any decent size.
Pike like that, you're trolling.
Soon, we found ourselves in the current of the South Seal River.
Well, we're just exiting Wolf Lake. Wolf Lake was good to us.
Current.
With the high water levels, the current was strong.
Oh, what a day.
Not long after that, we made our way up to the 2-kilometer long rapid that we were concerned about. Pulling over into the flooded forest, we prepared for the run.
Totally flooded out. Like the hard ground doesn't start till way back there. Pushy current coming right up to this rapid, which can be dangerous because that could sweep you into a potentially unrunnable rapid. So I'm just going to strap some stuff down here and then start giving her.
The rapid that we were worried about summed up to be just a 2-kilometer stretch of really strong and heavy current with a couple parts that were maybe a class 2. We managed to cheat the big stuff down the right by following an eddy line, relieved that we didn't have to portage. Basically, it was a piece of cake. There seemed to be no place anywhere to camp.
I see some sandy bluffs, Ted. I don't know if that means a campsite though.
Let's just pull the canoes off at the low part over there.
There's just ripping fast current here, dude. We have to camp up there.
With little other choice, we pulled over at the base of a high bank. We would need to haul all of our gear up on top of the esker to find flat, dry ground.
We have to hike up a cliff to get to camp because there's just absolutely no camping on the river because of this high water. This is the best thing we've seen in the last 30 kilometers. Forgot how hard portaging was.
How was that, Ted?
Well, one thing this site has is an amazing view, which is pretty cool because everything's been pretty flat, so we haven't had that yet. It feels pretty freeing to be up and above, looking at the river and the landscape. It's really beautiful, and the spot up here is great. So hike from the canoes, really tough to take out all their stuff, but overall just beautiful. Than I expected. Hey Jim, I got a bail! I got a bail! Left! We got a bail after that one, baby. Holy okay? Dude, that was a class 3. The double blade was sick in that. See my front ferry there? Yeah, that was sick. The reason I did it is because I saw another passage on the right, but I knew I had enough time to get over. When you did it, I did it, but I had way more time. But the double blade to get left was like so easy. Yeah, the thing that's weird about it is your top hand isn't like this. So like your brace is kind of a little like your wrist is more like this. Yeah. You know? But anyways, I'm not surprised that one was pretty big. I just was surprised that it was so irregular in that one stretch. Yeah, that was pretty big, dude. I just ripped out my other knee pad. Like half an inch. I might get used to it, you know? All right, quick bail back on the river. Wow, that was pretty exhilarating. Way bigger than we thought it was gonna be.
With the rapids behind us, we cruised through a stretch of calm water and enjoyed the beautiful scenery that was all around us.
Starting to get these really cool eskers seemingly more frequently on the river.
Well, we are just at a calm part of the South Seal River here. More and more of these sandy bluffs, evidence of past glaciation.
The trees are underwater.
Soon, the river picked up in flow. Not too far ahead lay the rapid that we were concerned about.
Yeah.
I can hear it.
Yeah, I can hear it too.
Sounds pretty big.
Sounds Which side do you want to get out on? It looks like the left here. Looks like I can almost see the bottom of it.
The right? Yeah, no, let's get out on the left.
Yeah, okay. Looks like we might be able to scout from the left. Maybe it won't make much of a difference. Dude, it looks raging. Those waves are all holes, you know, that I see. We might be SOL, pal.
Why don't you just pull out like right now on this, because there's no alders here.
Well, I'm gonna pull over on this eddy here. Is it not much of an eddy? It looks like if we hike up there,
I gotta change a card here.
it looks raging. So here is the rapid in question. It doesn't look too big from here, but man, there's some irregular waves, and let me tell you, those are huge. Look at the splashing, they're gonna push you around. Looks like a ledge, and it probably is not gonna be runnable unless we can find a sneak route down the side, but it is raging.
Luckily, getting out was pretty safe. So I think maybe the water has actually come down a smidge. At least in some sections here where it's pinched, the shore swept clean and we can actually walk on it a little bit in some spots. So that makes life a lot easier. Oh my God, dude.
See the rocks on either side?
Yeah.
Definitely pinched between the rocks that you see here and the rocks on the other side there. Don't allow it to come out and sort of flood out over the bank, so all that water is forced and the water is traveling fast, and as soon as it hits the slower water below it, it backs up on itself, and that's what creates standing waves. This is a portage.
Part of me also likes coming to here though, because like you can see down from sooner.
You see how pushy the water is. We have this small back eddy here, and that's it. If you miss that, I mean, you're gonna have to try to get to shore and scramble out of the boat in the current, and when you're paddling solo, it's a lot harder to land because there's nobody in the bow. I mean, the current is just flying right up to the rapid with nowhere to get out there. Oh, there's a big eddy there behind that boulder there.
That's why I was saying the right, like to like walk down the right is way
well, I was
easier.
saying we saw this eddy, so let's pull over here, check it out, see if there's a safe place to get over. And I see one. You see this eddy here? It's pretty small, but you see behind this rock here.
Yeah.
You know, so we could sneak down the right shore and eddy out
Might be
behind
kind
that
of
rock.
deep there though too.
Yeah, we stayed and front ferried over slowly and even just like kept our bows pointing up river. We could just kind of front ferry into that eddy there.
Right. Oh geez.
It's just so hard to scout it, you know? To go up this cliff and walk way up there.
Definitely not portaging on this side of the river though.
Yeah. Hell no.
Good view of that eddy from here.
Well, we just climbed up a steep bluff here and the rapid looks raging. And you know, if it looks big from up here, it's like 5 times as big when you're in it. These beginning waves are huge. You know, and curling too. So I've decided it's unrunnable, or that we can't run it. So we're gonna front ferry over, eddy out on the other side, weight our boats down, hopefully if it's deep enough, to another eddy to shorten our portage, and then carry over the bald rock you see on the right there. Definitely cutting into our time, and hopefully the put-in isn't like a put-in into class 3, but we'll see. So anyways, we come up with a plan. Let's go and do it. If we see a better line to run the rapid when we're on that side, maybe we'll take it, but at this point it's looking like a portage. We blow this front ferry job, we're gonna be pretty hooped. Gotta get the right angle, and your net movement will be sideways.
Well, we decided to track our canoes down this sketchy shore here. It's quite deep. You have to hold like the willows and trees and lean out to get into this eddy here.
And he's gonna go right to there. And hopefully it'll be a short portage. The put-in for the portage might be like a class 3. This is cutting into our day significantly. It's almost doable, dude, you know?
Big old Baird's been hanging around here. Tons of piles.
We're gonna have to put in there and then line to over here and then load over there. Yeah.
I just need you to push it. See that rock in front of you? If the nose goes into that, just get it off. I got it pretty good here, dude. Come back and hold the canoe, and then I'll just come and do the same for you, you know? You can almost just line it and carry our gear over there. Right.
While Ted was tying up his boat, he discovered a better place to load the canoes that wouldn't be too much of a bushwhack if just carrying your packs. Before I put my boat in, as I carried my packs over to the new loading spot, I handed my rod over to Ted, as he wanted to get in on the fishing action too.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice one.
Nice. Oh, lost him. Yep.
Yes. Oh, that was pretty good.
Nice stringer of walleye. Then we need some fish.
Your boat's kind of in the way, eh?
Yeah, I'll paddle it away.
Okay. Got it.
Game it up to the course there.
Just move yours down a bit.
What's your plan for these?
I don't know, just like tie them to your seat or something.
Standing there re-rigging this camera that we're on right now, and my jig head with the little grub was just in the water on the shore, and bam, this walleye just takes it, almost pulls my rod in the freaking lake, in the river. Alright, let him go.
How many do we have? 4? Probably could use one more. Absolutely loaded full of walleye here. Yeah! Look at that. Every cast almost, eh, Ted?
Bigger. It's big, dude. This one's bigger. Keep.
Yeah. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a good one. Oh. You don't even have to cast. Look at this, eh? Whoa. Look at that. Well, at times like this, I wish we didn't have such an intense travel schedule. And who knows, maybe it'll be fine and we would have been able to stay here for longer, but with this high water, we just don't know what we're going to be faced with, and huge lakes to cross and wind and stuff like that.
Beautiful day. We're gonna have to pour on the coal because we are way behind schedule.
Where's Waldo? Woo! Special area there. Bear sign, eagle. We saw an eagle flying up when we got here. Then when we got there, we found the fish the eagle had eaten. Probably walleye. Mr. Twister, curly tail grub here, and it's just slamming him, and that is a pretty nice one, I'd say.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's a heavy fish. Nice. Just a beauty. Gorgeous fish. That didn't work out as planned. We've only made it 8 kilometers and we need to make it 30 today. So we need to get going.
Yeah, pretty big pike on here. Look!
As much as I want to stay and fish, really do.
Whoa! Holy sh! I just accidentally caught a tank. Yeah. Look at that guy. We're gonna let this chunker go. Goodbye.
I don't know what Jim's doing.
Moving up to another long rapid. This one, shit. Yo! I'm coming. We should have good current all the way to Loon Lake, but yeah, took us a long time to do that. Dudes, I caught a pike, had to take it off. Then I just had my rod like this, not even moving. Then all of a sudden, the biggest walleye I've caught all trip hammered it.
Dude, that was incredible, eh?
Yeah.
Moving on downriver, we ran some whitewater and cruised in swift current.
We're going 11.4K an hour.
Well, just to give you an idea of how high the water is, we rounded a bend and there is a boat washed up on shore out here in the wilderness, and that would have come all the way from Wolf Lake, where the outpost cabin was, literally 40 kilometers.
Must have broke free because of all this flooding.
Big Sand Lake Lodge, Wolf Lake Outpost Camp, tin boat's final resting place.
Soon, the river opened up and the surrounding country was painted in the golden light of a perfect evening. We enjoyed the calm water and the inspiring scenery, but it wouldn't last.
Yes. It's slimy and stinky. You know? Drop 2 canoes all your...
As the hour grew late, we approached our destination at Loon Lake, and a wicked headwind blew up, forcing us to paddle hard while making little distance.
Well, everything was going great. And out of nowhere, ripping headwind picked up.
Worse still, there was no obvious place to camp. All around us was flooded, marshy, and heavily vegetated banks.
It's 9:45, and once again, we don't have a campsite and nothing looks good around here. It's all swamped out, flooded.
You think we can get in here? At least it's out of the wind. Look at the Whitecaps out there. I don't even know if there's any solid ground in here, man.
Paddling into the bushes, we finally found hard ground.
There's no hard ground here. It's a swamp.
We had to portage our outfit through deep moss to a dry, flat space as it grew dark. And the winds gained.
People have those huge pens at the lodges, you know? It's like do a whole mess up quick. So I'm using some Cajun fish crisp, which is basically just like a powder. I put that in the bag with the fillets. Give it a shake up. Get the fillets nice and coated. You can just use all kinds of things, just even flour just works. And then get them nice and coated. Lay them right in that hot oil, baby. Oh yeah. Well, we might as well start pounding this.
Yummy! Walleye with a little Frank's buffalo. Just delicious. Huge whitecaps out here.
Well, Ted's just gone down to the water with his first load to take to the boat, and it's reported that there are huge whitecaps out there, which is concerning. So we might be windbound after breaking camp and all this shit. It's just, when I looked out this morning, it wasn't so bad, but it might have picked up. So hopefully we can make it across Loon Lake here, and then we have Chippewayan Lake, which is even bigger. So concerning.
Set the tarp up, wait it out.
Maybe. It looks sketchy just to paddle over to there.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty big over there, man. Dusting too.
Yeah, like even
It's
just
almost
right
like we
here,
need to
so
backtrack to those islands and cross there. You know what I mean?
and then just stay right shore the whole way.
Right.
Yeah. Like it looks
But
like
even this crossing we did yesterday from the island might be pretty hard.
That's concerning.
They're huge, dude. They're way bigger than yesterday.
This lake's not even big.
I know.
Must be like so windy out there.
Yeah, man. It's a concern when you need to be making time, that's for sure. So sometimes you can make, you gotta make a calculated decision that's you know, always has safety in mind for sure.
Look at how much water is in the boat. Crazy. Decided we're gonna go for this crossing. Gonna kind of backtrack a bit.
We're going to actually, instead of cross here because it's way too dangerous and big, we're gonna paddle back the way we came a bit to where the wind is blocked by this point in the island. Then make a crossing, sort of front faring into the wind where the waves are smaller, and then hug the right shore, because that's all we have to do. We're gonna have to brunt some big waves for a bit head on, but we'll be right up to shore and much safer. And we got our dry suits on and our life jackets on, and you know, but it's definitely gonna be next to impossible to make our distance today, but hopefully we can make this crossing safely. And the next big lake we get to, maybe the wind will have died by then, hopefully, and you know, we just progress. So every little bit of progression is feels good, and you know, as long as we do it safely.
They say happiness is progression. I've heard that. Just not just on a trip. It's funny you should mention that. But in life, if you can just do something every day to get yourself closer to your goals or to progress in some way, it feels like a good day. You know what I mean?
Right.
So this is the case with an expedition, but it's also the case just in your day-to-day life. Using this Aikilos double blade paddle by Warner Paddles. exactly what we don't need.
It's always deceiving. The waves are always bigger than you think. So hopefully this is the right move. Dude, look at them down there.
What?
Look at the waves down there, bro.
What the? It must be the current. It must be them hitting the current.
Yeah, that actually makes it way harder.
So you want to cross or you want to go down further?
I don't know, man. There's still whitecaps out there. I think to be safe, we should just go down a bit.
Okay.
Oh my God, they look huge out there. This is a little much to be paddling into this headwind.
Well, we have made it to a little calm spot behind a point. Rained and wind. Rain's actually picked up, but nothing's getting better.
After all of that, we've only made it about 1.5 kilometers.
Which means we're halfway across Loon Lake. And we're doing it. We're making progress.
Even if it's very slowly.
Which is incredible because sometimes when I look at shore, it seems like I'm going backwards. So somehow that's encouraging, but you know, most of the time people wouldn't, I don't think would paddle in this. They'd just stay at camp. You know, like part of the problem was that we couldn't really see the way things were from camp because we were nestled into the bush, into a bay. We could kind of see, but we thought, oh, we'll be okay. And I guess we are okay, but it's you know? Like it's just but yeah, so we're just pacing ourselves. We're not panically like rushing paddling because we don't want to run out of gas in a dangerous position, and just kind of jumping the points and hugging the bays.
It's pretty chilly when you stop though now, eh?
Yeah, working up a sweat. You catch a chill when you stop.
Rain just picked up again. Imagine we did this in pajamas.
Back at it again here after a short break. A spot with no wind, and it's just seeming stupid. There is current here, and I think the wind is coming in against the current, which is creating more waves. So I think that once we get past the flow and into Loon Lake proper, that the waves might not be as big. Oh my God, it looks like they are. I see some like hard ground over there. Maybe we can kind of front ferry across here and then give up.
Because we got a bit of a crossing, but it's kind of sketchy, so stay a little closer to shore while kind of using the wind almost like a river, ferrying, let the wind push us along the shore a bit more. Oh, some big waves. Sketchier coming through this section a bit faster because it's on a total headwind. Eat on the go. gonna try to get across here. About halfway across. Maybe it's a bad idea, I don't know. This is pretty
Well, if we make it across this lake and this will be a f***ing victory.
Oh, the shore! Okay. We did it! Finally made it across Loon Lake. Just exiting out here back into the South Seal River.
Hardest 3 kilometers of the trip, though, eh?
I think the hardest 3 kilometers I've paddled, except for maybe on the Beaufort Sea.
Oh yeah, well, that's for sure. We were almost dying out there, though.
Right.
That was though, eh?
This is a very bad day.
Did you see turning around the bend? I started going into them. I'm like, oh, I can't. I had to turn, and there was just some huge rollers.
Yeah, we went faster for a bit there because we were surfing a little, but like broadsiding us, so it was way sketchier.
Well, shall we?
I thought you'd never ask.
Nope, you've never known. Just pulling up to Chipewyan Lake. We banged off about 10k.
We're gonna have to stop on this point here.
The wind and waves look huge. Chipewyan Lake is much larger than Loon Lake.
Loon Lake was only 3 kilometers across, whereas Chipewyan, like, even though we could stick to the left a bit here, it's much bigger. Like the wind has a lot longer to build. So it just looks crazy.
We're trying to take the time to build a catamaran again. Paddling into a headwind is likely futile, more effort than it's worth. So we might get closer, have a bit of a look. We might try to hug the shore, but probably we're gonna post up somewhere nearby here in a muskeg swamp and wait for the winds to break. If they don't break, we'll just end up camping here and getting an earlier start on tomorrow.
Brutal, eh?
Yeah, so Ted just went and peeked around the corner in the wind. He says it doesn't look good.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but
Battling it up the shore.
Chipewyan Lake is a no-go, which is really discouraging. It's just absolutely blasting wind.
post up here. We made it 10K, so we didn't fall too far behind, but yeah, I think we're windbound. We'll cross this lake when it becomes safer, because right now it's just danger.
What do you think? Looks like it might be really deep here though. Like, look at the size of these willows. Just looking for a spot, maybe we could put the tent or set up the tarp or something. Just found these really old tin cans. People have been here many years ago.
Pulled into these flooded trees here, and we're both starting to get a chill, so I'm gonna try to get camp set up, getting some dry clothes. Somehow my legs are still soaked, maybe just from sweat through my dry suit, I don't know. We're gonna try to move fast and you know, get a tarp set up, get a good camp rigged up, get a fire going, and hopefully get some hot chocolate going.
You buggeroonies. I wonder, hey Jim, like if people did clear those bushes.
Yeah.
You know?
For their goose camp, you know?
Yeah, it seems a little strange they'd be so hacked out.
And maybe it's spring goose, right? So maybe it's like, it's still frozen, you know? The river's just opening.
It does seem like it's pretty hacked out.
Yeah, we just are, you know, and if it was spring too, it would mean the water was pretty high, so it would be into the bushes.
A bit of a blind maybe for goose hunting there.
So basically we think we stayed at an old chip spring goose camp. Completely clean, no garbage, no real evidence of people except the goose blind that I just paddled past, the remainder of a waterfowl hunting blind, and then where we pulled our canoes up looked like the bushes were hacked out. And in Canada, most of the time Indigenous people, their main waterfowling hunt is in the spring, so in the spring that muskeg might still be kind of frozen. It might be a better site, water levels would be high, and hacking out those bushes would make it easier to get to shore, because the water at that time would probably be in the bushes usually, but it looks like it hasn't been used for a while. But yeah, we did see a lot of ducks as we were paddling this stretch of river, so I imagine might be able to access it from Tadoule in a freighter canoe with a motor going up the rapids in the spring. So that would be a pretty fun adventure, coming up here in a freighter canoe and setting up a waterfowl camp in this area.
Snow geese come through here.
We might be near its nest, eh? There are no shortage of big bald eagles out here. Ted and I are just cruising past two. For such a big bird, they don't make a very loud sound, and it seems like we might be near their nest, and they're not too happy with us. Oh, there's their nest. There's babies in it. Holy shit. No wonder they're pissed. Bald eagles make the biggest nest out of any bird.
Well, that was really cool.
Pretty cool experience. We passed an eagle that seemed to not really appreciate the company of me and Ted. Started calling. Then we saw another eagle, and I figured, okay, they're a nesting pair. Maybe they've got a nest around here somewhere. Well, sure enough, with a couple more paddle strokes, there was a nest. And true to bald eagle form, it's huge. Bald eagles build the biggest nests out of any bird, and they're up to 2 meters tall, which is my size. So super secure nests that can withstand, you know, all kinds of storms and all that kind of stuff. And they use them like many birds year after year as well. So yeah, and we even could see the baby bald eagle in the nest as well, which is pretty cool. And this is probably the mom that's sticking around here, just staying too close, keeping a watchful eye on me and Ted, making sure we don't get up to any funny business. But really cool experience to see them interacting with us right by their nest. So pretty awesome start to the day.
Looks like a class 2 maybe, Ted. It looks long.
Oh yeah! Woo! Yeah!
This is just good old-fashioned fun here, eh?
Great.
Yeah.
Class 1 fun. There's the eagle. Yo, you want to take some casts here?
Sure.
That was pretty good. Fun rapid.
Had to spin around in front for because we saw this nice eddy where we think there might be a few fish. So essentially, I had to run the last part of the rapid and the biggest standing waves backwards as I front ferried right. Made it a little harder to keep my angle because of the irregular waves, but pretty easy. Basically the biggest rapids in the entire thing, I just front ferried across, hitting them backwards. Oh, first cast.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
Oh, lost it. There it is again. Oh, a pike. Whoa! You see that jump?
Whoa, whoa. That's a nice one.
Gotcha, ya bugger. Look at that guy.
Nice.
Pike time. Oh, oh. I already landed you, you bastard.
The left hand, you know, you grab it and you fling. Let her go.
Beauty. All right.
Just getting my tackle all rigged up here. Jim's already been catching fish because I broke mine off yesterday and didn't retie before leaving camp.
Screaming down the class 1, front ferry over some huge waves to hit the eddy. First cast, nice fish. That's what I'm talking about. Whoa! Whoa! Holy dude!
Missing out on all the fun and the action right now.
Did you see that?
Missing out.
Oh! Ho, 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 ho. What? That's a fatty. Look at that guy. That is a decent old pike there.
All right. Jim's fishing with a spoon. He's catching some big pike. I'm hoping to catch a walleye.
Here, get a pic.
Oh, picks every 5 seconds. Let's take a selfie with your phone. Lost it?
Yeah, I didn't bother trying to grab it. It's alright, my bad.
It wasn't even that big. It's like the same size.
Oh, oh my god, this one's huge. Dude, your roll on this, man.
I just want to start fishing, Jim, you know?
I don't just, but we need the footage, Joe.
Yeah, well, you know, I want to like enjoy fishing.
Oh, stop, you're just jealous. I've rolled on you 100
Yeah,
times.
I'm jealous because I want to fish and I'm just like taking pictures of you the whole time.
Oh, Waldo! Where's Waldo, baby? Where's Waldo? Whoa. Oh, yeah! What a tank! Yeah! There's Waldo. There he is. There we go. Look.
Beauty. Nice fish. Gorgeous. What kind of fish is that?
Walleye, baby. Keep?
Sure. Last one is delicious.
Yeah.
At that size.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Finally, Ted's lure is in the water. That's why you should always tie your lure at camp, boys and girls. Or else you'll just miss out on the action and end up taking pictures of other people's fish. Well, you squabble to join the fun. But it's still fun to do that. But everyone's just like, yeah, catching fish, and you're just squabbling. Oh yeah. Oh, that. Oh no. Oh, and it must have been a pike. That was a heavy pike.
You got bit off?
Yeah. That was heavy, dude.
All right, let's see what we can do from here.
Put on a metal leader just because I got bit off in like 2 seconds there.
I'm getting bites here.
But I'm still missing out on the action here.
There's one. Woo! Oh, whoa, dude! Huge pike on. Oh, yeah. Oh my God.
Over 10?
Yeah.
I predicted to the camera that it was max 7.
Oh, calm down there, bud.
Well, it's getting up there, man.
I don't know, it's not that big.
I don't know, I'd say
It's so thick though.
I'd say it's getting up closer to 10.
Whoa.
Whoa!
Look at that.
Oh, that's a beast, Jim.
You rolling?
Yeah.
Got it? There you go, bud. Be on your merry way.
There you go.
Yeah! It's just slaying this little spoon.
What, the one I caught the lake trout on?
Huh?
I thought it was a ridgeback.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Williams Ridgeback is just slaying out here. Gold and orange color, just a small spoon.
Just switched it up to a heavier jig head, yellow in color. We'll see if that makes a difference. It's been working for me all trip. I put the metal leader on and it seems to just suck. Oh, here we go. There we go.
What is it?
It's a pike. Pretty small. It's a fish. A fish is a fish. There you go, bud. Oh, oh, there he goes. I've caught one little dink hammer handle, and Jim's caught probably like an 8 or 9 pound, maybe even 10 pound pike, a beautiful walleye, and several other pike. And I've basically just been bungling with tackle the whole time. And then as soon as I seem to be ready, Jim catches another one, and I'm taking a picture and filming. So that's just how it goes sometimes when you're fishing, you know? Everyone else is out loading in and you're bungling with your line is bird's nested, or you get bit off and you have to tie a lure. So that's just what happens. So that's one of those occasions, but it's always good to see somebody catching fish, especially when we need to eat.
Another pike. Just loaded with pike in here, eh? It's actually, this one's actually a decent eater. It's been violently attacked. Yeah, you can see the signs of predation on this fish here too, from just other bigger pike attacking it. Whoa, pepping that guy. You want to get going?
Sure.
Last cast.
Yeah. Put it up. Heavy. Walleye. Oh.
Yeah!
Beauty. There she is. It is hard to leave spots like this though, so unfortunately we do have to leave. Probably should leave like 20 minutes ago.
Probably, eh?
But I'm going to take another cast.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Is that Waldo? Is that Waldo? Oh, it's a dink pike. A dink pike. I remember when I was messing with you dicks for a long time.
I put on this like Fire Tiger. It's like yellow and orange and black Meps 4 spinner because oh yeah, I got a tank. I got a tank. I think so. Considering it's a pike, maybe it's not that big of a tank. I don't know. We will see. It is pulling down quite a bit. Tank walleye!
Yeah! Come over, I'll get a picture. Well, Ted was all bummed up and getting jealous of me, and he was all bummed out because he was like, got bit off, and he's just caught in a tank walleye, probably the biggest one of the trip yet. So that frown has been turned upside down on old Teddy. What? One thing that's pretty special about this spot is just it's loaded full of bigger size fish. Just fishing the eddy line here. Big back eddy with some still water in it. The back eddy's all full of boils and no still water. It's usually not the best, but right now this rapid's carrying oxygenated water and food down in it, and the fish can just hang out in the still water of the eddy. Usually they kind of face upriver and just hammer whatever comes down river in the way of food, just things that have fallen in, other fish that have been swept down. Fortunately, Ted had that eye to see this eddy, and basically we turned around and front ferried across the biggest waves of this whole rapid, hitting them backwards just to make it to this fishing hole. And it has proved to be quite fruitful. We caught dinner, caught a huge pike, a whole mess of other fish. Awesome, super fun. But unfortunately, we don't have time to stick around. And we have to push on.
Last two here at the end, eh?
Totally, yeah, that's what we were front ferrying across.
Right.
Yeah, I think the double blade is way better for that, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's catch this Eddie fishing hole. Ah! And I'm just like, what am I doing? I started surfing one of the waves.
Yeah, it was surfing.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just like, why didn't we just go down there and paddle back up?
I don't know.
I didn't know we were going to be able to.
Well, that was fun. From wondering if we were going to have a portage to just bombing the rapid and then just slamming fish. And in the end I got my fill, because at first I was just bungling and Jim was just cheering and catching fish, and I was just like, yeah, I'm missing out. And anyway, I got some good shots of his pics and video of his fish and pics of his fish, and then managed to kind of change my lures up and be able to target them. And once I got the right lure on, I just caught two really nice walleye. So just beautiful, beautiful.
I bet you there's a 40-inch pike in here somewhere, but we gotta go. Gotta make time. We got dinner. We're gonna leave this epic fishing hole. Upriver we hit an epic hole where it was like every cast, crazy numbers, but here they're all just tanks. I guess we caught a couple small pike, but probably my pike was 10 pounds. You know, 8 to 10 anyways. Check this out.
Just paddling up to this really cool esker here. There used to be a kilometer and a half of ice here with a raging river flowing under it that created this. So times have certainly changed. Pretty cool.
Well, as we're cruising along the river here, we noticed a tributary. Now, most of the tributaries we pass is very slow moving, but this one has a bunch of rapids marked upriver. Rapide is how you say rapid in French. So because it's coming out with some current, it means that it might be fishy. So we're gonna paddle up it a bit, take a couple casty poos, see if we can slam a giant.
We're hoping this is gonna be hammer time for fishing here, is what he's trying to get at. We're paddling up a tributary that has some current and rapids. Oh my goodness, Jim, the first there is. Maybe we're gonna get in here. What do you think?
There might be grayling.
Maybe we'll catch a 20-pound walleye. 20 pounds. excited. But look really promising.
Yeah.
Not so good in the end, it would appear. Oh well. Not that there aren't fish here and that we couldn't catch one if we stuck around trying.
Gonna just get going, make some distance?
I don't know.
We already have food, you know?
Exactly.
Oh man, but I drew a picture of a fish on the map. Oh, a nice walleye. Just wasn't going deep enough. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Yup. Yup. Not as big as that one. What a beauty. Woo! Walleye, baby.
Hooked into something just jigging. Oh, it's a beast walleye, dude. Bam! Yeah! Personal best walleye, dude.
Amazing.
Look at that. Woo! What a fight. Look at that, eh?
Wow.
That's a tank. Yeah. Let's be a real nerd about it.
What a dweeb.
Just slamming them all on this Williams Ridgeback. Freaking epic. Small little spoon there. Big results. Just gonna paddle back up this tributary and float back down, jigging. That's how I caught that last tank, personal best walleye.
Yeah. Another pig.
Shut up.
Yeah. Come cast in this eddy.
Yeah. Nice one. You got one?
Yeah. It's just all walleyes in here.
Oh. Yeah, Ted. Let me see that. Nice, bud.
Back in the water she goes. Yep. Oh, this one's good. Oh, I lost it. Oh no, Jim. That was a tank, dude. All right. Wow. Some fatties in that hole. Jim just lost a fatty.
About to pull away. I hooked in to a biggin. Oh my god. Dude!
Whoa.
Yeah! Yeah! Oh, that was exhilarating. Boom!
Place it here. A long, quick little video. Boom. Nice.
Personal best walleye, then beat my personal best walleye.
Sweet.
So exciting. So excited. Whew! And because of all this, Ted and I are miles behind where we're supposed to be today. So now we just beast paddle past a bunch of good fishing spots and find camp, I guess. I drew a fish on my map at this tributary because I thought it looked good, and Ted was thinking the same thing, so the fish drawing on the map has come through. It is pushing on towards 8, and we've done about 35 clicks today. Rapids, big fish, sunny times, good day. But we're nearing Tadoule Lake, which is a huge crossing. We're considering trying to get out on and make some distance today, but we don't really need to. Hopefully those aren't I don't eat those words if there's huge waves tomorrow, because we haven't had the best of luck with the wind. But yeah, I think we're gonna pull over. We see just like a spot where we could probably camp, sort of a sandy spot there. We might have to climb up a hill a bit, and looks like it might be sweet, so we're gonna go over there and check it out. We got 2 fish to eat. We've already pushed a ways into the evening, but we made our kilometers and then some, and it looks like we're rewarded with a nice campsite. Looks like footprints.
Yeah.
First thing I thought.
That's what I thought too.
No.
It's like a huge animal, but it's like
People
so...
probably just bomb up here from Tadoule. We are blessed with a sick campsite. Looks like all kinds of animals have been here, including maybe human animals. Look at these wolf prints.
Yuck.
Looks like very old footprints in the fireplace. Look at this Esker, eh?
Hopefully this is a sign of things to come.
Moose antler over here. Maybe not. Maybe it fell down right here. Yeah, this is the natives camp here. Cool. You can see that old fuel drum there and the square. So that was an old cabin. Probably that fuel drum was converted to a wood stove. Might have burnt down with the rest of the forest here.
Whenever you find a spot like this, you're seeing but that one was like a more recent.
Looks like we have a stowaway. A slippery stowaway.
Who is it? It's Captain Morgan.
Captain Morgan isn't too kindly to stowaway.
Stowaway. R. Now let me ask you, what's a pirate's favorite letter?
C.
C.
You should have said no, it's R.
No, so R.
Hold the Mickey up beside this
So
thing.
I asked Jim before, that's why he knew. He said R, and he's like, yes it is, it's R. And I'm like, no, it's C.
And I was like, F this joke, and now I've used it against Ted. Here, hold it beside. Pretty big wally. We let all the big ones go, but this is one of the bigger ones.
Oh, this site like really opened up to more than I was expecting.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
let's
I was
just fucking
worried
camp there, Jim. Like this, yeah.
I was worried there was like nowhere to like put the tent.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if there's gonna be a flat spot.
Yeah. It's a f***ing paradise up there. And then maybe I'll clean them on the paddle, or
Clean them on the
here, hold them both up first. Let me see them on video, and I'll grab a photo. Yeah, yeah.
So I got my sunglasses on, working repaired with epoxy putty. They're working.
Whitecaps out there, like in the big part.
We are about to start entering Tadoule Lake, and regretfully the wind has really picked up.
We changed our minds and we're gonna head right. probably a safer, albeit about 2 or 3 kilometers longer of a route, and potentially with more waves to contend with. The only thing is they'll be blowing, if we dump, they'll blow our canoe into shore and we can follow the shore more, where if we stay left we have to jump some islands, and you know, if we dump, our boat will be blowing to the far shore and would be pretty much impossible to retrieve without swimming there.
It's building through here more, whereas the tip of this island's actually blocking it.
Like that?
Right, so it's actually blocking the wind by the island over there more, whereas here where we are now it's built more.
I don't think so. I think it's just down from that.
Well, you're gonna paddle straight up that way? Why don't we just paddle straight to the little island here?
Straight to this point here, yeah, okay. Bald eagle nest. Just cruised past another bald eagle's nest. A lot of bald eagles here, but couldn't really pull up my camera with the big wave, my good camera, and capture it because of the waves. But anyways, we're done our first crossing. The waves are hopefully not going to get any bigger. They're manageable. So we just are on an island at the mouth of a big bay, and we're gonna do a crossing, but it's pretty sketchy. It's not a far crossing, but we're gonna be probably taking in some water. Luckily we have spray decks on, but there's whitecaps out there. All right, Ted, you ready?
I'm ready.
If anything goes south, it's an honor to have surfed on this expedition with you.
Tell my wife I love her.
This is proving to be dangerous and a real challenge, exactly what we were hoping we wouldn't have to face. Cross here wasn't too bad. I didn't paddle straight across. Paddled on a bit of a 45-degree. Partially using the wind to sort of ferry me, and also just so I don't broadside the waves. But we're coming up to a section here where the waves are probably going to be much bigger because it's just open to the big part of the lake, and the winds are blowing from the other side, so they'll give the waves a long time to build. Once we get through that stretch, we should be protected again, and we're going to start island hopping. Then we get to Chip Point, and at Chip Point we're going to have to come up with another plan, because after that we have some exposed lake to travel. Maybe the winds will die down by that time, I don't know. Kind of doubt it, but you never know.
dead fish floating on the shore? Huh. Cool. I guess there's whitefish in here.
Well, I guess there's whitefish in this lake. So I just found this fatty whitefish. Looks like an eagle got it. This fat whitefish just floating on shore here. I pulled it up to confuse Ted. How did that whitefish just die and float up, or did it get caught in a net and float here, or did a bald eagle come grab it and then it drop?
I think maybe it did a bunch of and fucked its brains out and then had a heart attack.
Well, we're just hiding out in the lee of this island here on Tadoule Lake, catching a break from the wind. I found like a huge dead whitefish. So there's whitefish in here, clearly. Not sure how deep they're at. But anyways, Ted has proposed power naps. I was thinking we'd get around this corner and beast into headwinds.
Power naps. It's like being brought back to life.
Ted's proposed power naps, and in fact, not really proposed, but just engaged in a power nap. Some ominous looking clouds. Big waves, best just to paddle hard forward. It gives you momentum, which gives you control and stability, rather than trying to go slow and brace. It just sort of tosses you around a bit more. So we've basically been island hopping down the right shore. Waves have kind of died down a bit, and we're sort of in the lee of another island, so it's supposed to going down the right or left. We started right, and then we decided to cross out to some islands. So right now we're sort of going to be protected by islands that might block the wind, and it's going to be a longer route than staying on the windward side. But it might even be faster because we won't be battling headwinds and we won't exhaust ourselves. And on top of that, we might actually be able to fish, because when you're in those big whitecaps, it's too dangerous to fish. So yeah, we're doing okay. Bit of a shortcut that worked out, and weather seems to be steady. We're not getting the intense gusts and the consistent strong winds that we have on previous days. So far so good, but we still have the largest portion of Tadoule to contend with today, and we're getting closer with every stroke, so we'll see what that portion of the lake has in store for us. But I guess we'll figure it out when we get there, bit by bit. Don't know what it is. Obviously, I'm hoping it's a whitefish. Dink pike.
Jim's got a dink pike. Yeah.
Look at the little leech or something on him. There we go. You think we're gonna get caught in that rain? Seems to be raining in patches all over all day. We've just been out of it somehow. Yeah, this looks like a good chance we get hit by this. But it looks like we're not going to be able to dodge the rain this time. And around the point here,
This rain is bringing some strong wind.
yeah,
too.
there's a nasty headwind.
No.
Maybe we should just post up here for a few minutes, eh, Ted?
Yeah, like a couple minutes anyway.
Cool little sandy Esker Point here. This is Chip Point, it's called. Like a little mangrove in here or something. She's a raining. She's a raining.
What are you using?
Leech. Nice. Try bottom bouncing with that, eh?
Oh, the wind and rain blew through with that big ominous black cloud.
It looks like that weather passed the wind anyway, so we're gonna go for it. I'm glad we waited it out there a bit. Oh, wow, beautiful evening. The winds have died. There's some steady rollers kind of coming in, but they seem to be dissipating. Storm clouds are that way, blue skies are that way. So we're making a big crossing. Decided to go for it. A little chop, but weather seems steady, stable, I should say. And yeah, so I'm doing like a 3-kilometer open water crossing right now. Gonna pace myself and troll along the way. I'm using a 4-ounce keel sinker, and I'm using that small Williams Ridgeback spoon.
Pig, Waldo! Pig! Wow. Took a while getting it unsnagged from my net because I don't have the rubber net. There it is. Yeah. What a beauty. Beauty walleye.
Waldo? Yeah. Oh no. Got him. Keep.
Good.
Hey. pretty big, eh?
Yeah, man.
That.
Weather's cleared up. We got a fish for the pan. All the freaking lake trout are in this huge part of the lake, eh?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't even know if you can see it, but we're headed to some land there. That's where we're going. Gun Peninsula on Tadoule Lake. What do you think, Ted?
I think we'll be alright, but yeah, that wind is picking up pretty quick, eh?
Yeah, it's a tailwind though,
Right.
for the most part. And he goes burning down and down the Whitewater. That's how the log rider learns to step lightly. He's burning down and down the Whitewater. The log driver's waltz pleases girls completely. It's a good Canadian folk song. I think it's about things being more important than money, because it's sung by a woman whose parents try to get her to dance with the doctors and merchants and lawyers, but she's in love with a log driver because he goes burling down and down the right waters on logs, stepping from log to log, and I guess he's in better shape because of it, which makes him a better dancer, and she ends up marrying him despite the fact that he's not rich, and probably ended up being way happier because of it. So I like that, because life's really not about money. And the older I get, the more I learn that. And it's funny, it's like the more I make, the more I kind of realize that. I mean, money's important, but it's the content of your life, the quality of your life. I could probably make more money doing other things, but this year alone I've adventured to the Yukon, gone bison hunting, snowmobiling into the headwaters of the Wind, and paddling 25 days across northern Manitoba, all for my business. A lot of it I get to bring my family with me. Think about it, if you had to work a lot of hours a week and then pay taxes, how would you ever find the time to experience these things I get to experience? And then if you did have the time, you would have to pay it all out of your after-tax dollars and couldn't write any of it off. Yeah, hard to articulate, but I'm a pretty happy dude, and I'm really thankful for that. Speaking of singing, voyageurs, ones that knew more songs or had a good voice, would actually get paid more because they would keep up morale with the crew. If I was a voyageur, I think I'd sing, Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to f with. Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to f with. Straight from the motherfucking slums we busted. Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to f with. 11.5 hard hours on the water today, and we've arriven a rove at our destination after absolutely perilous open water crossing. What? Look, Ted. A campsite. Or rocks. Where we don't have to bushwhack. I'll take it. And way over there is where we came from. Probably do some chili into that. Or pasta.
That's Caleb.
Couple of nice walleye fillets.
This fire's too hot still, bro.
Oh yeah, look at this fillet. Look at that.
Perfectly filleted, way better than Jim's.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Oh, pretty good, eh?
Actually,
Sometimes when we rig them,
it's proven to ourselves that we're not horrible at it.
yes, Jim. Look at that.
That's good, dude.
It's almost exciting about getting into the rest of the boot. There he is.
Oh, Dink Pike. You, Dink Pike.
Just came across this shelter here. Looks like it's left from winter. Maybe hunting or fish camp. Few things left. There's a wood stove, actual wood stove here. And same one I have. And here's the fire pit. And all the boughs down. few socks, a few things maybe they lost in the snow. But yeah, some winter gloves. And the canvas is still here, which is kind of weird. Yeah, it got shredded, so canvas shelter. But they probably leave it here in the stove and just come back for it. And the ground would have been like much warmer with all the boughs down and much more level. But anyway, no one here now. C2, which might be a C3 in this water, left of center, away from stacks, then side slip right by island. Avoid rock garden.
Trying to weather baby and spin my nose pointing upriver, threatening to send me broadside or backwards into the rapid. Blowing me back upriver.
Dude, what the f?
Extremely challenging. I was careening into the last part sideways using like every ounce of energy I had.
Half the rapid I was just trying to keep it from blowing me upriver.
You can't get any control any more serious of a rapid, and really shouldn't be running it with that kind of an upriver headwind.
Dude, I was sitting there at the base of the rapid and took my hands off and I wasn't moving at all with the current blasting past me.
Show. We can't run this next one like this.
I don't know.
Like that was It's been a great sea kayaking trip so far, eh? Yet another big crossing, and it's a headwind, but we're deciding to go for it, which should be fine.
Winds are picking up here, just faced with pretty consistently gusting headwind once again here on Nasaga Lake. Getting pretty sick of this, to be honest with you. Just days of just barely budging, paddling as hard as you can into ripping headwinds. Looking forward to getting the hell off these lakes and into the river.
That rapid's coming right up here, Ted.
The wind is starting again. I can't scout from here.
Dude, it's raging.
We're stuck here, dude.
What do you mean?
I'm stuck. I'm getting swept down river.
Uh-oh. Can you get out?
No,
Can you hold on to the branches and
I am, but it's a dead branch. Dude, I'm f***ing stuck. God damn it, Jim.
Well, this is super sketchy. The water's so pushy. We thought we could pull over to Scout, and there's nowhere to get out because the river's in flood, and it looks like the rapid is massive, and we have to get out of the Scout. Ted's he might get swept into it. It's a 500 meter class 3, so in these levels it's probably a 4.
So the rapid is just raging, and it's impossible to get out anywhere to Scout because everything is so flooded.
The water's waist deep here.
It's so dangerous. I almost feel like I need to just go and run it. I managed to spin around, but like there's sweepers in front of me here. So even getting out past them and trying to get to the other side of the river seems pretty hard, and it's 500 meters too.
Yep.
The river's just straight up in the forest here.
Yep.
What are we gonna do?
I just got out.
Okay.
I'm just gonna rip my boat up on shore.
I can't really pull my boat out here, dude. I'm like a sitting duck where I am.
Are you okay right now?
Yeah, I'm alright, but I'm like pinned. And like the problem is getting out of here. There's a sweeper right in front of me.
Look at how flooded this is. There's like current in the forest here.
I know, dude. I'm pinned against a birch tree that's like a foot thick, and there's current running through it. It's a nightmare. I'm worried if I step out here, I'm gonna be swimming.
Right, okay, hold on.
I don't know if there's anything you can do. I'm gonna have to just do it, I guess.
Where are you?
Here.
Look how flooded this is. I'm supposed to be walking on land here, and the river is up to my side.
Did you manage to get your boat in more?
I hauled my boat like into here. You want to pass me your rope?
I don't know, I guess I could leave it somewhere like this. Still makes me a little nervous though.
Just tie it up to that tree there.
There.
You gonna tie it up to something?
Yeah, well, the rope's right there. No, don't take that. Take this rope.
Oh, I thought that was the rope.
Yeah, yo, I was just in a position where I almost had to just be like, oh, I'm just gonna run it. You know, but like I want to get right, dude. And it's flying here.
Look at that current just
And then
ripping.
behind me here is a sweeper.
Yeah.
Man, we haven't even met up with the damn seal. Absolutely insane. Hopefully the seals can handle more volume though, you know?
This is just crazy. Ripping current, we pulled over, and I guess this rapid must be a bit of a pinch, so it's backed the river up behind it and flooded it way into the trees. We tried to get over into whatever kind of semblance of an eddy we could find. We chose the left. Maybe that was a bad decision. The right looked flooded out, and then we realized there wasn't much of an eddy, and we're just wading through this, which is insane.
Yeah, like where I pulled in, I I grabbed onto some alders because there wasn't an eddy really. It was still so much current. And I grabbed the stick, but it managed to pull my nose out. And this alder I was holding, I realized was dead and was about to rip out of the trees. So I managed to let the nose swing around and get my stern in and grab something more substantial and pull myself in. But right around the corner, there's like a bunch of trees sticking out like this. So like I'm here and there's current, so I'm gonna have to get around that. So
I think you're gonna have to just drag your boat like up to here and then wade it through there to where my boat is.
If I was pointed upriver,
yeah,
I could probably front ferry.
Yeah.
But like it might be pretty challenging to get to the right. So.
Yeah. So we're gonna go walk down, I guess, and scout it out. The other thing is, we're coming relatively early season, but like, we're getting on to mid-July here. So for the river to be this high at this time of year is just not normal at all. I don't even know how we're gonna scout this. Like if we walk down and we're gonna have to bushwhack through bushes and current to even look at the river. Probably should have gotten over on the other side, I don't know.
Absolute, just ridiculous in flood, man. This is terrible.
This is very, very scary. A river when it's in flood is not a safe place to be. And we have multiple rapids of this magnitude ahead of us. And honestly, if this rapid is not runnable and we have to portage it, we're not gonna have enough time to finish the river, because it means we're gonna have to do that back-to-back bushwhack portages, dangerous takeouts, flooded conditions. Might have to consider pulling the ripcord and getting a float plane to meet us around here. It's I doubt we'll do that, but it went through my mind. Anyways, hopefully when we look at this, the rapid will be washed out and there'll be a open channel on the right where we can miss all the crazy stuff, as long as we keep that line and just, you know, it'll be like a class 2-3 as opposed to a class 5 on the left, because the river is so wide. So that's kind of all we can hope for right now.
Yeah, it looks like we could just stay left. But I can't see the end. I see one boulder. The notes say huge boulders, plural. So there could be more on the left. There is a spot on the far left just down from that boulder that looks pretty gnarly.
Looks like we might be able to sneak down super tight on the right.
Yeah, but you see that boulder though?
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard to get right of that, but yeah.
That massive boulder's almost in the middle, but yeah, I see what you mean. The current's pushing, the current on the right is pushing towards it.
Because it's really pushy coming around that corner. There might be
I see a big wave at the end, a big hole.
There might be a strong eddy on the right there around the corner where the boulder is. If we stayed far left, we'd be missing it, but down on the far left, it does look like there might be some big holes there.
I think we could just run this on the left.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I'm thinking that.
That's really good. Okay, I'm out. Woo!
put the solar panel away.
Oh yeah, it's nothing. It's fun.
A lot of worry over nothing.
Yeah, you can't scout it at all. And judging by some of those waves in the blind corner, you know, like there's no way of really knowing. Turned out we had a lot of room to move around and just avoid anything. That's a really good sign. Coming up to Shethanei Lake here. Some pretty big waves. Wow, this is getting kind of sketchy. It was late in the day and with waves building on massive Shethanei Lake, we decided to take a nice campsite instead of push on.
Well, we are just arriving at a wicked campsite. Just amazing. It's also windy, so maybe the buggeroonies will be kept down. We are off.
Dad's hooked into another fish.
Yeah. Woo. Getting a little bigger than some of these tiny ones we've been catching. Back in the water he goes.
You oughter be kidding me.
Well, that was utterly adorable. It's back. Hey, bud. Hey. Hey. This otter just came through here fishing, didn't seem to mind us, just kind of popped up and had a look at us a couple of times and put on a little show for us. So pretty cool, because we haven't really seen much wildlife other than bald eagles and what else, a beaver. So
A lot of bald eagles.
yeah, pretty cool.
Too many. So Ted and I are going to jump out and stretch our legs here, and we might hike up this Esker a bit, just get a view of the lake. We're experiencing by far the best weather of our trip so far, and we're a little concerned that we don't want to waste it when we have, I don't know, probably about 10 more clicks to go today. But it looks pretty stable, and we don't want to blast by some of these cool things to experience out here. So we're gonna give it a shot and yeah, go for a little hike and see if we can get a nice view of this lake. So should be pretty cool.
I'm looking forward to getting out of the canoe here, doing a bit of this hike. Like, it's just something different. Just get out of the canoe, stretch the legs, do something a little different, and where you're not portaging your gear. Oh, my back is hurting. Oh.
What a nice beach, eh?
Supposed to be an old log cabin on the banks of this lake back here.
Oh.
Got sleeves though. Oh, awful, Jim. Jump out of it and it's like some wicked ass thing being pulled in. Well, we just clambered out of the canoes. We're hiking up this Esker for a view. Feels nice to be out of the canoes, doing something different where we're going for a hike in the forest and we're not hauling all our gear like on a portage. And already, what a gorgeous view here. Beautiful. It might have been that side. And the Esker is essentially like an ancient riverbed that formed under a glacier. So glacier could have been up, you know, a kilometer or more thick of ice. And what we're walking on here, this tall, was just deposits of sand from like a river flowing underneath the glacier. And then the glacier essentially, Jim spooked a couple of robins because they have a nest here and they're not very happy about us being here.
Well, their babies just came out of the nest. They probably have one or two in the nest still.
This is just a giant pile of sand built up under a glacier. Wow. It's huge. Pretty cool view from both sides now.
Yeah. Look at the current in the lake, eh? Made it.
Nice throw. I'm going this way.
You're gonna walk around the lake.
Yeah, it's not really that much longer.
Like, we don't have this kind of time, man.
Why is it that much further? We're already at the end of the lake. It's the same distance back as it was along here.
It's way further.
No, it's not. I'll see you back there.
I thought we were gonna do a quick hike, you know?
I don't know.
That long, remember?
I think it's maybe like 10 minutes longer. Well, Jim got all frazzled and went back to the boat. But I'm continuing going along the Esker. We got to paddle all the way down the other end of this lake here. Way down, so as far as the eye can see. Looks very different. Really cool. Very different than the muskeggy, swampy, mossy stuff we've been getting and experiencing. Maybe this is where the cabin was. There's nothing left. That looks like a stove, part of it, and an old piece of the chimney here. Cool. And some looks like a big pan and old tin can here. Couple of like pits here, some stuff in it. I don't really know what. This is the sole of a shoe. Crazy. Almost back at the canoe now. Circumnavigated the lake. Didn't find any moose antlers or anything, but found the remnants of the cabin.
By the way, I saw you coming down that back hill when I was standing right there. I actually got a video of you.
Cool. I walked like way back behind the lake too, because it like opens up and looks like super cool.
It actually got calmer since we stopped to explore that Esker. We were worried that if we stopped, oh, the weather might blow off. Well, it actually blew down, or did the opposite of blowing.
Well, we have still just absolutely been gifted with this amazing day. Best day of the trip weather-wise. Hot, sunny, and no wind, most importantly. You know, the wind actually died as the day went on. And just so lucky. And we're shaving off like huge amounts of sticking to the shore that we would have to do by cutting across these huge swaths of lake that normally we wouldn't risk because it would be too dangerous, because you know, the wind might kick up a little bit more and then we'd be stranded out in this huge abyss. But it seems fairly stable right now and super calm, and we're gonna cut through a chain of islands for about 6 kilometers, and you know, if it stays like this, it's just absolutely beautiful. It's just glass out here.
weather doesn't turn, because we want to hike up that Esker. It actually got way better even when we got back. Like the wind completely died and it got better. Well, it looks like we found a pretty reasonably good, or better than good, place to camp here. Oh, look. We're there. Look at that. Waiting for us. Eagle feather.
Goose feather.
Eagle. Goose. It might be goose. It's not black enough. But either way, it's cool.
A lot of pike.
Wow, that's good.
Well, the river from the mouth here drops 700 feet without one waterfall all the way to the bay, which should make for some pretty interesting whitewater and fast current.
Trip is about to take a step up in intensity. This is very true.
Well, we are officially entering the Seal River right now. We've got some current pouring out of Shethanei Lake at the base of it, and that's it for those massive lakes. We did it. Made it across. We did it. We made it across. Geez. What would you say, like 430 kilometers of lakes?
Was it that much?
Yeah. And river, of course. Wasn't all lakes.
This is definitely the Seal River, Ted. We made it to the Seal River.
We made it to the Seal River.
Holy what a mission.
My shoulders blowing out, our backs are split, are bloody.
This is it. This is the Seal River, ladies and gents. We made it. We made it 450 kilometers, including hundreds of kilometers across gigantic lakes.
The bulk of it, just huge lakes, what, 120 or 125 kilometers of it was the Big Sand Lake.
I mean, we came for it all, but this is really what we came for. It was the Seal River. It's supposed to be just spectacular, serious whitewater challenges. Fishing's not supposed to be incredible, but good for grayling. I've heard the fishing isn't incredible in it, but we should be able to hook into some grayling.
So we have to travel now, you know, 235-ish kilometers all the way to Hudson Bay via the Seal River.
A very large river, very wide, very high volume. A seal!
Wow, so I just had this big splash behind me. And I'm like, wow, what was that? I'm like, it wasn't a beaver, like it wasn't a fish. I'm like, I think it might have been a seal, because in our river notes, you know, about 40 kilometers from here, you know, he says we saw our first seal, but we're 238 kilometers upriver from the mouth of Hudson Bay. So in Shethanei Lake, we just saw our first seal. There it is. It's popped up over by Jim. That's incredible. Just up here catching fish, I guess, and wow.
Well, that is crazy. It's called the Seal River, but we had no idea we'd see seals this far up. That's uncanny. Usually it's like, I've heard they come up 70 kilometers, but right up here in Shethanei Lake, there are seals. Like, that's something I should be like reporting to wildlife officials or something.
So that was really cool. Just the moment we enter the Seal River from Shethanei Lake, we're greeted by an actual seal.
Think there's any fish here?
Maybe. That was a good class 2 for sure, eh?
Yeah.
2+ maybe even. I don't know.
Just fishing at the base of this rapids we ran.
I got a couple bites.
Got something on here. Oh, grayling! Grayling! Yes! Well, we're just falling down the shore from that eddy to a spot where we think we're going to be able to access some flat tenting areas. And I'm looking up the hill and I see what looks like a huge pile of caribou antlers.
I'm noticing it from here. There's just a massive pile of caribou antlers that someone collected maybe off this Esker and piled there. I'm not really sure why or what it is, but
the Dene traditionally use the Esker as travel routes for caribou hunts and stuff like that. I guess it could have been done more recently by a canoe party, but
just go past for sure.
So yeah, let's stay here then for sure.
Yeah! Arctic grayling. Look at this beautiful fish. Whoa! This is unbelievable. Look at this pile of antlers.
It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, man.
This is a fire pit.
tent on the moss or the sand?
Moss.
We are gonna camp tonight on top of this otherworldly Esker. Just an absolutely gorgeous place. Not camping like this where I'm from, and just the landscape up here is something else. It feels like I'm on a different planet kinda. Check this out. Look at this view. Incredible. Maybe we gotta look at the next rapid that's supposedly so scary.
That's the next rapid?
Looks fine, just to run it down the right.
Well, this is really cool. Ted and I have just explored this Esker. Amazing view of the surrounding landscape. We've got a view downriver of our next rapid, of little lakes, forests, upriver, just absolutely breathtakingly spectacular, and just such a cool thing, the Esker in and of itself. Just the sand lying here and such an open place to walk, lots of animal tracks, really cool. We are off. There is smoke in the sky today, which means there is a forest fire. If you look at this hazy sky, I can smell fire smoke. So when the winds changed today, they blew some of that smoke here. Hopefully the wind's not also blowing the fire here.
I don't know if you can see that, but that's smoke from a forest fire that's probably pretty far, but it's deceiving.
Well, we have just been on the river here for a bit, and I can't get straight again because we have a blasting headwind, which might really make the rapids challenging.
The volume in the river, it's crazy. You're just like flowing down, and it's like a churning witch's cauldron of just like boils and cross currents. There's just so much water in it.
damn headwind. Please go away, headwind. See, Ted's using the double blade today, just whipping ahead of me because there's a bunch of churning boils and a headwind, and I lose so much forward momentum trying to do correction strokes that you can just kind of power through when you have a double blade. When there's more boulders and tighter, more technical rapids, might not be so good, but in these rapids and just in this current and these headwinds, the double blade is an advantage.
So amazing as we're getting closer to Hudson's Bay. The shorelines are getting rockier, deeper, and when we finish off, we'll be actually in polar bear and beluga country, and you know, on the freaking the coast of Hudson's Bay.
Really cool. Just pulled over to check out this bald eagle's nest, and there is an eaglet. Is it called an eaglet? A big eaglet staying in it. Mom came past and expressed her disappointment with our presence.
It's super cool, just on top of that you know, dead spruce tree that they built it, and like the baby's just sitting out there having a look, and mom or dad came back and squawked at us. Doesn't really like us being here, but really awesome to see all these bald eagles around, and you know, they're kind of guiding us along the way, it feels like, and just so great to see them in such good numbers, because they almost went extinct because of DDT, but thanks to lots of efforts and banning the use of DDT and protecting their habitat, they've come back.
I couldn't build one that well if I tried, so pretty amazing. And this eagle, this young eagle, just seems pretty chill, just staring at us, hasn't even budged, just doesn't seem too concerned with our presence, so pretty neat.
Oh, what a beautiful day though, dude. So nice.
The Seal River is amazing, eh? Look at that, eh? Wow, look at that green. This is almost getting to tundra. Look at over there.
Yeah, dude.
That's getting to be like tundra now. Got a little rapido here. Maybe you could call this a class 1, eh, Ted?
Maybe.
Got another seal here. Hey, bud.
Dude, the Seal River is the best, man.
Yeah, there's just seals everywhere.
The Seal River has really boosted morale amongst Jim and Ted. It's such a sick river. Just like the landscape, it's just like tundra, open, beautiful, nice shores, just
better than I imagined.
Yeah. Seals bursting up out of the water, just like smiling at us.
Look at all this rock here, Ted.
Yeah, let's take some casts.
Just basically bombed for like the toughest part of the rapid, but the wind was like making it crazy. Seal River is just amazing. It just, the landscape has changed dramatically over the last few kilometers, and we have very different and beautiful landscape.
So morale is up amongst among me and Jim. The river's moving at a great clip. We're making time. The shoreline is just manageable, which was one of our bigger concerns, how it was on the South Seal, but luckily, you know, the landscape has changed for the better on the Seal, and totally manageable to get out and line or walk or scout. You know, just the scouting was horrific on the South Seal, so You know, just great. And we're just seeing seals pop up and beautiful day. It's just a great time. There's a seal right over there popping his head up over there. So yeah, we're having a good day and really loving the Seal River so far.
Look at the seal. Hey bud, is there 2 in here? Yeah, fishy, 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 fishy.
Whoa! Yeah! Grayling, baby! Nice fish.
Well, I was unable to land anything. Ted caught one and almost caught 2, but the second one escaped him. Good little hole there. Midday too, it's not really the hottest bite, but yeah, we'll just, you know, take a few minutes at spots like this and continues on like this. We have to go around another island and it looks from here like there's some other big water there. And then after that, we're gonna have to jump out and scout the next one because from our river notes, it says it's quite the doozy. So, all right, show me what you're talking about.
Well, it's kind of at the end of the rapid, but you see where the contour crosses? And the gorge.
You want to scout
the gorge.
the contour crosses at the end there.
Yeah, but there's a bump that comes out, so like standing here might give you a better view.
Oh, so you're saying to come to the top and walk down.
Yeah.
And scout from there, okay.
Yeah, if we're gonna actually walk beside the rapid, which might be fine.
There's might be a big hole in the middle.
Whoa! Holy sh**. That was our river note said that was easy stuff, class 2. And I mean, where we went was pretty easy, but those were some big freaking waves there and a big hole with the hole at the top. So you'd be pretty swamped if you made it through that. And then you had these massive waves to get through. But we'll see how this next 750 meter class 3 is in a gorge with a pinch and a contour crossing.
Raging 750 meter class 3 that we're gonna have to jump out and scout. So we're just trying to figure out which side of the island will give us kind of a better view at the next dangerous rapid as we approach.
It's going to be interesting because, you know, the waves are that big here. I'm not quite sure what we're going to run into down here. It might be quite the rodeo. I don't know. There's something about it that makes it seem less big than like even those huge rollers we just
But
caught.
remember how it looks like nothing from upriver, right?
Right. Yeah. It might just be an endless field of those.
I mean, we're probably going to run it anyway, so we might as well just start giving her. But I feel like we're just going to be just hitting enormous wave after enormous wave and absolute terror.
Oh, here's that thunderstorm coming in now. We've been hearing a thunderstorm slowly rolling in. We're like, where is it coming from? Well, there it is. So we might be bombing the rapids in a lightning storm.
Just to amp things up.
So in order to scout this, we literally have to walk, what is that, like a kilometer down there, and we can kind of see it from here. What we've been finding though is that the rapids are way bigger when you actually get to them than when you look from upriver. Like the waves are huge.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever run a rapid quite like this before. Of this magnitude, this volume, this wide of a river. Crazy.
I think a lot of it is that you can't go wide here because it's a gorge. You can't miss stuff. Like you're gonna have to bomb some waves and some tricky stuff, and there's probably some really irregular currents and everything.
We have a 750 meter class 3+ rapid, and I figure if I just have my dry suit on for the duration of this and then pull it off when it's over, I probably won't overheat.
But I think we're gonna go for it, and you know, wish us luck.
Good luck out there, soldier.
Holy sh**. That was sketchy. Don't go that way! Well, that was interesting.
Ted ran that. Super hard to scout. Looked like he had a pretty sweet run, but if you saw him back paddling there's a couple huge rocks that he was barely able to avoid, and smashing into those or pinning on them could you know, trash your canoe and pretty much mean the end of the trip. So he jumped out and he yelled back to me saying, you know, huge rocks, don't come this way, don't come this way.
Couldn't really scout it from the shore because of the higher water, and I couldn't see this rock ledge that you could barely see behind me. And I came around because I wanted to bomb some of the big waves, but it just started pushing me right into that rock ledge, which is exposed. It would have been a bad thing to hit.
So as much as I'd like to go that way and just ace the run, I think I'm gonna go around the far right. There's another ledge on the far right the way I'm gonna go, but it looks like it's washed out. Still looks tricky, but not as high volume, so really fast current, white capping standing waves, like breaking standing waves, and you know, a bunch of interesting boils and currents, but for the most part fairly straightforward. So I'm gonna go do that and play it safe. Ted seemed to be pretty freaked out after he had that run and had to do like a crazy maneuver back paddling there. So
I just executed a pretty strong back ferry and then paddled into this eddy, but I just kind of yelled out to Jim, like, don't go that route. If he, I mean, the notes say not to. Storm coming.
Is that line of rain coming directly for us?
It's a pretty powerful storm.
Whoa! Did you get that?
We're going to the woods, Jim.
I think we're safe here.
I think it might make sense to get the out of here. forget those rules on golf courses. Jesus Christ, dude.
We're gonna wait out this storm so we don't get struck by lightning.
Whoa.
About to run to the woods when he saw the storm coming.
Get some Labrador.
Looks like another wave of pounding rain is blowing and is almost upon us. Whoa, it's windy too. Look at that stupid duck out there. Oh, it's moving, look.
Yeah, but like, look at it.
I think we're just in the thick of it right now.
Raining a lot.
It looks like this storm has probably passed. A few remnant lightning strikes here and there.
But time to go.
Now we have a ways to go and it's quite late, but should be safe enough and hopefully get to a nice campsite tonight, and we'll have done probably 40 clicks today, making pretty good time. Ted and I have waited out this impressive storm. Still raining, but all the lightning is that way and we're going that way. So we're gonna head out and we think it's safe, but that was quite the show. Cooled things off a little, sitting there without moving and having damp clothes on already. You can catch a chill eventually, but I'm sure when we start moving we'll warm back up again. Thunderstorms usually move through, but it still looks like we might get some sustaining rain in its path, but that's okay as long as there's no lightning.
Well, we are back on the water after waiting out what seems like the bulk of that thunderstorm. That was quite the powerful storm that rolled through. It seems like most of the lightning has passed through and the heavy rain, so we're gonna head on down river. It's starting to get chilly.
Well, we're just heading into 2 kilometers of rapids straight. Should make some pretty good time.
Yeah! Holy bud. Yo, bear, bear. Well, that was pretty cool. I managed to capture a black bear there. We just came down the rapid and I saw some geese moving on the shore, and then I saw this bear walking. I'm like, bear, bear, and because it looked like it was leaving, and I was worried that Jim wouldn't see it, but I think it heard me. It stood up and then it kind of scurried away, so I was like, oh, did I spook it? But not really. It just went back in the bushes for a little and then moseyed around and was able to catch it on film for a good little bit there. So pretty cool. And the banks of the Seal, because it's not so flooded like the South Seal, and not so heavily wooded, I feel like is better opportunity to see wildlife, and that's one great example right there.
Looks pretty big. Looks like the right. Yeah, that's definitely the island there, eh?
Yeah, it looks big, but it's just running on the right.
Okay.
Pretty big, like, ledge looking like at like 12 o'clock in front of you.
Looks like there might be some big standing waves.
So we just ran a bunch of rapids. This is a new card. Saw a bear and then ran a C2 easy that had like 5 foot, 6 foot waves. Huge freaking rapid, and this card just ran out right before, unfortunately. But yeah, pretty wild.
Oh, Ted's got one! Yeah!
Yeah!
Ted's got a grayling! Says a clean lens makes for better shots. That's great.
Arctic grayling is on the menu again tonight.
My personal favorite day of the trip so far, I think. Ran a bunch of rapids, and this river is just absolutely spectacular. Ran a scenic gorge, Esker Campsite, like just crazy cool. So, but anyways, we're pushing. We stopped early yesterday, so we're pushing it quite late into the evening tonight. And we got dinner, so we got fish to fry, but yeah, it's gonna be a late one tonight for sure.
bud. Hey. Hey. Just getting to camp. The latest we've gotten to camp this trip was 11:30. So there's that. The campsite we were going for took a little longer to get there than what we'd anticipated, and the sun is down. Should still have light for a little longer and we're almost there, but seems to be taking a while. We'll pull up here, get a fire going, it'll feel like home before you can say Jack Robinson. Camped in an old burn, so there's plenty standing deads around. Bone dry too.
Day 18. I can't believe it's day 18. It all seems like a blur, like it doesn't seem that long. But we are at kilometer 170, so another 170 kilometers to go to reach Hudson's Bay, the ocean. And today we're gonna start off with some rapids, class 2. Probably pretty big in these water levels, I'd imagine. Then 3 kilometers of fun class 1s and 2s through a scenic gorge. Really looking forward to that. Just gonna be ripping along. Then we're gonna have some bigger stuff we're gonna be getting into, a couple of class 3s, potentially if you run the big part, maybe even class 4 waves. And you know, just packed full of rapids today. Like a bit of a stormy day here. Ted and I got hit with some wind and then some rain this morning, but it doesn't look crazy, it just looks overcast. It's much colder. So we're just approaching our first rapid of the day. It says, our notes say C2 left, avoid heavy flow. So I think that's probably what we'll do. So the rapid in this case that we thought was a class 2 is like literally just completely blowing out. Like the water's so high, there's no rapid left here. It's just a strong current. So it must have been shallower and rocky, and the water just got so high it basically flows over the rocks and they're too deep underwater to really even notice. One of the challenges on such a big river, you're not really protected from the wind. But this rapid turning out to be easier because of the volume. It's just completely kind of leveled off with the higher water. Water pushing up on this island, eh? Yeah, it looks pretty high here. Yeah, the water seems a little higher here. Well, we are just approaching a 3 kilometer long rapid. Looks like it goes through a bit of a canyon too, so should be a pretty fun ride, to say the least. Well, the hot weather we were experiencing
is no more, which makes tipping in the rapids more dangerous because you can't just warm up immediately when you get to shore.
So we're gonna dry suit up because we're entering a stretch of rapids now. It looks like for the next 3 kilometers are class 1s and 2s, which should be fun. Probably don't need the dry suit for that, but you never know with the high water. A tip through there could be a 3-kilometer swim, so we don't want that. And right after it, we're getting into class 3s and maybe even a class 4 and stuff, so might as well just get her done and suit up right now. Ow, just poked myself in the eye. Stick.
This one you can't really scout. It's just a class 1-2 we have marked, and there's no contour lines on our topographic map crossing the river where the rapids mark, so it's probably not crazy, but at the same time, you know, we've had rapids that our river nose said were easy class 2s that were just raging, so makes sense to be prepared, amigos. Wow, what a special little cove you found in here. It's really like a mangrove swamp in here, eh? Ready to bust off this canyon? Me too. Me too.
All right, here we go. So we suited up and we're ready to go, and after this there's, you know, a bunch of class 3s and some bigger runs, so it makes sense to have just geared up and get ready right above all that fast current.
That looks raging! Woo!
Yeah, man, that's like an insane pinch. Are we sure we're at the right spot here?
I don't know, mother. That might be way bigger than what the notes say, dude. That's like quite the pinch here. Looks fine.
Yeah, I think so. But I feel like it's more than a class 1. It's huge! It's huge!
It's huge. Maybe we should scout.
Maybe we should.
And by scout, I mean vomit!
Get out of the way!
Out of my way. That's a guaranteed dump, maybe drown hole.
Right, that's a keeper.
Paddle in the Sizzle River, feeling oh so wild and so free. Yeah, I just want to live my life, oh, living on the edge. If you looking for me, that is where I'll be. Oh.
I feel like maybe all that rain brought the wind opposite Portage, eh?
Yeah.
So this is the kind of thing we would just would have to scout if we didn't have the river nose.
Yeah, right at the bottom it looks big.
Yeah. But like if we didn't have river notes, you'd have to climb up and scout this, you know? You wouldn't just bomb into this.
That Esker looks sick. Yeah. Whoa! Whoa! That looks huge.
Can we get over to the left here?
Where the the Portage trail?
Maybe it's in here. I don't know, it's just a cliff.
Is that an island there?
Yeah, that's the island.
I don't know if I want to run that, dude. We just rounded a bend, saw the next rapid, and it is raging. From up here, it looks like dump for sure.
We have time to get out and scout it if you want, just to like look at it.
Yeah, I think at these water levels, dude, this is a no-go here. That's what I think is very, very likely the case. So getting up there might be just cool to get a shot of the rapid in the canyon, and that's it.
Right.
You know? There's a pinch in the river and what looks like a horrifically out of control, raging class 4-5 big water rapid. Apparently it can be run in lower water. So, you know, we're kind of thinking, oh, could we run it? Do we get out and walk along through horrific bushes and up cliffs to scout it to what probably will be unrunnable? Or do we front ferry across the top of it, which is, you know, a little perilous in and of itself, and catch what's a much easier rapid on the far side of the river that skirts around the crazy drop by going on the inside of an island. So I think that's what we're going to opt to do here.
Bombing it would be fun and for the footage, but it's also like we're in the middle of nowhere and maybe isn't the best to bomb a 4+.
Well, I don't even know if we can. It looks like from up here, it looks like dump for sure. So I have to make it from here across there. There's the island to that channel in there, but I have to do it just above this.
This section here makes me a little bit nervous about, you know, a rapid coming up that's called 9-bar rapids that is very long, and the river notes also mark it as a 3-4. So is it essentially just a 4+ like this one the whole time? And you have to scout, which is challenging, and then, you know, run a section, eddy out and scout. Is that eddy still there in the high water? And then ferry all the way across to the other side of the river before a 2-meter ledge, and then line that part. So how is that going to be in this water where, when, you know, clearly this is a little bit tougher than then? So makes me nervous, but who knows? This does seem like maybe a bit more of a pinch and might be more dramatic, so we'll probably be able to manage it. And we should be able to manage anything. We just got to use our heads and not be stupid, you know? We could just send this just full speed, kayak paddle, full speed right into it. Probably be pretty fun. Probably wouldn't die. But, you know, be pretty stupid.
So as you can imagine, getting swept into that torrent backwards when I'm trying to front ferry,
would be pretty low on the list of things that I want to do today. This eddy here though goes way up to there, so you can probably follow this eddy upriver. It's a nice back eddy, and jump into the current and then front ferry down to there. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Well, I'm gonna do that front ferry upriver, Ted. I'm gonna paddle up the eddy first. Are you gonna do that too, or? Come on!
Looks more runnable from here on the left.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
It does. Are you tired?
current. And the headwind.
If you want to go scout it, it's a totally blind corner. My guess is it was probably okay if we just stay right. But all right, well, regardless, we're gonna hop out and have a look. So, scouting, thankfully, after front ferrying over and cutting over around the back of the island, it looks like the channel around the back of the island just spits you out to the same rapid. So here we are in the end, scouting the rapid. Kinda looks semi-runnable.
So we're gonna try to come around this corner. It's like a 90-degree turn. Come in on the right and just sort of miss this massive wave on the right and these boils, and sort of just get right and avoid it, but it's gonna be harder than it looks. Also coming around that corner back here, the current's pushing strong into that. So looking from above, it looks like, oh, we'll just stay right. But just staying right is going to be a challenge from high up, because it's like a 90-degree angle to where we'd be entering. Like instead of going straight into this eddy here close to shore,
You could probably get through that, dude.
right, but like with speed coming from left to right, and so that it just goes, you go through.
You could probably come in like this, come in right at the edge there, hit that water that's going this way, side slip like this, miss the whole thing. And there's the next rapid down there.
Pretty enormous. Definitely bigger than the river note said.
Well, it looks like we're going to try to avoid it on the right. There's some huge boils there. We're going to almost have to hit it right next to the big waves and skirt them, but there's some serious churning, spinning current. Look, Ted, there's like a whirlpool here. You have to just power through that. There's like a whirlpool that appears and then disappears.
See how fast the current is entering this eddy line.
Yeah. Me and Ted are a little scared because although we're finding a way to skirt this rapid, we're basically We're basically running a class 4, trying to take a sneak route down the right. And the first turn is like right almost at the big waves.
All right, you want me to go first? All right. Wait till Ted clears the path. Seal! See the seal? I'm running a rapid with the seal. That was awesome. It looked like you nailed it. Dude, the eddy just beat you. Yeah. High and then a low break. It's like perfect. Holy there's a seal in the rapids with me. Yeah, definitely bigger. We can see the boils, but even zooming in on the camera, it's hard to tell how big all the features are until you're right down there in the seat of your canoe. A little bit of water. Not too bad. Just downriver from that insane high volume rapid that we managed to skirt, which was, we actually ended up kind of nailing it, but it was like I had to power out of the waves, basically use a strong eddy, almost a whirlpool, to spin me and get to shore, and then just crazy currents, crazy currents. So we're just approaching another intense rapid. It's not supposed to be remotely as bad as that one, but from upriver it looks like a doozy. So this is gonna cut into our time for sure, but we don't want to rush. You don't want to rush when you're faced with stuff like this, but clearly we are having some high water here, And that's what's causing these rapids. Oh, a seal leaping through the water. I love seals. Whoa.
Well, that was a raging rapid. Very sketchy, even taking the right channel. And let's hope these next rapids aren't like this, because some of them are very long. And we essentially had to run a class 4 and try to just miss it. It definitely was not a class 1 down that side. So that's an example of the water level there, for sure, making a big freaking difference to the river notes.
I'm gonna just hop out, bail my boat, make sure I'm as dry as possible, and give it a quick scout. I'll probably paddle back up this eddy. Looks like it'll be like a middle left run and then get right, but I'm gonna take a closer look because it's pretty big.
Looks a lot more reasonable.
Yeah, thank God. Let's go up here and scout. Yeah, I should probably bail maybe.
Freaking kind of middle. Come in here over these, left of those big ones.
You'd probably just come in here and eddy out here. This is pretty big though, eh? That was epic.
Well, it looks pretty freaking huge, a lot bigger than scouting it once I saw Jim run it. A little bit nervous, not gonna lie. So I couldn't see around the corner, but that was the route to take for sure. Obviously that's what Jim did. Well, we've been paddling for a ways now in some calmer waters. We are just approaching what has had us kind of fearful for days. A rapid called 9 Bar Rapids, which is a long stretch of looks like 3 kilometers, maybe even more, 3.25 kilometers. And the top is from a river note, says it's a class 3-4.
In these levels, it might be even more intense. So we're gonna scout it out. We might have to portage it. Below this is a ledge that we have to line, but we have to eddy out left, get over to the opposite side of the river, then line a ledge as we run on shore, holding the canoe on ropes, and then run the bottom. So this is one of the most challenging whitewater sections of this entire river.
But the fact that we're seeing horsetails way back here isn't the best sign.
That was a bad mistake. Whoa!
Approaching the ledge.
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty big ledge. Yeah. Oh, it kind of almost looks like you could make it down the middle though.
Want to go scout it?
Oh, there's the ledge. There's a ledge, as the notes say, and we almost didn't scout it because we're like, but it's almost like right at the end of the rapid. There's a big ledge that he says it's about 2 meters high, but you can see it, the feature. It's consistent. It starts with a rock on the left and it goes all the way across the river, and you can tell it is because it's literally a consistent wave. Almost looks like a hole all the way across. So kind of almost like a mini falls, a ledge, right? But it's like 2 meters. So we're gonna try to run this and stay left, pretty big. Stay left, stay left, stay left, get over here, and then just get in around that point there. Hopefully the current's not too strong. Get out of the boats, line over or carry over that rock, put back in, finish the rapid.
Well, it is quite late in the day, but we just have one more ledge to contend with before we're pretty much home free. And we gotta line it. So lining's when you basically control your canoe at the end of a rope as you run along shore, because it's just too bouldery and shallow to actually sit in the canoe and run it. So things can go wrong when you're lining too. You can pin a boat, lose a boat, so you got to be careful. You got to be pretty nimble, but I think we should be able to line this one safely. It's a good thing we pulled over because the middle of this ledge looks like just like death. So this is hopefully not going to be that.
I guess it's not through, but looks like worse than I thought. I guess that's the skid plate though. Maybe that's just a skid plate. Feels kind of like smushy there though.
Yeah.
know what this means?
What?
We made it down 9 Bar Rapids. Yeah! So that should be it for the really challenging, more dangerous rapids for today. We're gonna put a few more kilometers behind us, but big relief that this, you know, I think what it is, it's on the far right side, it's a class 4, and on the side we ran it, it was a 3, so 3-4. Glad it wasn't like that other ridiculous one the whole way. That just would have been nuts. It would have been a Portage. So stoked that we were able to run it, because that was part of my concern. You know, you have to Portage, you miss out on all that fun. So.
Well, that's it, baby. 9 Bar Rapids, took a few casts. Ted got bites. I had one on, lost it. Kind of a bummer, but super late. So we don't have much more time, so maybe we won't have fish tonight, but epic day nonetheless. Well, it appears 9 Bar Rapids didn't work out so well for somebody. Bit over here. Well, that smashed in half canoe just goes to show that 9 Bar Rapids was not so kind to some others. You know, you dump at the top, it bashes your canoe around between rocks, pins it on a rock. The current's so strong you can even rip it in half. That's even a heavy duty Royal X canoe, and when your canoe rips in half, your whole outfit's in there. What do? You're completely stranded. All you have is what's on your body. You can find yourself in a survival situation real quick. Might have to try to walk out to Churchill. It's probably over 300 kilometers to the closest, you know, bit of civilization, and you know, many rivers and lakes to cross along the way, but pretty much nearly impossible. That's why I carry a survival kit and an inReach sat texting device, so I can try to walk somewhere, maybe to where a plane can land. I carry that on my body, so even if I lose everything else, I'll have something on me to survive for some time, and some communication equipment.
That's the most epic eagle counter of all time, I'd say.
Ted is communing with a bald eagle, I think, that is injured or something like that, but he got right up to it. Pretty cool. As he was doing that, the current quickly swept me down river, so he's a ways up river. Sun is almost down. It's got to be like 10:30 at night, so it's a late one again. Don't really mean to get on the schedule here, but it has been the last couple of nights. Fortunately, it stays dark late, so I guess it's not the end of the world. But yeah, we were short of our kilometers today, just because we put in so many miles yesterday. Late to go to bed, late to break camp, and then we were just faced with all kinds of challenges today, including, you know, long scouting and you know, serious rapids that took some time to sort of ponder over and everything like that. But overall, super cool. And we did make it past some serious obstructions that, you know, even one of them even could have been a Portage.
Massive, like just a big bald eagle just sitting there, so trusting of me coming right up to it. Almost wonder if it's injured or something. But Jim paddled up to it before upriver, and it did fly off seemingly fine and flew down here. But for whatever reason, it wasn't too concerned about me. Maybe it's holding the fish that it doesn't want to have to carry away or something, but yeah, a really cool experience.
We might have to haul all our crap up and camp on top of this Esker point here, which might be kind of interesting, but it'll be good once we get up there. Just getting up there, not so good.
There's a nice little landing here, and an eagle was soaring over it.
Oh, the site has a nice spot to pull up, and that's it.
Do you want to dig out some warm clothes down here?
I changed my clothes because we are cold.
I'm uncomfortable.
The river is massive here. Where we were running all those rapids, the river divides around a huge island. And the two channels, oh my god, it's so windy.
Well, we ran out of time to find a good place to camp, so we're having to clamber up this massive rock pile esker here to a pretty exposed windy spot, but hopefully there's a flat spot for the tent.
That is not an easy climb.
The river narrowed in the sections we were running today because it essentially branched around a massive island, and this is where the river meets back up, way over there. We paddled from there, so now they're meeting, and this is kind of a lakey air section, but lots of current, and now the river's getting massive again.
Boiling our water for hot chocolate and delicious dehydrated Thanksgiving dinner. And I think it's safe to say that this spot turned out to be ridiculously cool and freaking beautiful. There's our campsite. We camp right up there. Cool campsite last night. We just basically camped on a large kind of esker sticking out into the water. It was a pain to get up to, but we didn't really have much of a choice as it was almost dark, and turned out to just be so cool. Camped way up there with epic views of one of the prettiest parts of the river yet. Just loving the Seal River. probably just gonna be some isolated showers as the odd rain cloud moves through. Doesn't look like it's gonna last.
Cruising by a water station, which is really the first signs of any human development we've seen for many miles since way back on Big Sand Lake. And yeah, this is a water metering station. There's a cabin here and solar panels, and basically they use this to just collect stats and details on the flow of the Seal River by, I think it's Environment Canada, Inland Waterways Canada. Yeah, these are the kind of things that they do just to get info on what resources are here, our freshwater resources, and also, you know, what rivers they might decide to dam. They'll test the flow and decide whether this would be a good place to build an enormous power dam and run countless miles of blazes through the wilderness to get the hydro out here that we don't even need to God knows where. Unfortunately, a lot of our wild rivers have succumbed to massive scale hydroelectrical development. I don't think that's going to happen to the Seal because it is a Canadian heritage river right now, and it's obviously incredibly special and recognized as that. But yeah, they don't put these hydro stations here just to help canoeists look up what flow levels are. But I suppose me and Ted probably could have gone online and somewhere found what levels this river was at. Was higher than they'd anticipated. Look.
Well, that was really cool. We just saw a moose swimming across the river.
We've seen so much moose sign, but have not seen a moose, and we were just coming through these braided islands, and both Ted and I thought we saw something. We felt like we saw something on the right bank, but it turned out it was just like a rooted up tree or something like that.
It says it's really pretty, but isn't there a lift over? Yeah.
All right, forget about it.
It was a real ass kicking of rain.
There.
Yeah. Here? Yeah. Looks like a Wolverine, bro. Yeah. Looks like a f***ing Wolverine. You know? Maybe it's running or something. Ted said he saw a wolverine. I'm jealous because I didn't really see it, or I didn't really get a look at it, just saw some motion.
Yeah. Good stuff there. We just pulled off into the woods because I saw a wolverine, and we were just kind of trying to see if we could, I don't know, see it really, but also see if we could see some tracks. First from the canoe, I thought it was just saw something move quickly, and I'm like a bear, but like just because it was sideways, the shape, and from far, how it was moving, and no, it's too small, like, and then like a little small bear cub crossed through my mind, but then it ran up the hill and I could see its butt, and that was kind of like a telltale sign of what it was as it ran off. So pretty cool. A lot of sign back there, a lot of trails. It's nice back here.
Smell it, like a musk smell. Damn it, I lost its trail, or it went into the swamp here, but it sprayed me. You should have come with me. I smelled it. Yeah, the musk smell.
Cool. I think these two are.
Anyways, I think that it was a wolverine you saw, dude, for sure.
Oh, it was. I saw it.
Well, yeah. Like if you look at just the gait of these tracks, then as I was following it, the tracks were obvious, like ripping fresh. Yeah, like I couldn't see the perfect form, but it was obvious just seeing where the moss was broken. And then as I just smelt this like really musky, I don't know, stinky, like dank smell that I passed through. I'm like, what the is that? And then I remembered wolverines are like a weasel species, like fucking skunks. Yeah. So I smelt. Yeah, so I smelt the scent of this wolverine, dude. That's so cool. Yeah, so that's a super rare sighting. I didn't really see it. I just saw some motion in the woods, but I didn't look at the right spot. But Ted spotted it and just kind of saw it running up the bank, but saw the markings and knew it was too big and too fast to be, something else like a porcupine or something like that. But first he thought it was a bear, but then he realized it was too small.
It just ran up straight through there.
Yeah, just right up through here.
And that's when I saw its butt and its like stature and just the way it was running. And
cool. I just must have looked in the wrong spot and just saw like these bushes move here. Pretty cool. I didn't see it, but I followed its track some, and then actually got a good smell of it. So we must have still been pretty close. I'm sure that we made some noise and spooked it off a bit, and I'm sure it saw us and took off because we were paddling on the river chatting, but really cool.
All weasels actually have a musk and have these scent glands, kind of like a skunk, but not so potent. But wolverines do stink, and so he said he actually smelled it, which is kind of cool.
Anyways, Ted saw a wolverine and smelled one.
Yeah, like you never know if it decided to go up a tree because it was curious, then we might have seen it. Or if it had some food there, like that we didn't see, it might have been hanging around a bit.
Pretty cool, Ted.
But
a moose and a wolverine today.
Yeah, cool.
See how long I stay put there for. All right. A little mussel. That's a lure there. Looks kind of like a Panther Martin, but it's a Meps. Got one. Yeah! Right up in the rapid, baby. Woo! Beauty little Arctic Grayling there. We've been trying all kinds of different spots, but again, just they're in the shallows. But yeah, they're tough. You gotta find the right spots. But caught it on this Meps XD1. When I'm casting into heavier current, it's a little heavier, so it goes deeper. But anyways, I floated back down, but I'm gonna push myself back up there and see if I can hook into another one. Ted's fishing upriver. He's been there for a while. I'm guessing that maybe he's got a couple too. So hopefully we have a good fish fry. I can get another one. But yes, finally. But I like Meps 1 maybe wasn't getting deep enough because the current's strong, but sure enough one fired up and hammered it. So fish is on the menu tonight. I managed to catch one fish at that spot at Grayling. Really deep hole there, but I still managed to pull one out of there. If I could have got a little deeper, I think I could have got more. Hard to get them, but I think because of the high water, but we got one on the menu, so that's great. Ted's coming back down. He's up river fishing. Whoa! Well, it's about all the time we have here. Mosquitoes seem to have the time for us though. But yeah, Ted got right out into kind of the eddy there. He pulled in and caught, I think, 3, and he got one upriver. So anyways, we have 4 or 5 total. So that's pretty good. We just kept trying different spots and you know, didn't give up, and you know, we got a freaking delicious Grayling dinner now. So that's awesome. Saw a wolverine, a moose, and multiple seals, and caught a Grayling dinner. Amazing.
I think the campsite's underwater.
Well, not necessarily. I see bedrock right there. The rapid is marked below the bend.
Which means river right, like there, basically where we were fishing, is the campsite.
Below the bend in the river, the rapid is marked.
But that's the bend to the rapid right there, right there.
That's not the rapid.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
What the f is it then?
I don't know.
It's a little concerning that there's just raging rapids where there's supposed to be none. And where's this huge point then?
It's just higher water, so the rapid maybe starts a little earlier. I don't know.
But now we're getting to the wrong side to scout this.
We could scout from this side too. Just might not be able to lazy scout it as well.
If you're right about that we're above the rapid and above that bend, and this is just an unmarked class 3. We're not sure if this bedrock campsite we're looking for will actually be here. So we might have to drag up into the woods because the plan was to camp here and not run all the crazy rapids that are supposed to be coming tomorrow. So we don't have like a good place marked to camp for ways. But it's also concerning that, you know, this is here. The next like rapid is gonna be raging and possibly unrunnable. It's also like so pushy through here, getting over the shore and eddying out above the rapid to scout might be quite challenging.
Well, we just crossed the river. I mean, if we camp here too, the water should drop a little by tomorrow.
Not a very nice place to camp.
Yeah, I feel like this wouldn't be.
I honestly think we should pull up into the woods. I feel like back up river was better. Well, it would appear that our campsite that we were hoping to have was a bedrock campsite is completely underwater. So there's no campsite here. It's just like this horrible mud.
Tent spot right here.
Jim says there's a tent spot over on that island, but I feel like I'd rather just like drag into the woods. And there's not supposed to be a rapid here either, but there's like pretty good class 2 with a class 3 waves at the top and quite a ledge. So Jim's saying he actually sees a flat spot for here and that we could just throw the tent here.
Here's the site. What mixed this up was that because the water's so high, a lot of this campsite is just washed over and some of the bedrock is flooded, creating a ledge on this side, but looks like we could miss that rapid on the far left of the river, and there's still an open channel that's flooded out here on the right. So basically where Ted is right there is an island.
The woods would be buggier is what he's pointing out, which is true, but it's probably like a nice place in there, like as soon as you just kind of get through the floodplain of the river. Yeah, not so sure. Nice fishing spot here though, but we already have enough fish. Yeah, I guess we could throw a tent here. This isn't so bad. The ground's sand as opposed to mud.
There are a lot of mosquitoes right here, holy sh**. And every time I make a noise, they go scatter. Boo! 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 Biblical amount of mosquitoes. Check out our fish. That's beautiful.
When we cook them this way.
Crazy. Look behind you.
Sunset?
Yeah.
One. Too small. Go try down by the canoes. Nice grayling! Woo! Took a little extra time this morning to do some fishing in the eddies here. Still seeing a lot of seals all over the place. Seals popping up in the eddy below our little island campsite, above our little island campsite. One of them popped up and looked at our canoes and looked upset because it clearly wanted to sun itself on the rocks there, but we'd taken its spot. So yeah, next step is just load the boats, try to get out of here. Looks like we have an absolutely beautiful day, warm but not scalding hot. But yeah, time to move on. Awesome morning here, and really fun to catch these Arctic grayling.
Well, we're on the river. Took a while to get going this morning. We slept in, did some fishing.
Rapid is completely unmarked on the topographic map or in our river notes.
But also, I had to take some time to repair my canoe and sort of let that epoxy set for a little bit. But now we are headed out and got a little bit of a fun rapid to play here right before we got to get hard left to scout a big class 3-4.
Yeah.
Like so, ferry over, far right, then middle, then kind of get right again.
Huh, okay.
You know?
Looks sort of like, yeah.
I think there's a ledge here.
Looks
kind
like
of
a pretty straight line. Damage from flooding and all the way up to that tree there. Look at those branches snapped off, marks on the trunk there.
All these bushes here too are all just like ripped, and these boulders have been moved in here.
I mean, we have high water for this time of year, but there's the water there now.
What happens
And
though too,
there's where the water gets to, up there.
what happens though too is in places like this where there's the current,
It backs it up.
Well, the ice stacks.
Right.
Right, and then push up, and then it backs the water up, and then the ice just literally, look at that, it bulldozed.
Yeah, like an ice dam. Yeah.
Looks like a pinch point. It backed the water up, and the ice stacked and stacked. You know.
But the water still gets way the hell up there.
Right.
That's flood. You know.
Yeah. Really thankful. Just blew a tire. Really thankful we're not having to travel in anything like that. We have high water, but that's no extreme flooding, ice breakup conditions. It's literally trashed this whole area. Really hard to walk through. Current open the ground here. That damage is up on shore by the trees there. Is knocked over. There's our canoes down there, so gives you an idea how violent it would have been.
Oh yeah. Oh geez. Yeah. This part's just like easy up here. Around the corner it gets raging. Hey Ted, it looks like we should be pulling up at the next point to scout.
Jim's saying it looks like maybe we should be pulling up at the next point to scout, not this one. Maybe the higher waters creating the rapid further up. Oh yeah.
Looks like this next rapid is going to be best run on the right. Or we could just go for it and run it, the whole thing on the right too. But I'd say right now we should, instead of getting down there, I say we get over to the other side now. Because if we can't run this left, we're never going to be able to get over to the right from that point. So like if we want, we can get over.
Looks like there's a ledge on the far right, but it dissipates into a V.
From here it looks like we can run it on the far right.
Right.
You know? And we could scout it from that eddy, just it might be hard to catch it because it's like a ledge at the top and boiling.
Yeah, pretty big rollers in front of that eddy. Might not be a good idea.
I mean, the other thing we could do is just walk all the way down there. You know? Potentially our only option is to just freaking get over to the right and just run it from here, you know, which is pretty ballsy though, eh? You know, don't you think? I think it's kind of terrifying.
Like, you see there's like a splashing right before the corner.
Ted and I have scouted this rapid as best we can, and it's looking okay, but we can't really get up close to it on the left, and the current's just too pushy, so we're having to scout from way back, and there's a long class 2 above it that isn't normally there just because of the high water. So basically from here we're going to get over to the right and run it. It's kind of hard really without walking on a sloping hill through thick bushes for round trip about probably almost 2 kilometers to really do a better job at scouting. Well, we do have some river notes, which is helpful, so I think we're going to go for it. We do have an eddy on the right that if we get close to it, it starts looking crazy. The eddy's got like a ledge at the top and like boiling current, it looks like anyways, but we could probably get into it if we really wanted to. So
tip of it, and if you miss it, then
if you miss it, then you might be washing down the rapid backwards. So that's kind of our bailout plan, I guess we'll call it.
You shouldn't be going down to.
Right. Yeah, so the only thing here that makes this really tricky is if we tip in this rapid, it's almost immediately followed by a 4-kilometer stretch of serious whitewater where the river drops 15 meters, runs through almost continuous class 3 boulders and everything. It would probably smash our canoes to oblivion. So that's what's making this extra concerning. So my heart's pumping a little bit, but I think we're gonna be okay.
Like even if we make the front ferry, look, remember how...
This shouldn't be as hard as that. But
No.
the river goes away wide.
Yeah.
We're just tracking our boats upriver a bit here because the current is so strong, and we want to make sure that we can get the river right with enough time before we get pushed where we can't, where we shouldn't be.
All right, Ted, we got this, buddy.
From here, it honestly looks like being a little more middle is better.
Like right here almost.
So hot. I just ran that rapid, heck of a lot of fun. Just like big water, class 3. No real boulders to contend with, a bit of a ledge at the bottom we had to skate, but lots of room. And I was just sweltering, so I just jumped in the water with my dry suit on, and it's cooling me right down.
Well, just ran the class 3-4, hit the biggest standing wave that I've hit the entire trip. Super exciting. I was pretty nervous going into it, really trying to pick what channel's best. You see crazy stuff here, you see crazy stuff there. The middle, okay, trying to keep my eye focused on that, not looking at the stuff I don't want to hit, because if you do that, you end up naturally gravitating towards it. And so I found a channel through some crazy stuff, but still hit a massive wave. and it was super fun, but yeah, scary for sure going in it. And then the end part of the rapid turned out to be okay. There was a ledge, but by that time the current wasn't bad, and awesome, fun, and good to have that behind us too. Ted actually pulled over in an eddy closer to shore, just upriver, and pulled his canoe up and just like jumped in the water, because we put our dry suits on for this one. And it's not exactly roasting hot, but it is hot in the dry suit, and it's a hot day for this part of the world too. So yeah, I just pulled mine off. You really can't wear it too much, but wow, you're just using so much energy, even dry suit or not, just paddling, prying, back paddling, you know, you name it, bracing in a rapid that big and that long that it can be tiring. And on that note, the next one we have coming up is a 4-kilometer long rapid. A lot of it is class 3, so that is going to be intense to say the least. And then after that, we probably have we have like one more rapid and then several river miles to put behind us, which hopefully we'll see another Wolverine, some wildlife, maybe catch a few more fish. So today's going well, as long as we can keep our boats in one piece, keep our bodies in one piece, and successfully run these rapids. All in a day's work.
Would have been harder tandem because you would have had that front weight, more easy to swamp, but yeah, it was just a freaking blast. Freaking awesome fun run. Well, I was not expecting to see ice. So this is kind of neat. This is all ice here on the bank still. Pretty wild. Who would have thought? Rock solid too. It's kind of snowy here. Quite the ice I'm standing on. Like, look at how tall it is compared to the river or side of the riverbank here. Quite solid.
We'll bust out the beach ball. We should have brought beach balls. The noses of these seals.
Look at this ice.
Crazy. This whole area just looks like it's been pulverized by ice in high water, eh?
Yeah, man. Some sort of ice stack bridge happened here and it just like never stopped. That's a like thick piece of ice too.
Crazy.
It's like rock hard.
You know that you're in the north when you see ice like that in like July.
July 13th, I think.
Mid-July, yeah.
Should we chip some off for our drinks?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Looks pretty filthy though.
It does. But I like it filthy.
Cool. Okay, well, this next stretch is noted as C1 start to C3 continuous. C3, 15-meter drop in the river over 4 kilometers. Look at the ice banks!
On the other side too.
I can actually feel the cold air from it. Look at this ice canyon, dude. Seal jumping right in front of me. That was freaking wicked rapid. Dude, that was so f***ing amazing. Absolutely breathtaking. Just a wild rodeo through this canyon of ice. So cool. There's like almost like river glaciers. Like the pack ice must have really built up this year.
Tundra. So we're just on a little island grabbing a little bite to eat.
There's just more and more seals popping out of the woodworks here. Like
These guys.
It's a baby. It's trying to bite the horse slide. That was the baby, and it's going around, I guess, with its mom, who was just in the water beside it, and it just got out, and I don't know, it was so freaking cute.
See a bald eagle swimming across the river here. Or sorry, flying. Yeah, so Ted and I just pulled over and there's just seals all around.
Are you pooing in the river? I think you are.
Just tons of seals sunning on the rocks. A little baby one came up on the rocks just on the other side of this island, and then there's another little one right here. Really special little spot here, it seems like. We got like a tundra island and starting to look more and more like barren tundra country as we get closer to Hudson Bay. We're still a ways from Hudson Bay, but we don't have to make a ridiculous distance today, and we're past the two most terrifying obstacles of the day too, so more to come as well. But we're going to take a little side channel and cruise past these islands, see if we can't see any more wildlife. Should we bail on this behind the island thing? That area was seals everywhere, crazy ice canyon, tundra, gorgeous lighting. It's quite late. Ted and I have made it practically nowhere today, which is a little concerning, but I think we'll be all right. We don't have to make it super far today, but wow, what a cool spot.
Floating into a 2-kilometer long class 2, and we're not exactly ready yet. There we go. I've spotted another what looks like an antler on the shore, and I think it's a caribou antler. It is a caribou antler. Sick spot.
A caribou antler. That's a good one.
Yeah, man. Boo, 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 boo. Caribou. Go, go, caribou.
So Ted spotted a cool caribou antler here. We're just gonna paddle another 10K. The river's really widened up into almost a lake. Not a ton of current here, but not too much wind. Definitely not a headwind, so bugs aren't bad. And yeah, we're gonna make camp. You know, we're gonna probably do another roughly, you know, 8 to 10K or something like that, and find a place to stay for the night. We're actually finding this part of the trip not too stressed, not too much of a push, and we're glad that we did push through those huge lakes and other parts of the trip that were very, very challenging. And right now, because of the weather's on our side and the current and our ability to run all the rapids, we're you know, finding the days a little less draining and less of a like panicked push to try to make our kilometers, which is nice. Still, you know, whitewater terror, so you know, maybe it balances out, but if it keeps up like this, we should be making our destination. After today, only 4 more days from this trip, and we're basically entering into polar bear country right now. We're camping at about the 70-kilometer mark, which means 70K to the mouth in Hudson Bay, and that's how far polar bears come up. So hopefully we see one not too close.
I don't really see anything over here, dude.
Oh, this looks pretty good. Look at these northern lights.
Oh yeah. Whoa. Look at that. They're getting close, eh?
Turn your light off. Cool. Really cool colors, eh?
I was literally just about to turn in. Had all my stuff that I needed in the tent. I looked up and saw the northern lights. And even though it doesn't really get totally pitch black here, even now, mid-July, I mean, maybe it would, but not at this time. Anyways, you can still see them. We're getting some purples, your greens, beautiful colors, and they look really close. And then they kind of died, and I was going to go into the tent again, then they came back better than ever. So gotta stay up to see stuff like that. Really cool way to cap off an epic day.
Sorry. So the thick is kind of better. Getting really smoky.
We have a pretty strong tailwind coming out of the southwest, so it's still warm and dry, and it's picked up pretty strong, and so has the smokiness of our surroundings.
Well, it is getting even smokier out here on the river. It's really screwing our view, man. Like, come on.
Definitely hasn't been used to seeing people before, because it was just staring at us. Didn't really seem too scared, but seemed quite curious. That's exactly what we are.
Jim! I'm gonna paddle up there. Okay, well, wait for me there.
Looks like I might be trying to swim across.
thought I'd just jump into this eddy and wait for Ted. We just saw a moose and I managed to get some good footage of it, but Ted couldn't capture it, and I could either film it or put my camera down, paddle closer to the island to potentially scare the moose, have it run off and get nothing. But Ted was closer to the shore, so he managed to duck in behind the island, and he's like, I'm gonna try to paddle up here. I said, well listen, I can't get over because it's just rushing current. I was too far out and a strong tailwind, so I said I'll wait for you. And then as I turned around, I saw the moose on the other side of the island, just the exact same side. Ted started going up, just looking down like this, so maybe Ted ended up getting an amazing shot. We'll have to wait and see. I'm interested to hear what happened. But yeah, curious bull moose for sure. Big guy. Antlers weren't too big yet, but wow, looked really healthy.
Well, that was really cool. Just saw a nice, really big bull moose. The wind and the current is so strong, it was so hard to get a shot. Jim said he managed to get a shot of him, but I didn't really, and I got blown down, and I came up the other side of the island. Despite the strong current, he kind of came out a bit and swam out for me, and I got some footage of him swimming. Unfortunately in the canoe it was really kind of shaky for most of it, but really cool experience.
Maybe I'll take this moment to grab a bite to eat. This is the island I'm waiting for Ted behind while he goes and tracks a moose, and just climbing up on it, and it is super cool. It's just a huge mound of peat. This. All peat. Oh, and look what we have here. This is crazy. Whoa. Wow. Wow, what a find. Holy sh**. That is cool as sh**. Look at that. I wonder if some wolves did it in. Looks very much like it was taken down by wolves while it was on this island. Right on top of this, I want to see Ted's face when he sees it.
I got some more sick footage of it.
I saw that!
But like, I got out and my boat was still rocking me, and I was rocking, and holy shit! Wow! Are you kidding? Dude! That is mint!
Yo, Eddie out over here and come check out this island, it's bomb!
Jim pulled over on an island because he got caught in the current and couldn't really get to the island with the moose, and so he walked up on this thing, and as I'm going past, he has this absolutely perfectly bleached caribou deadhead, basically. Just gonna go check out this island and see this deadhead that Jim found. Looks phenomenal. Whoa, it's like a peat island. Unbelievable, dude. Wow.
I saw the moose on the tip of the island from here.
Dude, look at this peat.
I know, how cool is this?
This peat I'm walking on. It looks like it came from the taxidermist.
Well, this part's broken off here.
Wow.
Pretty
Look
good,
at how
right?
bleached white it is.
Yeah. Can we keep it?
Yeah. It's quite a mission to keep, but whoa, dude. Wow.
Look at how its nose is all broken from the wolves eating off its nose.
Hopefully we don't dump and stab us to death. Really cool chain of events with that moose and Jim just pulling over here because he had to wait up for me, and seeing this old site of a wolf kill where the caribou, I guess, was taken down by wolves here, and here's its bones scattered around and the massive head with antlers. Just really freaking cool. But what's like even cooler about it is just how sun bleached it is. I guess just being on this peat island, it's just exposed to not much, you know, decay or rot that you would have in other places, and just tons of sun, and the sun has just bleached it. It's just been dry and high for a while. It looks like, you know, a taxidermist bleached it. It's so white. It's quite amazing.
Cool little pit stop on this island. I wasn't gonna keep it. Ted, careful now or I'll ram you. I rammed Ted with my antlers. Cool, huh? Yeah, I wasn't gonna keep it because I already have a bunch of this kind of stuff, but I guess I just couldn't pass it up. So we'll see. Be interesting running rapids with this on my canoe. Hopefully I don't dump and skewer myself. But maybe I'll take it home, or maybe I'll leave it in Churchill or at the cabin at the mouth for other people to see or something. Because here it's just about to fall into the river. It's not heavy. I've traveled a long way with a moose skull like that. It was way heavier. Anyways, time to continue trying to paddle away from a forest fire.
Well, that was pretty cool. Cool find. Yeah, cool chain of events. The size of this river continues to boggle my mind. We are just in a very wide stretch, and you know, it looks like a freaking big lake, but there's quite a strong current ripping through it. Just so much water, such an unbelievable river, really.
At this point,
We have 50 kilometers left, and after today, 3 days to do it in. So we might actually do it in 2 days and spend an extra night camped at the mouth in this little shack where we're gonna wait our boat pickup. And that little shack is there because there's a high population density of polar bears. And you know, if we it's not safe to really just camp there, so we have a good chance of safely viewing some polar bears from that shack because they're in their largest numbers along the coast. So because we're ahead of schedule, we don't really need to I mean, it's hopefully going to be fairly easy. I mean, these rapids coming up are going to take time to scout and run, and it will be challenging, but it might not take an enormous amount of time. So because of that, we might be just fine to give ourselves a little buffer.
Jim!
Yeah?
You want to paddle behind the island?
Sure.
Another one of these peat moss islands. You can smell it. Smells like decaying organic matter a little bit.
Here on my right, we have a peat island. It is a flat plateau up there, very picturesque, very interesting.
Paddle, you little trout sniffer.
Trout sniffer, that's so good. I'm not fat.
Looks like a piece of shit, eh?
It does look pretty flooded, but it looks like maybe there's enough space.
So we'd have to set up like in between the bank and the water basically, eh?
Looks like maybe there's enough beach in the back left. If like any waves came across here, we'd just get washed out.
I mean, if the water is just a little lower, there'd be an epic beach here though, eh?
Yeah, like right here, right?
Yeah.
It could like...
Oh, there's enough room there.
Probably not as good as the plateau though.
The bugs have found us.
So the question is whether to camp sort of here, maybe fill in a couple like camp there where Jim is, which is really precariously close to the water, but you could fit a tent in and just cross your fingers that the wind doesn't blow up. Or we could camp in this upper section that is over here. Dun, dun. Looks like there's a bit of a footpath, maybe for high water or people that don't like camping on the sand. Oh yeah, there's a plateau up here. So yeah, we could camp up here for sure. Wow. Crazy. Nice tent spot right here. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, ground eroding. Wow. Guess there was some water running under there. It's almost like a bit of a sinkhole up and over there too. Really just beautiful day.
Full sun. Yeah. Well, it is humid out today. This is, even though this is earlier summer, it's actually the warmest time of year here, and I feel like we've gotten a stretch of hot weather, which is like rare for being this far north. Suit up with the dry suit here and give her.
boulder strewn class 3 that's coming up right now.
Wild.
Looking pretty polar berry. Maybe we can get through there, but well, crazy wind. We ran a big rapid. I hit a huge wave, then we came through a boulder field and the river got super wide and this crazy wind just started broadsiding me, hitting up big whitecaps on the side of my canoe and basically blew me into a bit of a protected bay here in an island that I thought it was actually 2 islands I could paddle through, but on my map it's marked as just a tiny little point, which means I'd have to, or a tiny little isthmus, which means I'd have to go out, paddle into the wind, and then turn and get broadside again. So literally we might actually be windbound here, but because the water's high, it looks like we might be able to get out and like drag through there. There might be enough water in there, and honestly, even if there wasn't, in this wind, it might make sense to come into this bay and try to carry over, like 2-man haul the canoes over, just because getting out there and that stuff is crazy. But yeah, super fun stretch of rapids. It wasn't as terrifying as I thought it would be, which is usually the case with rapids, and usually the case in life too, I suppose, that you worry so much about things, but you prepare for them, and when you get there, you know, you handle them because you're prepared. And that's kind of like what these rapids were. But we were worried they'd be like that crazy one where me and Ted had to run that nutso line through that tight slot canyon with like the class 5 standing waves. But fortunately it wasn't. So I just hit one huge wave, and then that big wave was kind of a hole in and of itself. It kind of created a bit of an eddy behind it and sort of blocked the other waves. But man, that was exciting. Anyways, yeah, it's starting to look really polar bear-y around here, really tundra-y, and just crazy looking country. So we might see a polar bear today or sometime soon, I don't know. So we're gonna keep our eyes out for it. We're making better time than we thought too. So yeah, I think we're gonna make it to our end point of our trip, no problem, on schedule, maybe a bit before, which is great. I mean, kind of goes to show that we plan things out really well along the entire route, and it's tough to do that for a 25-day trip, and so finishing on the exact day and forcing ourselves to make our kilometers, and doing all the things, building catamarans and sails and paddling into heavy winds and using the double blade when we had to, all added up to, you know, be a good system to get to where we are now. But I don't want to count my chickens before they're hatched though, because there's still some serious whitewater rapids to come and other challenges too, like this wind, for example. Oh yeah. Well, it looks like the high water is on our side here. Looks like I might be able to drag over some boulders and get over this isthmus without having to portage. Definitely couldn't get over this rock ledge, but looks like we're going to be able to get through the islands. Yeah, this is marked as an isthmus,
Let's try to get up there, just behind that island to the left of where the waves are breaking on those rocks. We'll wait it out for a bit.
Okay, well, we've been trying to wait out the wind here behind this island, and the river is only about 2 kilometers wide here, and there are huge whitecaps splashing and breaking on the rocks in front of us. We can't really paddle into it. It was supposed to be an easy day today, but looks like this is going to be a serious challenge. So I don't know if I can really paddle directly into it, but we're going to kind of just hug the shore a bit and sort of front ferry into it. Wow. I don't think we can go anywhere till this wind dies. Couldn't even make it to the next point and back.
Ted's trapped by the wind. He's running into problems here. Looks like he's almost home free into a more sheltered area.
It's not even so much the wind and waves, it's all these rocks along the shore. Well, Ted and I are windbound behind this flooded Willow Island and have been here for some time. Actually, Ted jumped over to some peat island with some tundra there just to explore it a little bit. I'm just here taking a time lapse, just kind of vegging, literally standing in the water. Not much we can really do on this island at all, so I'm just like basically sitting in my canoe, standing in the water. We thought the rapids were going to be the biggest challenge today, and there was some pretty interesting water, hit some big stuff, but when we rounded a corner to pass through a wide section of the river, about a mile wide here, a crazy wind blew up, so strong that it was just throwing enormous waves, and we were getting the full brunt of the wind because it was blowing from the opposite side of the river. And we tried paddling in it after waiting it out a bit, and just huge whitecaps, just total gong show. Ted ended up just going ashore and like wading his boat along shore as the waves smacked into it. I was trying to dodge boulders and like getting broadsided by huge whitecaps. We basically turned around and just like went back because there's just no point in attempting to paddle. We still have a ways to go today. We thought it was going to be like relatively easy other than the Whitewater, and here it is going to be challenging. We'll see if we even make it today. There would be a place to, I guess, camp on the other side there if we bushwhacked through some willows and then climbed up on some tundra. So, I mean, a sunny day, the day cleared up, forest fire smoke is gone with the change in the direction of the wind, but man, talk about wind. So yeah, I think we're just gonna have to wait this one out for a while anyways, just to be safe.
Well, Jim and I are still windbound on this wide section of river. We have been for several hours now. I kind of paddled over to sort of explore the shore a bit, but not exactly that great. Well, the wind just almost blew me over, and it is not letting up. No signs of it letting up. I don't know. If it keeps up, we'll just have to camp here. It's a bit of a freaking nightmare. I paddled over here just to kind of explore and get some. That's clearly very old. Probably some sort of mining camp thing. I think there used to be a mining camp across the way that maybe burnt down in a forest fire.
I am sick of this swampy willow island. Ted went over to shore and there's some tundra up there. Wind still hasn't died. It's like 6:30. I've been just like sitting here doing nothing for freaking a long time. So I mean, maybe we're just gonna camp here and hope that the wind is broken by tomorrow, or don't set up the tent and make a dash for it and camp a ways down river this evening. We'll see, but at least the wind's keeping the bugs down.
To camp here.
Yeah,
I swear.
Gotta stake the bed down first.
secret society, which is awesome.
Right.
Tried to make it pot solid.
Yeah, very pot solid fire.
Dude, we only have 30 kilometers to go, not 40.
30?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, we've already done 10K.
Yeah, banged off 10. Yeah.
Yeah. Hilarious. Maybe like 30, maybe like 34. I don't know.
Yeah. So aren't there pictographs at the Prayer Rock?
I don't know. I think you would have said that.
There's a prayer rock here, basically a sacred site, indigenous site. So we're gonna check it out. Our river notes here stay specifically to leave tobacco, so we're going to do that because it might be a good thing, because immediately after that the river drops an enormous amount over several thundering rapids. So we need all the help we can get. You know, Prayer Rock might be like up
Over
there.
Well, that's also where the tundra is. This wasn't really
Maybe
tundra.
we just walk here and then we just break through this line of trees and it's all tundra behind this line of trees.
We should just do that now.
Yeah.
This sucks here.
Yeah.
There it is.
Pretty cool, just walking along here, just imagining the Shethanei coming through and using this as a navigational marker to help navigate across the tundra.
The river in a lot of places has a a narrow lining of trees along it where the soil is good and where the permafrost is deeper, but as soon as you get back from the river, we are in pure tundra country. And if you get a little bit further north too, you won't see a single tree. And once we're on the Hudson Bay coast, there will be no trees there either. And there is Prayer Rock. We found it. It was used by Dene travelers as a beacon to help them navigate across the tundra.
Wow. Pretty amazing.
They say monolithic, large monolithic granite structure.
I was thinking about, like, you know, the day we were walking through here, just right where we were. And
Yeah.
this is a great navigational thing for sure.
Beacon, yeah.
You kind of know where you were and
Yeah.
whatever, like checking the landscape.
In
I like
winter
the urban
especially.
trails through here, eh?
Cool.
So we're going to leave tobacco here. So we actually have some, and we are going to leave it.
Well, probably would have been better off to pull over there. Probably could have seen it from the river, but we didn't want to get too far downriver and miss it. Look at the size of it, just this huge thing, I guess, just dumped here by glaciers. Wow, should climb up on it. Wow, you can really get a good view out on all the surrounding tundra from up here. Cool. Just trying to be extra careful because like crashing myself out here would suck. But it's pretty, it's not exactly Alex Honnold feet yet.
A lot of bugs here.
Well, that was definitely worth the search and the trek to find Prayer Rock. I actually got a chance to climb up on top of it and get a cool view of the surrounding landscape and leave some tobacco there for, you know, just an offering, I guess, or a traditional gesture. And tobacco was, still is, of course, tobacco is a sacred plant. And now we are going to jump back into the canoes and head downriver. And the way things are going, there's a good chance we'll be able to finish the river today, but lots of rapids to come. with Deaf Rapids, it's the last, it's like close to the mouth, so it's going to be affected by the tides. So you want to hit it at high tide or sometime after high tide, because that high tide's the tidal maximum and is when the tide starts going out. But if you hit it at low tide or sometime after, the tide, you know, will be coming in, and then
it will create like crazy weird waves.
Exactly, yeah. So like the current of the river will be crashing into the incoming tide and make the waves way big.
Also, there might be like a ton of rapids where there wouldn't be. Well, we are just approaching sort of the final descent, if you will, of the Seal River into Hudson's Bay. The current is starting to pick up, and we're entering a maze of islands because the river essentially like branches through all these islands like this, and there's just like rapids throughout every channel. And our river notes kind of mark certain channels, and of course, you know, the individual couldn't have really scouted every single little channel, so it makes sense to follow where the notes are. And so we're just going to turn on our GPSs just because we have them, and then we can like kind of follow exactly where we want to be. Wow, dude, that's like a house-sized boulder. Maybe car-sized. the ocean. You can see out into the ocean, but you can hear Death Rapids, the last obstacle before we reach the ocean.
On the left!
I don't really know for sure why they're called Death Rapids, probably because they're deafening. We're getting the 12 gauge out with slugs because there could be a polar bear just lurking and watching us in the bushes here. Scouting the final rapid, Death Rapids, and walked through that, and it just got worse and worse and taller, and we were just in a swamp. It was absolutely miserable and really thick bugs. So now we've come further down river. We're gonna try to hop along these boulders and get a look at the rapid around the corner. We started a little higher up because just in case we needed, like even here, we'll need to kind of paddle up river first, so we didn't want to be too far down and have to wade up. But you know, we'll see what happens. So far, this is a better plan. But the high water is making it kind of challenging. Looks like there might be a route down the left, just like the notes say.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, few bugs. Oh no. If we can't get left of that hole, this is going to be a portage. That is quite the turmoil. One, two, three.
The tide's probably out, which means we're hitting it at like the perfect time.
Picking to the right of the island.
Way over to here, yeah.
Yeah, so run this.
Yeah, eddy out.
Run ferry over to there.
To there.
That's a line of boulders too, but maybe.
Yeah, to right there. You see that huge boulder? Just to the left of that.
Should be
I'm
alright.
sure this is bigger than we think. Like I think I see some rocks and like ledgy type shit over there.
Right. That massive, huge frowning hole you see, we're gonna come down on the left, close to shore, and try to miss it. Hopefully we don't get swept into it. A lot of the times when there's a lot of current, something that big, the current really pushes you towards it because that's where the water's going. So we'll see.
Well, we're gonna try to sneak this rapid on the left. There's some huge stuff in the middle and the right too, but looks like on the left we can get down there, miss all the big stuff, and do a boulder dodge for an epic finish. So we're gonna go hop in the boats and give her. I can see Hudson Bay from here, and it looks like the tide's out, so I think we're hitting this at the perfect time. If the tide was coming in, it might be like way bigger than everything.
pushing you in there. If you stay
I see a route down right here, Ted. Sneaky. So far, so good. Got my shotgun up top, loaded with the safety on, so all I have to do is unbutton this, pull it out of the scabbard, and shoot. This is a waterproof floating scabbard. It's actually made in Alaska, so it's made for situations just like this. Great way to carry your firearm in that scabbard, and also great way to have it at the ready right on top like that. I've been keeping it under the spray deck, but in a reachable place too. So anyways, we just ran the last serious rapid on the Seal River. Below us, we have a couple boulders to dodge, and you know, fair to say some class 1, 2s, but that is pretty much it. It's late in the evening. We were worried about this rapid, but we were able to kind of sneak by it. We didn't feel like trying to hit some of the bigger stuff with roving polar bears all around and being late in the day, and we managed to do a more technical run down the left side and sneak the rapid for an awesome completion right here in this eddy. So we're super excited, and now a couple more easier rapids that we're going to follow all the way to a small cabin or shack that's going to give us some protection from the polar bears while where we are going to wait for our boat pickup and hopefully see some polar bears, maybe from the safety of the cabin. So super amazing moment of the trip, but it's really going to kind of all come together when we get to the cabin, and finally when we have that big boat ride
way down the coast all the way to Churchill, and that's when we can say we've completed this thing. But definitely an incredible milestone, and the last milestone, the last major obstruction of the trip is done here on day 21. And we're ahead of schedule too. So that's awesome. And look at the bugs on my hand.
See what I do for you guys? I'm holding the camera, doing an interview.
Getting swarmed just to share stuff with everyone.
Late in the day, it's probably 8:30, 9 o'clock, but hopefully we can get there, and maybe we have tonight and tomorrow and the next night. And then we're getting picked up by our shuttle driver, weather permitting. Hopefully we'll be able to view some polar bears from a safe environment at that time.
Well, I'm just gonna ferry across it for anything for fun.
Does look like there's a lot of rocks here.
Don't count your chickens before they're hatched. Holy shit. Our river note said that was an easy class 1, 2, but it turned out to be raging. One of the most fun. Yeah! Yeah, my God! They... Oh, had dumped.
I might wash what?
I think you'll be okay. Grab your throw bag! Grab your throw bag! Just pull up on this island!
I'm not gonna make it! I'm not gonna make it!
Just keep yanking it!
You'll get it. Just pull it into the eddy.
Chickens before they're hatched, eh?
I should have just ran it left.
Oh, okay.
No, I dumped in the hole.
Oh, okay.
See, and so I had the lining rope, which I figured was good enough.
Yeah.
It came unspooled nicely.
All's well that ends well.
Don't celebrate till the fat lady sings. I don't know what that goes, how that saying goes. It's not over till the fat lady sings. So we think we were on the last drop. We're like, yay, we finished it. But the high water, our notes just said it was a class 1, 2, kind of get right to avoid some rocks. We do that. I see a channel on the left. I'm like, oh, I should go left, but last run and I followed Jim, which turned out to be a mistake because he went over and just like, I guess didn't realize how big it was, and then but then ended up picking a obviously a better line than me and just bombing into some stuff, and I saw, whoa, that looked pretty big. But when I went in there, it was like way bigger than I had seen, or I hit it a little too far left. I missed the first like huge hole, and then all of a sudden right after me there was this another massive hole I didn't see, and I went into it kind of just a little too sideways. So a hole is basically foaming water, like it's not a wave that goes over, it's like foaming back in, and it's very aerated with a lot of air bubbles, and so it kind of holds you and fills you full of water, and it's curling back upriver. So when I went into it sort of sideways, it tried to tip me upriver, and I did a big like lean out high brace, but it just wasn't enough. My paddle just kind of squished into the air bubbles and like almost saved myself, held it, but it just tipped me over. And you know, and I was just like, oh no, like, and tried to swim in to get to this island before getting pushed around. I had my paddle in my hand and it was like exhausting because I was pulling the canoe and holding the paddle, but the current was like, because it was a double blade, the current was like pushing on both blades and stopping me from swimming as well. Probably could have done it more efficiently, but that's what happened. And unfortunately, when I missed the island, the canoe scraped kind of on the rock, and I lost my GoPro in the front of the canoe, and that camera's gone. It just like ripped off my little magic arm that's there. The magic arm held, but the plastic clip and the GoPro completely ripped off, and I lost it. So pretty devastating. That's kind of the worst part of the whole thing. And you know, but luckily I just changed the card, so I only lost that footage and of course the GoPro. So, but wild ride to end the Seal River here. I suppose it's still not over yet, so you know, I shouldn't get too excited just yet. I mean, I've learned my lesson there. It there, you see how you could have just come down just to the left of the island? Yeah. First I was gonna go there.
It's getting dark, but we're close. We just can't see it. So we gotta really make sure we stay left. Maybe it's just on the point right there. What? Left. Looks like we can just sneak through. Oh. This was not on the agenda for this evening.
Well, we didn't take the most direct route, but it is what it is. Beautiful sunset though, gorgeous evening, and with any luck we get there before we're dodging polar bears in the dark. Wow, so beautiful. Just the birds are incredible. Absolutely beautiful right now.
See the cabin! Yeah! What a finish! Look at this sunset! Unbelievably beautiful!
Could not be a more picture perfect finish. Incredible. Of course, again, don't count your chickens before they're hatched. We can't get back to Churchill by powerboat if there's big waves, so we still have weather, but we are pretty much done the paddling portion of this expedition, and it feels freaking amazing. We just did some pretty serious stuff. Wow, and it is so freaking beautiful right here.
We're there. Wow, what a crazy finish to the trip. Epic.
Oh, polar bear. Oh, polar bear.
3 of them. It has 2 cubs, Jim. Are you serious? Yeah, it has 2 cubs.
She sees us.
probably
the wind was going the other way, it would smell us.
it already looked over directly at me. I'm pretty sure it already knows we're here. But I don't think it's gonna get aggressive unless we like put ourselves between the cubs and all that.
So there's a polar bear over there with 2 cubs. When they have cubs, it's... We've run into a black bear with 2 cubs before, and we did some of the stuff to scare it and shot a warning shot, and it just pissed it off and charged us. So you got to be careful. You know, we don't want to, obviously, if, you know, it's a safe distance now, but we should get in the cabin. But amazing. So cool.
Yo. The tide's out, so we gotta haul our stuff up to the cabin, and then we're gonna have to carry our canoes up to the cabin too, or they'll get swept away when the tide comes in. But a bit of a moonscape here. First thing I saw after I climbed out of the canoe is a mother polar bear and 2 cubs not too far away, and that was pretty cool. They greeted us a safe distance away. She probably knows we're here, but I don't think she's gonna gun for us or anything. But yeah, 3 polar bears we saw, and Ted saw Wolverine earlier in this trip. So seeing a Wolverine and polar bears, that's some bucket list shit right there, man. Looks like there's a wood stove in here, and even some wood. Would you look at that? Oh geez. Don't step on the whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't step on this board with nails in it. That's to keep the bears out. The door got nails all over it. Here's the shack. Jim's just opening it. Housekeeping! Don't believe him, it's a polar bear. A polar bear. Polar bears and sunsets. Epic. Good morning. Oh man, it's pretty relaxing not to have to get up, pack everything up today, and make it 30 or 40 kilometers into a blasting headwind. But yeah, we have the day to explore and to relax, you know, in this gonna be. It's really cool. There's lots of like notes from other groups and people that have visited the cabin or paddled the Seal River, or where they started and where they finished. We noticed Frank Wolf and Shauna Leor's note from last year, so we'll leave our names here somewhere as well. We slept in a bit and feel well rested. I feel like a few times in the night we woke up excited, thinking like we'd heard a bear, and like peered out the windows, and then couldn't get back to sleep right away because it's just kind of a riding a high from having completed the trip and being in such a cool place.
Well, we didn't see it, but at some point today, a big old wolf also walked by the cabin down by the river. Pretty huge, big guy. Yeah, fresh traps.
How much less fat I am.
Yeah.
Oh. What is that?
It's a hernia.
Hernia. You noticing that bit of a strange bite flavor? Like like a hint of like seagull shit or something?
No.
Who cares? We just burn this shirt.
There's a hint of seagulls.
Not whalebone. So I just found that kicking around on the beach. Looks like it's from a pretty big whale. Fuel drums are a fairly common find in the north. When people travel large distances by snowmobile, they'll often just strap one of these entire drums to their Comatic sledge and pull it, and then affix a pump to the top to pump it out to refill, because when you're traveling 200-300 miles by snowmobile, you need to haul a lot of gas with you. And also for planes, bush pilots will cache them sometimes. Prospecting camps will have them delivered by float plane to refuel their choppers, and for heating as well. Some areas where there's no wood in the Arctic, they need to heat with oil, and so these will carry aviation fuel, just straight, typical unleaded gas, things like that. Diesel even. There's another bear. They're waiting for the belugas. So that is 2 bears today. now that I've seen the polar bears out there at sea hunting belugas, I couldn't see any belugas, but as I started looking more carefully, I'm seeing, you know, water shoot up that's not breaking whitecaps, that's just beluga whales breathing in their blowholes. But I'm seeing for sure that there's multiple beluga whales out here right now too. So that's cool. I'm watching 2 polar bears and a bunch of beluga whales. Yeah. Whoa, there's the bear right in front of me. This guy just ducked under. Oh, dude! He just attacked a whale. So we're literally just being entertained out here on the shores of Hudson Bay by watching a bear hunt belugas. And we're watching it swim around from place to place, and I just saw it pounce on one and make a big splash. It's really far out there, so it's hard to really get zoomed way in on him. But I'm almost kind of using my video camera as binos to watch the action happening.
Close to shore that time. There it is. Yeah.
Pretty cool. Pretty good entertainment for the day. Watching polar bears hunt whales on Hudson Bay. How cool is that?
Well, Jim and I are just standing here not far from our cabin, and we're observing polar bears that are quite a ways off, but not that far really. You know, but they're out there hunting belugas, and we did see some beluga whales. Their white backs kind of come up. It's hard to decipher between the white caps of the waves and the belugas, but sure enough, you can definitely see that super white back, and then also like their blowholes blowing like a mist in the air. And then we saw polar bears out there in 2 occasions. This one's just sitting kind of on an island far away, and the other one was like swimming and floating on a sandbar as the tide come in and was trying to hunt these belugas. So pretty freaking cool. That's 5 bears we've seen now. A mother and 2 cubs yesterday, and now 2 other solo bears here. Pretty wild stretch of coast here, and just so many polar bears. It's hard to believe, really. It's amazing. Just really fortunate to be out here witnessing this. Just like, it seems hard to believe, but amazing. How's the coffee, Jim?
Pretty weak. Do you have coffee left, Ted?
I do have coffee.
Maybe I should add a little more. What do you think?
Yeah, add all of it. Are you gonna change your shirt for the train?
Yes.
But put it back on when you meet Tori. It's an interesting sleep last night.
Yeah.
Strange,
Interesting
broken
sleep
sleep
patterns. Yeah. Probably what to do is drinking coffee right before bed and the
What?
excitement of polar bears being all over the place.
What the hell was making those noises there, though?
Raven, maybe?
Why don't you name your son Raven?
Is that a name for a boy?
I think maybe it's a girl's name.
I was thinking about Seagull.
How about Juniper?
Isn't that some famous person's kid's name or something?
I don't know. Don't push it down yet.
Just mixing it around. What's the year again?
Ha! 2021.
Didn't you say it'd be ready at 12 or earlier? So uncivilized.
Am I in that shot over there?
Below the day joint?
Am I in that? Can
You
see?
are.
You are.
You look phenomenal.
Well, we are having our morning coffees. We rationed the last couple of flakes of creamer for 25 days. We still had some for the last day. Quite a skill, as Jim was mentioning. Probably near the most important on the bushcraft survival list is your ability to ration creamer by eyeballing it, dumping it out of the corner of a Ziploc.
For 25 days in advance from day one.
Right.
When kept in 2 separate bags.
Right.
Ted had a bag and I had a bag. Ultimate survival skill.
Right. It's much more important because, like, really, I mean, if you screw up something like that, you run out of coffee, you run out of creamer, like, people go irate and the expedition can be quickly ended with a knifing.
It's not.
Ugh. Breakfast at the cabin. Well, we leave today. Our boat shuttle is going to be here at 2 o'clock, but they requested we are ready, have everything ready by around noon. And just in case he's early and just so we don't leave him floating out there, we're going to have to paddle out to meet him because it's too shallow for him to bring his boat and motor in here and risk damaging it on these rocks. We'll have to navigate the gauntlet of polar bears as we do this. Kind of funny, but actually true. We're out there swimming around yesterday, like diving under for multiple minutes at a time, hunting belugas. And I do hear the wind picking up pretty significantly. Hopefully that doesn't become an issue and he's not able to get us. It would really suck to like pack up, get ready and wait and then him not come because of the wind. Hopefully it's manageable. It's a nice day, but it seems like maybe there's a little bit higher gusts, at least right now. But anyway, yeah, hopefully we can make it out and everything goes smooth and we have a safe journey back to Churchill. Right. What are you doing?
Taking packing up.
We've my feet are gonna be soaked. telescope here, and we've been able to observe the bears and belugas at huge distances we couldn't otherwise with our camera.
I think one of the coolest things is not just seeing a bear, but observing their behavior in their own habitat. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, we're not just seeing bears, we're watching how bears interact with their cubs, or watching how they hunt.
Anyone that needs a maid,
Probably not a good idea to hire me.
hire Jim. He knows how to cook bannock and fish. That's about it.
You have a gun. I think that's gonna be good, eh? Okay, well, here we are on the shores of mighty Hudson's Bay. This is day 25 of our adventure, starting all the way from Melvin Lake. We started traveling up the Barrington River, portaged over the height of land into the South Seal River system, which we followed through Tadoule and Shethanei lakes into the beautiful Seal River system, and we continued following the Seal all the way to Hudson Bay, and pretty much have crossed an enormous stretch of northern Manitoba. All around us is tundra. We're staying in a small cabin after completing this canoe expedition that's been over 700 miles long. And this cabin, it was built here as basically a safe place to stay in an area that has a very high population density of polar bears. People use it for traditional, hunting and of course paddling, like Ted and I, who've come down the Seal River. They hold up in here and wait for a boat pickup from Churchill, which is what we're doing right now. We've spent a couple nights in this cabin, and yesterday we just hung out here and observed some of the polar bears and beluga whales in the area, which is super cool, and also really enjoyed just watching this tide and the way that it leaves almost a moonscape when it goes out because of the shallow water here close to shore in Hudson's Bay. You can see I'm carrying a 12-gauge shotgun with me loaded with slugs. Definitely recommended to bring if you're walking around or camping in this area. I've honestly lost count of how many bears we've seen, how many different bear sightings. Some might have been the same one, but likely at least 8 or 9 bears we've seen. And we haven't just seen the bears. What's been really cool is that we've actually got the chance to observe the bears. We've sat there on shore and watched their activities, watched their behavior, watched them hunt for belugas. We've seen belugas with their blowholes shooting out, and the polar bear standing kind of waiting for them. Even saw a polar bear lunge at a beluga whale, watch them stand up, sniff the air, sleep on top of rocks way out in the tidal flats, and watch the incredible distances they can swim underwater and then come up. And Ted and I spent hours yesterday just looking for bears and watching what they do, watching how they behave. We watched the mother bear and how it interacted with its cubs, which was super cool. So not just a place to see bears, but a place to really observe bears, and polar bears too, which are just such a majestic animal. And really this whole final stretch of the trip has been majestic. The Arctic grayling we've been catching with their shimmering iridescent colors, the seals in the rapids way inland. I didn't even know that was a thing. The ice canyons on the rivers that we paddled down, the multiple kilometers long rapids, the gorges, the spans, the widths of the river. We put a lot of miles behind us, keeping up our daily distance of over 32 kilometers each day in the earlier stretches of the trip, which was very challenging. One of the beautiful things around here is just all the birds too. All different kinds of birds have been really neat to watch, and from the beginning to the end, but especially as we've gotten close to the coast, and those back-to-back type 2 fun days with very little sleep, putting in 11-hour travel days, each soloing, which is much slower than paddling tandem, to paid off, and we actually ended up being a little ahead of schedule, which was what we wanted to be, because we wanted to get to this cabin a little earlier to have some time to unwind a bit and observe bears, and do that in safety, in the safety of the cabin. And we're really glad that we were able to do that in the end. Our boat shuttle pickup should be coming in a couple hours or something like that. Yeah, 1 or 2 hours. So we've basically just packed up the cabin, packed up all our gear, given it a good sweep. We've closed the window shutters, which are studded with very, very many nails to keep the bears from smashing them. We're going to close up the door, put an entire extra piece of plywood with nails hammered through it, and close the big, huge latch, I guess we'll call it, that closes the door and basically keeps the bears from breaking into it and trashing the place. We're actually going to have to portage all our gear and canoes to the river and paddle out to meet Jack Batstone, who's a legendary northern person from Churchill. He's the one that is the guy you call if you want a boat pickup from here. He knows what he's doing, essentially risking his life even to come out here. This is no easy task, navigating Hudson Bay, which can be, throw up some massive waves. You have serious tidal things, shallows, boulders everywhere that you got to watch out for. So he can't come in here because it's just too shallow. So we're going to have to paddle out to him. Probably we'll paddle out to him and might even see a few beluga whales. Later in the season, the belugas show up in massive numbers. I already probably saw, I don't know, but at least 20. Just their blowholes and just their backs arching out of the water like that. And that's why the polar bears are out there hunting them. And Ted and I both hope that the polar bears are getting food, because getting belugas, because that's less likely of a chance that they'll decide to turn their attention to putting us on the menu. So yeah, very cool area, very crazy, the amount of bears here, the amount of wildlife, just the wildness of the area in general. We're seeing all kinds of prints from massive wolves, a lot of caribou sign, the bears, the whales, the seals, just everything has been incredible. And there has been a lot of challenges on this expedition too, and a lot of the time I get asked, Jim, why would you do that? Like, why would you break your back, travel for 12 hours a day, let alone film the entire adventure, that added amount of work to keep batteries charged and pull out the camera when you least want to, is all part of definitely a large amount of work for sure. And people say, why wouldn't you do that? And there's two different kinds of fun. There's type 2 fun and there's type 1 fun. Type 1 fun is your typical kind of fun, where you have a smile on your face and you're enjoying yourself like a typical vacation if you went to a resort or you're hanging out with friends laughing. Type 2 fun is fun afterwards, and you're not necessarily smiling while you do it. And sometimes the harder that type 2 fun is, the longer it takes before you sit back and reflect on it and realize that that's fun. And basically type 2 fun is a very rewarding kind of fun, and it makes you happier in the long run, even though you might not be happier in the moment, because you have accomplished something. They say that people are happiest if we can accomplish just something, progress just a little bit every day towards our goals in life, whatever they may be. And when you're on a canoe expedition like this, you're not just doing that, you're actually living that. And we need challenges in our life to challenges that we can overcome to not just feel happy but feel fulfilled. If you're just having type 1 fun all the time, eventually you might feel a little bit empty. And we need those challenges to be presented to us, that to give us the opportunity to wrap our minds around them and figure them out, build our own self-confidence and build that fulfillment, which is in a way real happiness. And that is what this trip does in essence. And when you do that in an incredibly natural setting, it really kind of draws you closer to your own roots and your ancestors and the way indigenous people traveled and survived here, and you get a window into the life of animals, and you really feel this incredible feeling of freedom when you're completely relying on yourself for everything, like you're doing when you're on a wilderness expedition. And to see wild areas in their natural state is incredible. A lot of times we forget how good the fishing is, or how many animals there are, or how remote some areas still are on this earth, and what it's truly like to be in those places. And those places are getting smaller and smaller with every passing day. So I feel extremely fortunate that I still live in a time where we have these natural environments that are true wilderness areas. And I hope that we can actually decide that some of these areas should be left undeveloped, without road access, without buildings, and that would be something that would be extremely beneficial to do for future generations, so they can still enjoy areas like the Seal River and the South Seal and Northern Manitoba in general, and other wilderness areas in the same kind of way I have in the years to come, which I think is very important to the entire human experience. Even if you don't use them, just to know that they're there, know those ecosystems are still intact. And who knows, leaving an area like that intact is, one day some people might have to rely on them again for sustenance in a way that we once did. So having them there could even be looked at beyond just a spiritual place and a place where we can leave the animals unmolested. It can also be an insurance policy for our own survival, and I think that's much more true than most people would realize. And what a trip, traveling upriver, hauling up the Barrington River, just wading up rushing rapids, going around boulders, paddling up them when we could, navigating by compass over the height of land that divide the Lake Winnipeg and the Nelson River and into the Seal River watershed. So traveling from going upriver to then going downriver is a really interesting way to see and feel the land and get an understanding for the way the land lies and why water flows the way it does. And because of that elevation, is something that kind of teaches you things in a very practical way, much like you can read about polar bears or hear about them, but when you actually observe them doing something and observe their behavior, that teaches you something about them and about their lives, gives you a window into the fascination of their own abilities and their own lives in a kind of a way that a book or even a documentary never really could.
The world is not in your books and maps. It's out there.
So I feel very fortunate, very thankful for that. And then, of course, heading across some of these massive lakes, Big Sand Lake, absolutely massive, and having these challenges of enormous distances to paddle and being exhausted at the end of the day, knowing you're probably only going to get to sleep for 4 hours before you have to do it all again. And then having these gusting winds, these scary winds throwing at you, threatening to pin you down in one spot for multiple days as your food resources dwindle, not being able to travel, but being able to overcome that by building a catamaran, by putting our minds together and building a sail so we could travel large distances in this massive lake and these huge waves, and then dealing with the extremely high water we had in the earlier days of the trip on the South Seal, where rapids were completely flooded into the trees, having to portage things we wouldn't normally have to portage, and having to scout things that were very challenging, wading through flooded forests, and a lot of the rapids being way more challenging than we thought they were going to be. Finally getting into the Seal, still dealing with the challenges of high water and the extremely danger water demons of boils and fast eddy lines and enormous standing waves, but still managing to get through all of them without even having to portage once on the Seal, and to finish the trip in an absolutely beautiful setting with a perfect sunset. And as soon as we get to Hudson's Bay, to climb out of the boat and see the mother and 2 cubs was a little scary, but also just an amazing thing to see those, and then to continually observe and see polar bears and whales the next day was just incredible. I mean, the Seal River is just like an absolute Shangri-La, and it feels like you're in just an enchanted land, is the best way to describe it. Absolutely absolutely spectacular. What a trip it has become. The challenges, the physical challenges, the challenges of pushing yourself, the fears of bears, the fears of the impending rapid, the fears of what challenges the high water did and would present in the days to come, and the interpersonal challenges of being able to get along with another person like me and Ted have done out here and overcome arguments that we've gotten in a few times that were, you know, heavily brought on by just you know, exhaustion and hunger and other, you know, fears of things we might face and disagreements, and being able to get through those things and get over them, even though you know, we might be enraged with each other at the time, is another challenge and another real skill that you have to have when you're out here, to be able to mentally work and travel with other people on top of the challenge of the actual skill and sport of canoeing, and on top of the mental grit and physical grit you have to get through. You also have to be able to deal with other people and all of those things. I don't know if we did amazingly well on all of them, but here we are at the end, and we're both extremely happy and extremely proud of ourselves for our accomplishment, and closer as brothers when it's all been said and done too, which I think is about the best thing you could possibly ask for. What an adventure.
What?
I think a Wolverine knocked over our trail cam.
Shut up.
My trail cam, the smudge marks right across it look like it could potentially be from the nose of an animal. The trail cam was knocked over last night. It was on top of that rock, strapped to the frame of an old metal chair, and in the morning the chair had fallen over. Well, it hasn't been extremely windy. I looked around at first and I didn't see any polar bear prints around it or anything, but now as I've come to collect it, I see what look like Wolverine claw marks, and Wolverine claw marks as the animal is jumping to get up onto the rock, because there's no claw marks around there. So it looks, because of those claw marks, it would have jumped as opposed to walking around the rock. Maybe on the trail cam we have a Wolverine investigating. Looks like trail cam was right up here, strapped to that metal chair. And there's the print, so it looked up, it jumped right up there. Jumped up onto this rock, sniffed at the trail cam till it fell over, and maybe that startled it and it left. I think that means that we might have trail cam footage of a Wolverine, because those are ripping hot. Like that just happened last night. Maybe not ripping fresh, but last night.
What the f else would have done that? Like, I mean, how would the wind have blown it over?
See some of the older prints around here. Massive wolf print right here, about that wide. It's really cool to actually, that's quite an old print, because you can see stuff that's growing in there, but it's quite cool to just like actually feel the print, especially in a fresh one, and it almost feels like you're feeling the wolf's real paw and claws. It's like super cool just to feel the print. Feels like you're touching the animal. Let's check out the footage on my trail cam. Yep. Oh, you can barely see it, but guaranteed Wolverine.
So it would appear that the bears go further out at low tide often, because, you know, as the tide goes out, the belugas and seals too, I think, but the belugas that they're hunting would definitely go out with the tide. And that's one of the reasons why there's so many bears here, is because so many belugas congregate here. They've only just started, so I imagine that sometimes a year there'd be more bears and definitely a lot more belugas than now. But yeah, it looks like the bears go out with the tide to stay in the deeper water, because the belugas need the deeper water, and as the tide comes in, the bears get closer and closer to the actual physical land, as opposed to wandering the tidal flats so much. So I'm seeing a couple bears out there right now just kind of swimming around. So me and Ted are concerned that we're going to have to paddle out to Jack Batstone's boat and like go through like a gauntlet of polar bears hunting belugas. Well, I mean, how long till Batstone even gets here? Well, pretty soon. Yeah. Probably like 1. Right.
Food barrel in front of me, so I don't have to do the whole jackery jank.
So we got our boats loaded up, and we're just waiting out here as the tide slowly comes in, just slowly moving our canoes up as the tide comes in. As soon as our boat shuttle gets here, he's going to be out there close to the mouth of the river, and we're going to jump him and paddle out, and that's the plan. So we got everything loaded in there kind of like in a decent enough way, and we'll have to unload it, so hopefully there's not too much chop or things could get interesting, but he should be here literally any minute. First 2 attempts for falling. See that? Alright, I think we're in the shot here. Yeah, we are. Our ride is here, Ted. See a boat way out there.
We see a boat coming in from quite a ways.
Yeah, that's gotta be our ride, dude.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. Cool.
Alright, well, let's get going.
Come on, you bastard. Last few paddle strokes of the trip.
Well, we are off. We think we see our shuttle.
Looks like he's waiting, Ted.
What?
Looks like he's waiting out there. Looks like a ways out.
Right. Anyway, we saw him come in and we are paddling out to meet up with them. It looks like the conditions are pretty favorable. We have, you know, tailwind coming from shore, so less opportunity for it to build going out to him. And so that's good. But it might get a little hairier out there. We will see.
Well, we're gonna have to paddle a ways out here. Just because the way the tides are, there's just too many rocks, too shallow for him to safely get in here. And if you wreck a lower end in a prop when you're out here, we're not getting home. So, looks like there's no polar bears swimming in front of us, so no watery polar bear gauntlet to push through. Might be a few belugas out here though.
Well, the tides cover up a lot of boulders and stuff, and he risks damaging his motor and his boat. So he requested that we paddle out to him.
Dude, there's belugas right in front of him right now. There's a bunch of belugas going past right in front of him.
Cool. Jim's just shooting a thing saying that we're gonna come meet him.
Just let him know we're here.
A little "we see you" shot?
Yeah, or just letting him know in case he doesn't see us.
Right. He probably has a telescope or something.
Yeah. Yeah, he heard it. Here he comes. He sees us. There's a whale. You see that?
I see one underwater right here. Can see belugas right in front of us as we paddle out here. How are ya? Good? All right. What would you like me to do? Pull along this side. Okay. A lot of belugas out here, eh?
Jack Fatstone, I presume. How are ya?
There's only two of you.
Yeah.
Three. The guy quit or what?
No, there's only two.
Yeah. I mean, we felt like quitting a couple times, but you know.
Fuck, the bugs were bad, eh?
Oh yeah.
They're pretty brutal. Few waves here, eh?
When did this wind start coming up?
Oh, it's kind of been on and off. Like there was a bit of a wind, and then we're like, oh, I'm not so sure, and then it was like, then it tailed off, and then it started picking up just shortly before you got here. Right. Not on us.
On the seal, we got a bunch of grayling, but it was pretty slow, eh? Yeah. A lot of seals need to eat out there, I think. We came all the way from Elvin Lake, so like just north, about 70 kilometers north of East Rapids. But we came all the way from Elvin Lake. So
Okay.
Maybe we'll tie it on top, eh? It's not going to be that big, you know, if we got lots of time anyway.
Well, we're happy to help with whatever you need. You know, you got a couple of deckhands now, so.
Let's get this out of the road and we'll put this on top.
Oh, it's a lot more stable in here.
Let's pull this right. Pull this.
You want me to just pull it up the front and over the back? Okay, let me just.
Let's pull this over now. Over that.
Yeah. I'm trying not to let it.
So you guys never paddled like down to your factory, eh?
No.
That's a good trip.
Oh yeah?
I've heard a lot of people doing it, eh?
Yeah?
that's the Nelson?
Route, eh? Pardon?
Is that the Nelson or?
No, yeah, hey. days. Break them open from that one.
Hey Ted, look. That's a good one there. There we go. Maybe one.
You guys should just get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning and jump in your canoes and paddle out.
You think our wives would like this at all, Ted?
Can't tell them about this.
We can't tell them about this or they're never going to let us go again. Gotta pay you too, eh?
Of course. Where you can, right?
So that's all they have.
Well, here we are in Churchill, Manitoba after an awesome boat ride where we saw many beluga whales, and that is the polar bear alarm here in Churchill, Manitoba. I think it's a polar bear alarm anyways. What's that? Well, after that the alarm got the dogs howling, and we're stayed just outside of town in another one of Jack Batstone's cabins he put us up in after the epic ride out. Like I said, tons of beluga whales, got up close to a few of them, and it was quite the adventure out on the bay because closer to the shore there's all kinds of shoals and stuff like that, so we actually had to drive 6 miles out into the middle of Hudson Bay before taking another waypoint and coming back to Churchill. And Churchill, there's a train into here. It was used to transport grain out of the prairies. So you can see the large grain elevators there in the distance. And we're just enjoying this gorgeous sunset here. Another beautiful day. Bugs are coming out a bit. Got a few mosquitoes. Ted and I got a bite to eat in town. And just chilled on the beach. Watched some people set fish nets to feed their dog teams. That was pretty cool. So already met a few of the locals and enjoying ourselves. We're going to be here until 7 when we have to head over to the train station and load our canoes on the train for an 18-hour train ride back to Thompson. So really cool community here, very remote community, train access or air access only, and a neat place to sort of hang out for a few days while we're waiting for our train for sure, and some interesting people. So definitely a neat part of these trips is spending some time in these communities because there's some awesome characters many of them have lived closer to the land for a long time, and they really know the bush, they really know the land, they know the sea, and there's a lot that can be learned here too. So spent a bit of time listening to Jack Batstone, who gave us the boat shuttle, and hearing some of his awesome stories and sharing some of ours too. So awesome way to end the trip for sure.
Were funny and so they couldn't fly to do the whole trip.
Right. This guy, just a great backdrop away from it.
62 or something like that.
Wow.
These are the traps. They trap the bears. They put them in.
Blue sky sled and bed, you said? Yeah, we've got a tour of the town. Hey, that one looks like Buck. Yeah.
Wait on, you guys going to Winnipeg or Thompson?
What river is that? See the train turning, yeah.
So we have made it to Thompson, Manitoba. And there he is. Jim picked up our Mitsubishi Delica that we grabbed from Right Drive and took a cab over to where we left it at Wings Over Kissing. And we're going to start loading it up and begin the long drive home. Long train ride through the night from Churchill. You know, the train is called the Muskeg Express. They've named it because it goes through a lot of muskeg, which means it goes through a lot of permafrost. So it's a little wonky, so they got to go really slow and carefully through some sections, you know, but yeah, safe train ride. It was really nice and kind of cool as well, just all through the wilderness. It was a great experience, and fingers crossed you have a safe drive home.